Welcome to GWENT Masters, the official esports series for GWENT, the Witcher Cardinal. In Masters, rivalries and friendships are established in an action-packed series of tournaments. Witness as the best GWENT players from all around the world go head-to-head for the title of GWENT World Master. GWENT Standard Rank Play is the entry point for all players wishing to join the world of GWENT esports. Each ranked season lasts 1 calendar month, and its highest achievable rank is the Pro rank. To remain competitive throughout the seasons, players will need to actively participate in the rank play, reaching Pro rank as well as constantly vary the factions and deck types they use. Every ranked season players will be rewarded with crown points accounting to their achievements during GWENT Masters and its events. Players will receive crown points for placing in the top 200 of the pro rank at the end of each season, official GWENT Open tournaments organized by CD Projekt Red, including online qualifier tournaments. You will be able to check how many crown points you have at any time at masters.playgwent.com. There are 3 tiers of official GWENT tournaments. GWENT Online Qualifiers are the entry tier tournaments happening twice a month through the GWENT Masters competitive season. Top 16 and top 64 players in the pro rank leaderboard of the previous month will compete for spots in the next GWENT Open. The second tournament tier is GWENT Open. There will be a total of 4 open tournaments held throughout the GWENT Masters competitive season. Each of the events taking place every 2 months will feature 8 competitors. Finalists of the 4 online qualifiers from 2 previous ranked seasons. They will battle it out for a share of a prize pool and a spot in World Masters event. The GWENT Masters series will conclude with GWENT World Masters, the final tier of official GWENT tournaments. The event will feature 8 competitors, up to 4 winners of previous open events, up to 7 players with the most crown points accumulated over the ranked seasons leading up to GWENT World Masters. They will be competing for a share of a prize pool as well as a trophy and a title of GWENT Masters World Champion. GWENT Open and GWENT World Masters tournaments will follow the same single elimination format, with the winner being determined a best of 5 game series. Online qualifiers, on the other hand, will utilize a mix of Swiss system and double elimination format. GWENT Open and World Masters tournaments will have a base prize pool of $10,000 and $50,000 US. Additionally, GWENT Masters community will have the ability to contribute to the prize pool of each event by purchasing special items from the in-game shop. Ready to become a GWENT Master? Visit masters.playgwent.com for the complete rule set, tournament dates, and more details regarding the format. And make sure to follow @GWENT Masters official Twitter account. Play GWENT now. Hello and welcome back to day 2 of GWENT Open number 3. Yes, I got those numbers correctly. Oof. Got it out of the way. Yesterday was an exciting day. We had the top 8 players come in, and only 4 are left. 4 are left, and we have some veterans, we have some big winners, and we also have a new face coming over to this Open, so it'll be an exciting one for sure. I forgot to say that for those of you watching that do not know me, my name is Paweł Burza. I will be your host. I will be interviewing the winners, but most importantly, especially for Twitch chat, I will be leaking some stuff, so get ready for those leaks. There are 2 today, and yeah, that's it from me. Let's throw it over to our first pair casters.
Welcome back, everybody. I'm Shinmiri alongside Flake. This is day 2 of GWENT Open number 3. Today, we're going to find out who will become the 3rd GWENT Open champion of Season 3 and the 3rd participant of World Masters Season 3. So don't miss the action, and also don't miss the leaks and the pre-final segment where we'll be showing a brand new episode of GWENT Trivia with Ryan Godric.
Yeah, the cool part about this, Shadmiri, is like we're just thinking, 2 more leaks today, and I'm just wondering, do we see the Golden Necker first, or do we see Dagon first? I mean, I have no clue. I don't know which one Paweł Burza is going to show us first, but I'm really excited for not just the GWENT action, but just all this awesome stuff down the pipe, man. I'm telling you. Is Dagon a new leader ability, or is he just is he a monster card? Is he monster at all? Is he neutral? So many questions to be had.
Indeed. some poor soul out there is actually just eating up every word you're dishing out.
Every time. By now, if people are still believing me, I swear, man. Either way, friends, I just want to remind you also that we do have the tournament going on, obviously, but while you guys are watching, you guys can collect some sweet loot of your own. The Twitch drops are online, friends, every 2 hours. You get 50 meteorite powder. At the 4-hour mark, you get another 50 meteorite powder, and you get a cool Jason Slama passport photo as well. I love GWENT. Amazing. Yes. Yeah. I don't recall him saying that out loud like that. Either way, friends, at 6 hours, an ultimate keg. At 8 hours, another ultimate keg. Make sure your accounts are linked for the Twitch drops. Don't forget, friends, you got to go in and then do a little bit of work. You got to go in and actually click the button to claim it there. But yeah, you have Jason Slama in his shut up flake face, pretty much just like stop talking.
Yes, and we have, so yesterday we had 8 of the top Gwent players in the world fighting it out on day 1 in the quarterfinals. Now we're in the semifinals, just down to 4 final players. Let's take a look at who those are and what money they've won so far. We've got Grand Mazorca, Trueski, Wangid, and Payable. It is a pretty stacked lineup. 3 veterans, a couple of champions in here, and Trueski, the lone new wolf at this Gwent Open 3 tournament.
Well, it's always good to have new blood in here. Again, $1,580 are at stake in each of these matches, in each of these semi-final matches. A new face is always great. It shakes things up, Shinmiri. You got to make way for the new hotness, as it may be. And Trueski's coming in here against the winner of the Corn Civil War that occurred yesterday. Still, there's a lot of action to be had. Again, when you're seeing on one side of the bracket Wangid versus Payable, you know that it's going to be one hell of a day. Friends, on your end, we want to hear what you've got to say. Use the hashtag GWENT OPEN, and we are going to be reading those. I was scrolling through them. Lots of cool stuff out there that people are saying about the tournament, and it's nice to read your opinions and see what's going on through your minds as well.
Yeah, and a reminder that this tournament will be run in the online format. Players and casters are all connecting from home, and all the matches will be played with a 30-minute delay. But Twitch Observer should be operational, so make sure you use it and hover over those cards if you see something that you don't fully understand.
I know that I do that a lot. Like, what the hell just happened to me? Why am I suddenly down by 20 points, and why are there 19 orbs flashing on my screen? It happens. So let's take a look at how we got to where we are today. 4 are still standing tall. The dust is settled from yesterday, friends. Here it is, as we see Grand Mazorca made short work of Big Kuku Razina 3-1. Trueski just absolutely dusting Nekui's 3-0. Wangid in one hell of a matchup against Shaggy. That one was spectacular to witness. And Payable, Shinmiri, as again another 5-game matchup against Lord Triss, advances to the semifinals.
Yeah, some really hard-fought battles yesterday, and these 4 players definitely deserve to be here. We're gonna get to the action real soon, but first we're gonna show you some of the highlights, some of the best moments from day number 1. Only 10 power on the monster side of the board. Have you ever seen anything like this?
Only when I play against Scoia'tael Precision Strike hate cards. I mean, it exists. It's out there. I mean, this is it. I mean, line pockets with a drill that goes unanswered is a really, really tough pill to swallow, as we see right here. It's just, it wasn't even a matter of, that card was the driver in this entire round.
Yeah, huge lead for Grand Mazorca, and not even like a Geralt Professional or this Herald Gord is going to save Big Kuku here. The 2-0 by Monsters. Grand Mazorca tying it up now. This series 1-1. Oh, Neuromancy, what's he got left? He's got a... Wait, is he going to play a unit, or is he going to just discard a special? Yes, he's going to take a special from the Neuromancy and discard it. That actually does count for Gord, and his Gord now is going to be 11 points.
That's 4. That's 4, baby. And that is a very lackluster Gordo here. This could be a situation where, is there ever a scenario where you're putting your opponent on nothing? On absolutely nothing? If you're dropping that Gord, I mean, I think you have to. You can't take the risk. An 11-point Gord is an 11-point Gord, but man, oh man, you're going to the bank without your wallet here, because your entire leader ability is unspent, untouched.
Yeah, exactly. Untouched leader ability, and that's gonna be it for Grand Mazorca. He gets the rebuke from the graveyard. He gets to play the Force Protector for 10 points and finish off with the leader, barely taking this no unit mirror by 4 points. And that is the power of Last Say, ladies and gentlemen, in this sort of uninteractive mirror game.
Yeah, that was the perfect steal there. Now, Trueski needs to be very careful here. He's obviously going for the 12, getting out the Volga Forts. and he already doing the calculations here. It's going to be enough. I believe it's going to be enough.
I believe so as well. The Joachim coming down here, still going to pull a pretty sizable 17-point Ardfian Tortoise. If I'm not mistaken, this isn't his Ardfian Tortoise, so it will also proc the remaining Assimilate engine, but it is not sufficient. Now this heat wave is huge because it's tall remove will be tall remove. And the Vincent does not have a very tall target here. And
Vincent,
all of a sudden,
a 6 is 9 plus another 3.
Like he has swung this out by a point no less. Oh my lord! And he is absolutely delighted. Until the very last second, look at the relief and the joy on his face. I don't think he thought that was coming.
And then you get the assimilate on the 2 units. You're up by 14. I don't think this Gankane is going to be enough. Gankane plays for 9 Thrive plus 1. It's a 4-point game, ladies and gentlemen, and Wangid squeezes out.
All right, well,
not quite the 12 points per turn that Shaggy had to deal with last game, but still, this lead is immense, and Wangid gives it up, throws in the towel, says, "Let's go next." GG.
Well, one way to do this. Here comes the tunnel drill. Unfortunately, it's not as powerful,
but it does clean up some of the vitality here, and he's still got 6 coins left. Oh my god, this game is so close. It's an 18-point lead, but Wangid has a buffed up Vove into Isengrim's Council. I think the score is going to be enough to get him ahead. Let's see, how big is this score in round 2? It's sudden death. That's a 19-point Gord. Oh my god. And I mean, that was a
big boy Gord.
Squeezes out game number 5 in sudden death. And Shaggy is gonna be kicking himself for not acting just a couple of seconds faster.
Holding on to the Thunder, it doesn't help anyway because you're not going to use that. And if you do choose to play that Ardfian Tortoise, would have given another point here. The drill dropping down, finding a huge amount of value, and it is not going to be enough. Payable is taken out in round 1 there.
Just definitely having to decide what he's going to do here. He's likely going to get rid of 4-point fruit, I'd say. I can't really picture anything else you'd like to do. He decides to go for Om Nom Nom. I'm not exactly sure why.
I honestly don't know the answer to that either. It wouldn't have bricked graveyard either way. Incredible play from Lord Triss. This was the list he would have been worried about. This was the one that he needed to get through here, and he has just done so. By the look of it, it is now 2-2 in this series. We are going into a final game for the final place.
Yeah, unfortunately not the best outcome for him here. I think it is safe to say that we do have a winner. Payable is definitely going to be taking this, unless Imperial Diplomacy magic... I won't.
It does seem unlikely. As good as it can be, will breach this 30-point gap. But Lord Triss has played so well here. Got the list through that I was most worried about from his lineup for sure, and has pushed one of the very best, not just now but ever, all the way to a 3-2. But when it comes down to it, and a big sigh of relief there from Payable as he takes it 3-2. That was quite the series, Tia. Wow.
So that's how we got to where we are today. 4 left standing. The dust has settled. 4 just vying for that title of Gwent Open number 3 champion Shinmiri. There's still a lot of coin on the line. They've collected some on the way. They've looted some bodies, and we're almost there. We're going through the semifinals here, but with $15,800 on the line, you know that they came to play. It's probably some restless nights, some good practice going in. There's 4 players left. But again, 10,000 base, prize money from CDPR, plus another nearly $6,000 from the contributions, the passion, the enthusiasm of the Gwent crowd, the fandom out there. So thank you guys for helping boost up and pumping the tires on this prize pool. But we want to remind you, there's a Great Oak bundle, Shinmiri.
Yeah, and if you want to support the Gwent esports scene, you can purchase that Great Oak bundle available in Shoop's shop right now, which will boost the prize pool of World Masters Season 3 that's scheduled for December of this year. So get that squirrel avatar, get the border, and that Great Oak card back. It's all yours for the taking. Thank you so much for supporting the Gwent Sports esports scene all this time.
It's a pretty good oak, gotta say. All right,
Exactly.
So the first players are ready to rock and roll. We got Trueski versus Grand Mazorca, ladies and gentlemen, so buckle up for that one. Before we get there, we do have some more interviews. We want to meet them and see what's going through their minds, so let's go take a look at Trueski and Grand Mazorca.
Hello and welcome back, Trueski, on your first Gwent Open appearance, making it to day 2, which is already a huge achievement. So, congratulations, first of all.
Hello, thanks.
Welcome back. I've got a question straight away before we get into the favorite section. But what would you say is your biggest strength as a player? Is there something that defines how you play Gwent?
I think I'm pretty focused during all the games, and I can keep that focus. I'm not tilting that much, and even if I'm tilted, I can break that and try and still to keep focus on at least some next games. So I think that's my biggest strength. And as well, I have some decks like Araka Swarm, which I have played a lot with them. So I know these decks very well.
Yeah, I think that's actually a very good strength to have, because you got to play a lot of games to qualify for these tournaments, and then there's a lot of games on the ladder you got to play. So not being tilted, staying focused, I think already a good feature to have. Looking at the competitors of this tournament now, your first Gwent Open, how do you feel like it stacks up compared to other Opens? Is it a strong lineup? Do you feel like there's a lot of pressure this time around, or is it maybe one of the more relaxed ones, if you could say so?
That's definitely a strong Open. We have Payable, which is former Grandmaster of Gwent. We have Ilyucha, which was already qualified. And Chinese guys like Wangid, Trueski are also very experienced. Well, we have a few newcomers as well. It's, me, Nequis, and Trueski is a newcomer as well. But even the newcomers are also pretty experienced from what I see on ladder. Everyone, I think, had a top 16 score in some season. So that's, of course, a pretty stacked Open, I think. Maybe not the most stacked, but I think that's more stacked than last one.
Yeah, I mean, there never is an easy Open, but this one definitely has some very strong names. And as you said, also, like, the winner of the last Open is back, the Grandmaster's back, so lots of familiar faces. So even more of an achievement, maybe, to make it all the way. One final question before I let you go. Why is Araka's Behemoth your favorite card?
Yeah, I just love Araka's Swarm as a deck, and Araka's Behemoth is like a core card. It stayed pretty the same during a very long time, I think at least for a year. Or I don't remember it was reworked or both or anything during a very long time. And just 2 months ago, there was just not enough synergy to play with. But now it's a very good card, not only in the Swarm deck, but I think it's also in a mid-range deck. And it's just 13 for 8, which is of course now a very good value. And if you compare it with other cards, and as well the Swarm synergy, it spawns drones and boosts drones, protecting all other drones from the random things. So that's just a very cool design as well. If you play it and all the row is boosted, it's a very cool animation, especially if you play it from the far left.
True, that feels very good. Well, finally time someone appreciates the Arrakis behemoth, so good to have you here. Thank you again for taking the time. It was wonderful talking to you, and all the best of luck in your upcoming games.
Thanks.
Okay, Poison, congrats to making it to the second day. First of all, I have a question, an easy question. Why is prize-winning cow your favorite card?
In reality, that's not my favorite card. It's just from the meme of alpacas that I created when I played soldiers in the qualifier.
De las vacas que generé al jugar soldados en el qualifier.
Oh, that's pretty amazing, man. So, what are your thoughts on the latest expansion drop?
La verdad es que no me gusta.
To be honest, I don't really like anything. I feel like the path of the expansion is taken is not the best one, but it always gives a fresh air to the game to have new cards with different mechanics, and that's what motivates me to keep playing.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. So, I have one last important question. Would you like to give a shout out to anyone?
Sí, claro, me gusta.
Yeah, of course, I would like to give a shout out to my mother, my sister, who have always supported me through this. To all my teammates, especially to Mike Tucom and Mr. Reikos, I would have always supported me a lot and have been there for me. And additionally, to all the people who have supported me from far away.
Sigan apoyando desde lejos.
Yeah, that's really good. So, shout out to all of you guys. Thank you for being here with us.
How about that, Shinmiri? The guy makes it to the semifinals, doesn't even like the cards. Like that is that's some flexing right there. Yeah, whatever. Meh, it's all good. Don't worry about it. See you tomorrow. Yeah, those are two players. I like the fact that you know, both of them are very you know, they're very humble in terms of getting here. They're very appreciative of the level of quality of the players. You know, the competitive level is up there. So I think they came to play. It's nice to see a new face with Trueski. It's great to see somebody like Poison also here in the semifinals.
Yeah, exactly. And I think yesterday you could really tell that Trueski is really happy to be here, like the level of emotion that he showed when he won his series versus Niquiz. But we've got a Twitter poll for you guys between Trueski and Grand Mazorca. Wow, Trueski actually edging out the favorite here. That's surprising to me because he is the newcomer. But maybe, you know, some of that emotion I was talking about maybe won him some fans already.
It's completely possible. Again, you know, every now and then we've seen it in the past when somebody allows some of that emotion to just kind of radiate through. You know, they can't all be that you know, stoic kind of Iceman look where they just they're mechanical and they get the job done. Some of them just like to actually live in that moment, ride the wave. Why not? And Trueski did that yesterday. You saw it on his face, just elated for winning, and that might have, you know, brought a little bit of good mojo on his side, and it's showing a little bit. Again, it's a 2% lead, you know, above 50%, really. So if you factor in that standard 4% deviation that typically might exist, that margin for error, it's a dead heat, and that's what we like to see.
Yeah, so let's talk about a little bit about the decks that these two are bringing and see how they match up in the first semifinal of the day. We can get Trueski's decks first, I believe. He will be on the blue coin in games 1, 3, and 5, and Grand Mazorca will be on blue coin games 2 and 4.
Yeah, we got Line Pockets, Tactical Decision, Arrakis Swarm, and the Precision Strike. Now, Line Pockets, Shinmiri, you and I know, we've seen this time and time again. The good part about this list is I find that there is some room for a little bit of customization, but a lot of the usual suspects are there. Again, a lot of this comes down to the fact of, do you have a pocket for Tunnel Drill? How much bank do you got to dip into? And then how devastating will that drill be? It oftentimes just hinges on the fact that you just find yourself a window for a drill to determine a round.
Yeah, exactly. And their opponents will have to try to split up those resources, either force out the Tunnel Drill or Freak Show in an earlier round, or maybe try to get them to play their Novigradian Justice and their Cleaver before going to the final round, so that there's not enough Crown Splitters for that drill.
All right, let's go to Tactical Decision, the Nilfgaard offering here for Trueski. It is Tact Decision with that Sunset Wanderer, a little bit of a extra flavor to it. Again, we know how this operates. You're going to be looking to really thin down to one. Imperial Golem is going to be what you're going to lean on, that pillar of points that a lot of cards are going to have to, dig into in order to be just amazing. Cards like Yen Divination, Triss Marigold, Zarthisius, these all want to be able to go ahead and dip into a nice pocket of points that could be left there with Imperial Golem. But when it comes down to major tempo swings, Shinmiri, there's very few decks that can do it as well as Tact Decision.
Yeah, exactly. You got the leader ability that synergizes with the Mage Assassins and a Fawn. But yeah, like this deck just has points, right? Your Triss, your Yen, your Zarthisius, these reveal cards are just so many points with the Imperial Golem if you can get that consistency with Golem being the only unit left in your deck. But we saw some opponents trying to mess that up yesterday, and some more successfully than others, especially if you can force them to have to play these random reveal cards in round 2 before they thin all of their deck down to the Golem, and there will be some randomness they'll have to rely on in order to get that full value.
Yeah, I suspect that a lot of the fireworks are going to go down in rounds 1 and 2 for this list. All right, next up we've got Araha Swarm. And Araha Swarm is kind of a little bit of a dark horse when it comes to monster offerings, as many are kind of relying on relic packages to really generate points and win games. We've seen just the sheer amount of power that those lists can offer, like 2-0s. Are basically the MO for monsters, no pun intended. But when it comes down to it, you also have a Sunset Wanderers in this list and a Glusty Warp. Like to see it.
Yeah, exactly. This is a control list with Glusty. Glusty can be pretty good in the meta right now, especially with cards like Lacerate to set it up. You can lacerate a row of Whisperers, set them all to 1, and then Nom Nom Glusty all of them up. Another thing is it's good against Gurnikora. Gurnikora spawns those fruits at 1 strength, and you can Glusty them as well. So pretty interesting tech card, cool deck. Yeah, I'm excited.
Yeah, and the reason why I don't jump into Lake Ontario, frankly, is because of that art, that card art. Yeah, but a nice little tech of Lacerate, exactly as you mentioned over there, a nice little way to go ahead and punish a row full of Whisperers. All right, Precision Strike is the Scoia'tael version that they're bringing in. Precision Strike, in this case, being the Feign Death kind of the elf ball, as it were, just spawning a lot of elves, relying on Orb of Insight to go ahead and chain off these massive turns that, if done properly, can really pay dividends. But we've seen it in yesterday's matchups, Shinmiri. Sometimes you kind of get pigeonholed into these situations where you don't want to play anything because you're gonna have to pop off this massive turn. You're basically just packing in a whole bunch of explosives, and you're just walking around with a lit match, and it can get dangerous because you don't want the big kaboom to happen where you're over committing in a particular round. So it can get kind of tricky for players to maneuver around it, and your opponent can definitely, play into that. We saw it yesterday as Shaggy just said, I know that you need to respond to this, but it is going to put your orbs to waste. So could get a very, this could be a very walk on eggshells kind of deck.
Yeah, you said it, Flake. This Orbs of Insight, it makes for really pivotal moments in the match because of how you got to time your orbs correctly so that you can try to carry over the second wave of them into the next round. But you also need to make sure that you can win this round at the same time.
All right, let's go take a look at the next set of lists here, brought in by Grand Mazorca 2021. Superior to the 2020 version, actually. This one has Bluetooth and all-wheel drive, apparently. All right, Line Pockets, Imprisonment, Fruits of Isgith, and Precision Strike again, Shinmiri.
Yeah, we've got the Scoundrel version of Line Pockets. Pretty standard. Scoundrel might be able to mess a little bit around with like the hyper thin list. Giving Trueski a big question mark on is he or isn't he going to thin an extra card from my deck?
Yeah, the greatest son of Corellia here, the Scoundrel himself, coming through. 12-point body for 10. But yeah, this can really just pump the brakes on some of those Mamuna plays, perhaps, to bring out something out of the deck. If you're just shutting that down and getting value for it before those cards can become effective, good way to do it. We like the Scoundrel. Next up, moving forward after Line Pockets is Imprisonment, the Arto Terra Nova version here. Lots of assimilate in this. And I mean, this list here can really become problematic if left to its own devices. If you leave a few of those Mage Torturers up and all that assimilate, it can get ugly very quickly.
Man, we talked about how much we loved this list yesterday, but we didn't get to cast it, at least not in our first series, because it was banned by Grand Mazorca didn't get to play it in his first series because it was banned by his opponent, Big Cuckoo. But hopefully this time around we'll get to see him play this in action, because I really love how creative this deck can get.
Yeah, our Terra Nova does take some work to get as much, value as possible if necessary, but with cards like Mage Torturer and the Thynid Turncoat, you're going to be able to go ahead and pick and choose what you want locked and loaded for Terra Nova once that card becomes relevant. All right, let's go. Fruits of His Gith. I mean, She Who Knows Relics. This is one hell of a runaway freight train when left to its own devices. Shinmiri, we saw just not only this list go 2-0, but 2-0ing players down 2 cards. It's obscene just how this deck can get out of control.
Exactly. You better have a lot of answers ready when facing off against this deck, or it's gonna be a real uphill battle.
A lot of players actually just kind of, walking away a little bit from the Rat Catcheress, and some of those provisions perhaps actually just leading into like a Cave Troll for instance. In this case, Parasite, also a nice tech choice. 6 points of removal, 6 points of boost if necessary, but a lot of this is going to kind of focus around She Who Knows. Expect this list to come out on Red Coin once you get a free pass for that She Who Knows to drop in as 10 points of slam, perhaps some Thrive and some relic triggers on those Foot Eaters as well. It's going to be a nice way to just go ahead and jam that in a safe spot. Lots of power potential. Monsters getting a lot of help in this latest expansion. And finally,
exactly,
Precision Strike.
Yeah, we've got the no unit Madoc Shiru version of Precision Strike Gourd, really focused on removing your opponent's threats, answering everything, and then threatening Shiru or Isengroom's Council into Shiru for that big board wipe late in the round.
Now, we saw the Precision Strike mirror yesterday, and it was similar lists, no unit. It became a discard fiesta. The mind games were aplenty. This time, Shiro will actually probably find some significant value in the mirror, as there's going to be a lot of elves, Shinmiri, and there's going to be a lot of 3-drops perhaps on the board if all of those Whisperers come through and start spreading like wildfire. So Shiro, in this case, is not going to necessarily be a liability. In the mirror, it might be an actual major advantage.
Yeah, we'll have to see what Grand Mazorca can do with this Shiru, but we are getting close, guys, to game number 1. These players are getting ready. Are you ready to jump into the action, Flake?
I'm ready. I mean, I woke up this morning, I had my coffee, I picked out my best Star Wars boxers. I am ready to go. I cannot be more ready than I am right now, but it's not about me. It ain't about me, because my mouth is always on full tilt, full throttle mode. It's more so the players. And again, they had a day to just, not just decompress from yesterday's matchups, because it is fairly stressful, but there's more on the line today, and the competition gets weeded out. The strong survive. You keep pushing forward, and now these matchups are going to be tough. So the players, they have to pick with their bans. They have to revise the lists. And speaking of bans, let's take a look at what each player has decided they do not want to see. And my goodness gracious me, oh my, we're back to major monster respect. That old adage of, just ban Syndicate is no longer true.
Yeah, exactly. Monster's getting the respect ban over Syndicate. Grand Mazorca not going to be able to play his Relic list, and Trueski not going to be able to play his unique Arrakis Swarm Glusty list. I gotta say, I'm a little bit sad we won't be seeing that one, because that's the standout monster list for me in this tournament.
Yeah, it's certainly the most unique build out of everything that we've seen this weekend. And frankly, I think that this is just a matter of, it's not even a specific deck that is being banned. It's the faction altogether. I don't care what iteration, I don't care what version that you've got. If it's Monsters 3.1, Monsters 95, I don't give a crap. I just don't want to see red when it comes to what I got to play against, because we've seen just the sheer power level that it can present in various cases. But I'm actually surprised that Glusty Warp list actually got got clipped here. But there's still some fantastic diversity that's going to exist as we jump in here to round number 1. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the semifinals. The first matchup, Trueski versus Grand Mazorca. Just to give you a little bit of information here, Grand Mazorca's camera is going to be off because reason number 1, just too sexy. We could not allow that. That is a distraction, and we wanted to focus on the gameplay. Second reason, just to make sure that the the connection issues are clean, strong. Focus on the gameplay. That's what we're here for.
Yeah, exactly. We don't want any more disconnects if possible. And also, as you see on your screen here, the scores have reset to 0-0. This is game number 1 in our first semifinals of Gwent Open number 3. Trueski on blue with the hyper thin reveal Nilfgaard versus Grand Mazorca on red with the Assimilate Imprisonment. Okay, this is going to be an interesting matchup, Flake.
Oh, this is going to be fascinating as all hell. And the beautiful part over here is that, Grand Mazorca has targets now. Some very good targets to start copying. A 7-point body with 2 armor. Why not? Let's just go at it. Not to mention, you're dropping that spying on it. That turncoat is going to have some options here to go ahead and actually start pinging down. I'm a little surprised that they selected the Jin here as your option, but I believe the reason being is that I guess you're just going to drop, you're going to drop spying later anyways, but here comes the lock, and it's going to be a little bit of back and forth here, but keep an eye on that Sunset Wanderers in Trueski's hand. Trueski's looking to play out of the left side of the hand as much as possible. A lock there makes sense. We're going to see how this goes. Fur cart now is going to come through. And we're going to start. That's a nice pickup as well.
That's a great top deck from the Fur card. The coup de grace, very useful to have early because of the echo tag. And here, I think he didn't copy the soldier earlier because he has 2 more tortures in his hand. So he's not, and the Fur cart, so he's not really worried about getting the copy on the spying tag on the soldier eventually. He just wanted to have a body to hit. He didn't want to necessarily hit the armor. With that turncoat, is my guess.
All right, everyone's favorite card. Here comes the Blight Maker. Little 11 points, no problem, eh? Why not? Let's get Knickers on the board. Get a little bit of extra thinning as well. Amnesty's going to come through again. Nothing really in terms of major target value for that. That's just 8 points of steel. No big deal. It's not like you're taking a Madoc, let's say, or an Elven Whisperer. It's just you're just getting some points in this case.
Yeah, Grand Mazorca deciding to take the best boy over the golem. I'm with him there.
Of course. And first of all, it's animated. So let's just say that. The card's premium. And you got a little 1-point armor hat. Why not? Everything just says, let's just take that doggo. That's mine.
Exactly. And Trueski, so I want to point out, Trueski's deck, it has the capability of thinning these mage assassins with his leader, his tactile decision. But he also plays this Blightmaker to give additional ways of thinning them out before committing the leader, which I think is very good because then his leader, you don't have to assign all 3 shuffles to these cards that are reliant on being on top of the deck in order to thin themselves out. You can save 1 shuffle to put the Imperial Golem back if you draw into it. You can save another shuffle potentially to put a special card back. Like yesterday we saw Trueski put I think it was a Tourney Joust along with his Imperial Golem so that he would still have 100% on his reveal, because revealing cards like Yen and Triss, at least, they only target units, but be able to dodge something like an early Cantarella to try to get rid of those reveal value by stealing the Imperial Golem. So a lot of 5-head plays by Trueski we saw yesterday. He's going to have to pull something out of his hat again today.
Yeah, pulling the trigger on that heat wave earlier as well, it might lead to a little bit of the fact that when that Sunset Wanderer can kind of creep into your psyche in terms of, I have to play to the left, I have to play to the left. Whereas, you may have wanted to play perhaps a Tortoise or something a little bit different, maybe hang on to that heat wave, but blasting off on that heat wave, because it was leftmost card and everything else other than that may have been problematic in terms of, you're just robbing some space for that Sunset Wanderers to make sense. So might as well just go ahead and pull the trigger on the heat wave, get that 13-point Fur card, I believe it was, out of the way, and now we can start again. Now the cards make sense as play Play the goat wrestler. I was gonna say something else.
Well, the Viper Witcher Adept actually isn't online yet. Trueski and Grand Mazorca both have 12 cards left in their deck, so both Nilfgaard decks managed to thin 3 cards already in this game. So yeah, Trueski's gonna have to wait until he thins one more card, like maybe from the Sunset Wanderer, before this Viper Witcher Adept starts growing. It's not really a threat right now, and it's but on the other hand, Trueski doesn't really want the Sunset Wanderer to come out in this round.
Yeah, no, you want to preserve that card for sure, and I think that it's before we even consider the thinning from the Sunset Wanderer in a couple turns. I think it's just you're going to see the leader possibly come out first to give the Sunset Wanderer more room. You're going to thin out the Affin off of that as well. Perhaps you pick up another Blightmaker. Sorry, not Blightmaker, another Mage Assassin. But as it starts now, once you drop that Brothans, you can see that the point total starts to really, the differential starts to really diminish. First wheel on Coup de Grace comes out as well.
I like this. So with this play, Grand Mazorca has played 2 Blightmakers. He doesn't have the Mage Assassins in his deck to thin out, but he can choose with the Blightmaker to put cards on top of his deck. The first time he played one through the Brothans, he chose to put a Mage on top of his deck, so that could have been like Terra Nova or Arturius. And then the second time, just now, he didn't put a Mage on top of his deck because there's no Golem that spawned. He might have done something like Gorthur Gavade to have access to some of his golds, or even like Joachim. We'll see what he does here. Yeah, there's the Gorthur Gavade. That gives him a little bit more deck manipulation, which is a very, very powerful against a very combo-dependent deck like Trueski's.
No, that is a beautiful way to do that. Again, everyone thinks that Blightmaker can be just used as, 11 points of thinning and spam and whatnot. And, let's be fair, that's what a lot of that card potential can be. The difference here is that you can use it in a very technical way, as Grand Mazorca just witnessed, as you just witnessed him pull off there, is just using it to stack your deck and say, all right, I'm going to fix my draws. I don't need many points. Brothans came in, rescued me, put me into striking distance where that one coup de grace, which I'm getting back anyways, will allow me to go ahead with that Blightmaker to pick up a brand new lease on life when it comes to figuring out what's coming around the pipe. And then you go. You got your coup de grace, you got your Gorthur Gavade, and now you've got your Arto. So a very, very adept way to go ahead and make sure that you're going into round 3 with the best possible cards that you're drawing here. Now, what you're picking up here is all scraps, more or less. I mean, they're decent cards, but you don't have as many assimilate engines as you may want. So we're going to do a little bit of pruning. But on Trueski's side, you've got a lot of big boys left. The Sunset Wanderers haven't come out. You've got Snowdrop and Leader. You've got a lot of thinning potential where necessary. Things are looking good.
Yeah, I mean, I'm surprised a little bit to see Grand Mazorca pass into the long round 3. Let's see if he has a plan to nullify Trueski's combo, because I feel like you do have a Cantarella, but you can't really play it until they have 1 card left. And Trueski showed that he's capable of playing around the Cantarella very well yesterday when he had that Tourney Joust and the Golem in his deck. He used his leader to put Tourney Joust on top and then Golem underneath it, so that the Cantarella and potentially an Alchemist from Gorthur Gavade wouldn't steal his Golem. But he would still get very good, he would still get basically guaranteed 12 points from the damage and the boost from Yen and Triss, and a 50-50 on the Xarthisius. So I'm excited to see how this round plays out, because I feel like Grand Mazorca, if he had the option of pushing in round 2, potentially could have made Trueski's life awkward, but we'll see what his plan is.
For Spine, they're dropped on Albrick, and like you mentioned, just doing a little reshuffling of your own deck and stacking it the way you want to avoid these situations that could be very devastating to you. I mean, if it comes down to it, if you thin out the way that you particularly want to...
That's an extremely early Triss. He does hit the 12-point Golem, but yeah, it's very, very early. Maybe thinking just not having really any other plays to make, right? Maybe Dead Man's Tongue? Could have Dead Man's Tongue there, but then you're putting a lot of boost on something that has a status to give value to something like an offensive Vincent.
Yeah, Vincent would have basically just gone ahead and probably taken the taken the drop on that where necessary or were presented to it. I mean, Vincent is going to find some value given the fact that basically, I mean, you do still have another Mage Torturer to go ahead and drop another status, another spying effect on somebody, and Vincent could go ahead and clean that mess up real nice. We're taking a look now. Arturius Vigo, an option here. The Blightmaker wants to put something on top.
Grand Mazorka stole that Blightmaker from Trueski's graveyard with the remedy. And he's setting something up for the Joachim. Maybe like Arturius, perhaps? Yeah, that's the only mage left in his deck. So yeah, the Arturius is now on top of Grand Mazorka's deck. Trueski lets the Sunset Wanderer come out and then after banishing 2 of his bronzes, I think he banished his 2 bronze units. They were like 4 strength each. Viper Witcher Adept. So getting rid of some of the low power units to give him better odds on his reveals. And now there's 3 cards left in his deck. I can tell you it's Tourney Joust, Imperial Golem, and the Doadric. So he's got 2 units in his deck, and they're either 8 or 12 power.
Which, I mean, at the end of the day, 8 or 12 power, both of those are fairly significant when, conjunction with these other cards, right? With the Triss and your Zarthisius, for example. These are cards that are going to get a nice little boost, and Joaquin's going to come through here trying to find something. I believe that was put on top was, in fact, the Arturius Vigo. Fantastic card. Again, if you're playing Assimilate, it's going to spawn you some help here. Now, there are no bronze units on the opponent's side, so you're not going to use a Duchess Informant to clone something. What you're going to get here, I suppose, is just another Mage Torture. It's another Assimilate engine. It's another status effect. Everybody there is spying, more or less. Triss has kind of dodged it, but everyone, you need to have these bodies on the board eventually. A lot of what this deck can do from a reach perspective is it might have a slow start, but as soon as these Assimilates start to multiply, you've got 3 on the board rather now. That's where the dividends start to pay off with something like Arto, who's going to come in, and he's an Assimilate on his own, create another unit that might create another unit. It's going to be, it's gonna pay off here. So Snowdrop's going to come through, and again, paired up with that leader ability. We talked about this yesterday, how that leader ability really helps out so much of what this deck can do. And I like this play here too. Hang on to the Affen. He's going to probably hold on to the leader ability as well, being very patient here, not wanting to perhaps fall into a Cantarella trap and just get rid of that 12-point golem.
Yeah, very interesting. So far, Trueski has tried to play around the potential Cantarella and Gorthar Gavade by using his reveals early. So Yen and Triss already gone. He only hit an 8-point boost on the Yen, but that's still 11 points. That's not bad. And then he's saving his leader, I think, for a little bit of flexibility.
Flexibility works too. I mean, you want to cover your bases, maybe play it safe. The problem here is that you've basically left Snowdrop out in the cold, where Grand Mazorka can use that leader ability. A leader ability that, frankly, has very little value from an ability or from a perspective of shutting off an ability, right? I mean, the lock is on that Snowdrop is kind of where the value is going to be, and the fact that that lock there is not just the 3 points of damage, but it's also the 6 points that it's going to represent, since the Tactical Decision is not going to be able to activate the Snowdrop ability because she's now locked down. She has that shut off.
Yeah, here's the thing, right? So Trueski, if Trueski had used his leader, he would have thinned 2 more cards because he has to target the Afan and the Mage Assassin with his leader. So he needs to, if he uses his leader, then the Cantarella will come down and steal the last card in his deck, and Zarthisius will brick. So this was Trueski's plan the whole time. He sacrificed his 6 points on the Snowdrop to ensure that the Zarthisius is going to get something good and also not thin. He had 3 units in his deck. It was 8, 9, and 12. He ended up hitting the 12, got rewarded for his play, and now he's able to thin, even keeps the Imperial Golem, so that if opponent plays Cantarella, he's only going to get a 4-point Tourney Joust. This is really, really genius by Trueski.
Well, playing it early, stacking the deck into a situation where at least the odds are fairly good. I mean, an 8, a 9, a 12 were floating around in there. Those are good enough at this point with the lead that you've basically cultivated up to now. It's massive. And why let your own card be a liability against you? You know, play it safe, get through. And here comes Gorther Gvade. It's going to bring in a that is going to be just, you know, we're gonna actually drop another card on top. This is not bad. I like how this works. The question is it worth it to pick up the card that you're gonna get from your opponent? Are you cloning perhaps that Joaquin?
He's thinking about putting Joaquin on the top to play with Cantarella, but this would be a dangerous game. Okay, what's the Albrick instead? I think if he had copied Joaquin, it would have been disastrous because there's still the Doedric in Trueski's hand, and the Doedric has Zeal right now because Mage Assassin is an agent. So Trueski could have potentially drawn the Joachim off of the top and given himself another Joachim.
Man, these Nilfgaard mirrors, are pretty spooky. I mean, the way that these are being played, again, but you have a way to actually, you can kill the Joaquin to put it in the graveyard. You use your, I suppose you use your leader ability, and then you can kill it with. Well, I mean, perhaps you roll the.
You know, I wanted to go one step further with the Joachim scenario. If Trueski had done that and taken a Joachim, he wouldn't have any units left in his deck to actually summon from the Joachim, and then Grand Mazorca could lock the Doedric, for example. So. If we take that scenario all the way to the end of the road, I think it's actually good for Grand Mazorca. So maybe that would have been an interesting play.
Yeah, putting it on again. You're right. If the last thing that was stacked on the deck was that Tourney Joust, Joaquin is basically 4-point donation. It's charity at that point, but
Grand Mazorca can't be 100% sure. Oh, Blightmakers for Poison between two of the tallest units. Very, very interesting.
And there's a Blightmaker in the graveyard, right, which you can go ahead and pick up with Remedy. So one of those tall boys is, I believe there is.
There is not. I think the Blightmaker was already taken from Remedy at the beginning of the round. See, there's two Blightmakers on Grand Mazorca's side. So how does Grand Mazorca get another Blightmaker here or another Poison? Is there the possibility to get another Poison? I don't see one right now.
Anything in the graveyard that you could perhaps use with Cantarella that could possibly bring something back? There's a Heat Wave and a Duchess Informant, but there's no Mage Assassin on Trueski's side. So this Poison might just be a bait. It might just be mind games from Grand Mazorca at this point. Kind of scare Trueski a little bit. Well, the poisons are there. The option is open. I mean, there's no poison just straight away from Grand Mazorca's side. So the way that you're going to have to pull this off is through some sort of,
what if there are still Imperial Diplomacies and Menno left in Grand Mazorca's deck? We could see something like Ku onto Joachim, grabs the Menno into an Imperial Diplomacy, which creates Nilfgaard cards because his opponent is Nilfgaard, and there are plenty of poisons there.
Oh, certainly. Maybe you pick up something like a Rot Tosser, you pick up a Fangs of the Empire. There's all kinds of options here, and why not? Let's get Snowdrop. Snowdrop's a good way to find what we need. That's a big boy card.
A really good one, and
there's
that could be a poison.
Okay, but so now you got to make a choice because you're probably dropping the Remedy.
You got to throw two things back, right? So the Diplomacy goes back. Invo is guaranteed tall removal on that 17 Zarthisius, and you've got a Cantarella for a potential Heat Wave. Oh, the 1-point Emissary comes out from the offensive Vilgefortz. I mean, there was nothing good left for Mazorca. There was either a 1 or a 2. So either way, this game is 34 points. This is looking probably out of reach here for Grand Mazorca. Trueski slams that
7-pointer.
That 7-point golem. I mean, it's not great, but the 24-point lead is, I think, just too much for Grand Mazorca to overcome, even with this Heat Wave. Tallest units of 12. And Trueski really manages to pilot this matchup very well, winning with a 10-point victory over the Nilfgaard Mirror.
Well, at the end of the day, you know, sometimes you're so close. You got all the poisons on everything, but you have to manufacture where these cards are to come through. It's not like on Trueski's side, it wasn't like he was giving Grand Mazorca a whole lot of great targets for the Artaud to come through. In the mirror, it's a whole different story. You're putting spying on your opponent's Brothans, you're putting spying on their Vigo. You can really chain off these crazy assimilate turns to really catch up. The problem there is you're typically thinking that these lists like tactical decision are going to wait till the end, thin down to 1, get the guarantee, go with the 12-point golem ready in the chamber to be relied upon for 12-point boost, 12-point damage, etc., etc., etc. But in this case, Trueski's like, I don't care if it's an 8, a 9, or a 12. All of these are fantastic. I'm going to roll the dice on this. I'm going to get these cards out now before you can manipulate those odds. And we talked about it earlier yesterday about how some of these players were actually pushing that list in round 2 to actually create those variables, to create that variance. In this case, Trueski was kind of creating the variance himself, but to limit the potential manipulation from a card like Cantarella or a card like Alchemist.
Yeah, exactly. And I have to applaud Trueski for how he piloted this mirror match both today and yesterday. He really he showed that he's very capable of adapting to the situation and not necessarily has his game plan set in stone, right? I feel like if you've played Hyperthin on the ladder before against a Nilfgaard deck manipulation deck that plays Cantarella and Gorthik Evade, it is a very scary matchup. Because if you try to do your normal game plan, you are getting punished hard. That the golem is getting stolen, and yeah, Trueski piloted that to perfection.
No, lots of practice. That's where it shows, right? Practice makes perfect. In that case, you make the best out of a scary situation. If Cantarella is a threat, eliminate the threat. Create a situation where that card is not going to be a factor. And you roll the dice a bit. You high roll here, you low roll there. No big deal. At the end of the day, you win by a decent amount, a comfortable margin, and you're up 1-0. Trueski, the newcomer, the boy wonder, is coming through against not Big Kukuruzina, still Corn, Grand Mazorca. I'm getting this is like Rosetta Stone, but like the vegetable version. I'm just learning. I'm learning all the ways to say corn in different languages as they're getting prepared for match number 2. Grand Mazorca is going to be on blue coin, if I'm not mistaken, whereas Trueski is going to be on red, taking advantage in this case on the red coin by going Scoia'tael.
Yes, Scoia'tael. Okay, Scoia'tael on red, but this is a engine version that would have maybe liked a little bit of protection for some of the 5 provision threats like Sorceress of Doblathana, but we'll see how it goes here. Grand Mazorca with the line pockets on blue. Both players, I would say that these decks are typically reversed in terms of coin preference. I think line pockets likes red coin, whereas the Scenario Gourd version of Scoia'tael likes blue coin. Maybe there's a little bit of mind games going on here. These players trying to find their preferred matchups.
Yeah, it's one of those. Am I bluffing? Are you bluffing? Are we both bluffing? Am I calling your bluff with a bluff? It's all over the place here. But you're right. You'd figure that a deck like that engine version of Precision Strike wants to go on blue. It's a very proactive deck. Set up your Sorceress. Set up your Seer. Get an Elven Whisperer on the board, but Feign Death might be the reason you're going on red here, is you just want to bully this out of existence right away. You're either forcing your opponent to answer this major push with some pretty big cards, something like perhaps a Crown Splitter pocket into a massive drill run, and then maybe Trueski can kind of breathe a little easier knowing that major piece is off the table. But if not, if those are just not accessible, Trueski can maybe, sneak away from this in a very good fashion.
Wow, very early Oniromancy into Simless without even having a Seer on the board for those orbs. Just gonna orb some of these Elven Deadeye and Simless, keeping things short, not giving much poison value. Very, very aggressive line from Trueski. Opening Scenario into Simless. Those are your 2 highest provision cards in your entire deck.
but you're on red coin, right? So you can actually just take this to the bank potentially. If you're winning on even, it's a nice cushion to have, a nice safety net that when you're pushing in round 2 for that, to bleed out those major pieces, there's really, it's going to be tough for you to mess that up, right? It's going to be tough for you to get to a situation where you feel like you lost out. Winning on even in round 1 against line pockets gives you a little bit of a carte blanche there to go ahead and start hunting for that drill, hunting for that clown, hunting for those major pieces.
I don't know how I feel about Grand Mazurka finishing the poison there, because it didn't get him ahead, and it provided the 3-point body for Waylay. It made Trueski's decision really simple, whereas if he didn't provide the 3-point body, then there's something else would have had to been played before that next elf, or you're losing the Elven Deadeye from the Waylay.
Yeah, you saw him, just a little bit of celebratory, like, ooh, yeehaw, you bought it. It's one of those things where you're right. Why wait? It's not like there's going to be... I'm trying to think if Trueski is running Dryad's Caress to get rid of it, but even at that situation, it's not even that big of...
Trueski's running Mahakam Ales, which give you, like, unconditional boost of 5 and removing locks, but not a Purify, not an actual Purify that can get rid of bounties or poison.
Yeah, it's a little bit perhaps of a of an early, you jumped the gun on that one. That poison wasn't going anywhere, and with the 3rd chapter of Feign Death still online, you've basically donated your opponent an extra 3 points and an extra Deadeye.
Ciaran coming down to answer the Freak Show. Freak Show not really getting much bang for his buck here, only answering 1 threat. Freak Show is one of those cards that I like to see potentially answer 2 threats or 3 even if the Scoia'tael player starts trying to greed combos with Seer, Sorceress, and Whisperer.
Well, that's right. You want that Sorcerer to pair up with like a Whisper or a Seer, right? So once that Seer comes through, perhaps that's when you drop it. You get a little 2-for-1 action. Sounds good. That's kind of how you want to answer it. Unfortunately, that Clown now has been pushed to the back row and is no longer a threat here. And here come the orbs, baby. And this is going to be a nice set of plays, a nice little extra tempo boost. You do not have the Elven Whisper Chaser on this one to give you a lot of extra reach, but it's enough to get you ahead in this case, as you're up by 5, 2 more Vitality ticks, and here come the big pieces.
Yeah, and Poison Jr. having to be played by Grand Mazurka here just to catch up, but not actually killing anything of value. He gets that 1 extra value getting rid of the Vitality, but you against an engine deck, you really want to have your removal for threats.
Well, so that's a card that, I mean, when it comes to dealing with those 3-point threats, like the Elven Whispers, etc., Poison can definitely do one. He'll kill 1, he'll spend to get rid of the rest of them. The drill obviously is the most cost-efficient way to do so, but you kind of want to hang on to it as well because it's just a 6 points of damage. It's a 10-point, face value card that can give you a lot of extra reach where necessary. That's an answer potentially to a Seer. That's an answer potentially to a Sorceress as well. It's going to be hard now to efficiently get rid of those cards.
I like this, using the cheap Dimeridium Bomb plus the 1 leader charge for Trueski to stay ahead. I feel like with the way that this first round has gone down, I think Trueski's much happier than Grand Mazurka. Grand Mazurka's still facing the possibility of losing this first round on even cards, and he's been spending quite a lot. Like, he's been using his removal, he's used Justice. This Cleaver or Tunnel Drill or Scoundrel is probably going to get bled out, and he's got no coins, no carryover even to make up for his trouble.
Well, the problem now is also if you do want to rely on that drill, you have the pocket open to you, and it is a major power play. But I don't think Trueski cares, because he knows that if that drill comes through, A, that's the drill gone, which is a massive, massive threat to his game plan. The second thing is if that drill comes through, it's going to be paired up with a lot of leader charges to get full value. And given the fact that Mazurka is on blue, he's probably going to click that button a few times just to ensure that he'll find himself a way to potentially pull the chute on this one and actually just bail. Hit that eject button if it gets a little bit spooky. But you do have cards that you can still play. The Scoundrel's still a body that you could feel okay about. The problem is no tribute. So what happens? You
have no coins. You have no coins to even get the bounty. You have to spend your leader charges, which is carryover, to to get enough coins to actually kill the unit that you bounty and that you pull out. And yeah, like you said, you could get Whisper.
Yeah,
which
and then
has
it
Veil.
doesn't even matter. And then you can't even get the bounty and get the return on your investment on that one. So it's a really sticky situation. And the fact remains here that Trueski still has a card that he could just donate. Plus the leader ability. If you really are in trouble here, I mean,
if you really don't want to play your Gourd, you could just, leader ability for Trueski is also an option. Grand Mazurka is stuck in a lose-lose situation, I feel like, because if you play your Cleaver, then you have no Crown Splitters left for the drill later on. You've already played Justice. If you play your... Oh, and there it is! It gets... He plays it with no Tribute, and it gets the Whisper, and now the Whisper is going to start getting some extra value from either a Heat Wave onto this 12, or the
the look at him go. He's giving the thumbs up. It's like, hey, thanks. I was just gonna Heat Wave a 6. Give me that 12, baby, and a 3-point chaser on top of it. That feels excellent. Trueski is in control over here. Oh my goodness, round controlled of Major Trueski. He is going full throttle here. Grand Mazurka pulling the chute, hitting that eject button. Oh boy, that is he needs some significant help off the top here.
Yeah, and with Trueski now winning round 1 on even, he has double last say against this very reactive Syndicate list. This is going to be a very good situation for Trueski.
Not the best cards coming through here. The Machimails are, lovely on a patio on a wonderful Sunday afternoon in the heat, but I'm telling you right now, it's not exactly what you want here. You're going to probably have to cycle a few of those back. The question is, Trueski bleeding here? Because he's got a...
He might.
I mean,
he's got a very bronze weak hand, and he mulliganed away the Gourd, which indicates to me that he might be looking to bleed and just trade a bunch of garbage cards for all these golds in Mazurka's hand.
Yeah, so that's the thing, right? I mean, a lot of the times you're like, my hand is so amazing, I'm gonna bleed. And then on the opposite side, it's like, my hand's so garbage that I should bleed because I'm buying bigger cards out of it. So yeah, five provision card picks up the, what is that? 12 provision, 11 or 12 provision professor. So you're trading up on everything that you're picking up here, because even if you're just jamming, then you get Maxi, you figure out what's coming down the pipe. Maybe you drop a couple Machimails on it. Who cares? You're buying a Cleaver with that Machimail. You're buying a Drill with that Machimail. Everything is trading up.
Exactly, and it's a lot easier to do when you win round 1 on even cards and you have the same number of cards as your opponent in round 2. Because, like, the worst case scenario is you go into round 3 with the same number of cards and you still have last say. If Trueski had to win round 1 down a card, this would be a little bit more intimidating. This would be a little scarier to do.
So you could probably assume that Dip in the Pontar is going to see Machimail as the response. Then you're going to have the Smuggle see the other Machimail, and then it's going to come back down to Grand Mazurka deciding, do I just give you a Drill? Do I hang on to my Cleaver? One of these two cards is gone.
I think the Drill will get bled out. I think Grand Mazurka should choose to hold on to the Cleaver if possible. If he's not scared of getting 2-0'd, I think he would hold on to the Cleaver. But yeah, this is a terrible position to be in for Grand Mazurka. Actually just plays the Drill now. Gets to 9 coins. The Boat getting thinned out for the first time. Boat never even came out in round 1.
No, that's a tough go as well. I mean, lucky for Grand Mazurka, it didn't end up at his hand in any way, shape, or form. But again, hey, Machimail, no problem. Cheers, buddy.
And here we come, the 1 damage for 2 coin Tunnel Drill. You love to see it. A lot of people hate this card in the meta right now, but Tunnel Drill can be... You can force your opponent to play Tunnel Drill in a weak situation with pushes like these.
All right, so the question is what was down the road that Maxi saw? Is there a guarantee to pick up Gourd again?
Yes, there is.
Okay, well, in which case I think you use your Owneromancy to just get ahead and buy that last card from Grand Mazurka. Why not?
I like it.
If you know that Gourd is coming around...
Like, you need 6 points here to force the last card out of Grand Mazurka's hand. So you can get something like maybe an Isengrim's Council into an Elven Seer, or just a Dunka into Click. Wow, really? Trueski decides to take the pass here.
Okay, this might come back to bite him, mainly because you're leaving player with still a big piece in their hand and a full bank, And
and
now
a proactive spender too. A very nice proactive spender.
And look what you're picking up. You're picking up a, my God. Now I don't know if there's a way for Grand Mazurka to actually capitalize on the bounty. Like how much kill ability do you still have, given the fact that Clown's gone, Drill's gone, Professor's gone, Scoundrel's gone. I said Clown's gone, right? The Horse Junior's gone. So really, that's just 7 points. It's also 3 coins. Trueski may have just perhaps, I don't want to say panicked, because it's definitely not a panic move, but it might have been a situation where he suspected, like, you know, it's easy to say at that, you know,
from our perspective, we know for sure that it's a cleaver from our perspective, but Trueski doesn't know that. It could have been some weaker card, and maybe he's not willing to trade his Oniromancy, especially the second version of his Oniromancy, for a potentially weak bronze. So maybe in Trueski's mind that he is still so favored that he doesn't need to take the risk.
I think it's a situation where perhaps I feel honestly that Grand Mazurka playing the drill ahead of time before the cleaver may have tipped off Trueski to say, oh, well, he doesn't have cleaver because he probably would have opened with cleaver to give drill a better pocket. So that might have been a situation where Grand Mazurka just dropping the drill ahead of time put the idea in the mind of Trueski that last card that he had was probably garbage. So, if he, or not fantastic. So it might have been a situation where Trueski's like, I'm not going to use my Oniromancy to get like a 6-point card to just get ahead so he can match me with another smuggle or something.
All right, there's the cleaver. How much are you going to spend on it? You've got 10, 13, possibly a maximum of 13 coins here.
I think you're going first things first is to just go ahead and get the boat out.
Get the boat out. That's okay. But then, okay, sure. Get the boat out. You're allowing the cleaver to die, but you do have another proactive spender in that Sea Jackal. So Grand Mazurka saying, okay, your heat wave's gone, right? There's no more tall punish. I'm just going to put all my coins. I'm going to pour all my coins into the Sea Jackal. You're not going to be able to kill it, and it's going to be safe.
There are bodies here, however, for that leader ability to go home and connect with, get all of those Broccolon Sentinels out. 3-point body on the Flying Redanian. Finder as well. Now it's a 24-point lead for Grand Mazurka. Trueski with a 4-point Seer in his hand, because there's no... I don't think there's any like orbs or anything left in the graveyard. There's no way to buff this Seer. It is a very weak card in his hand right now. And, I mean... His gourd is massive, though. His gourd is at 15 boosts right now. So it's an 18-point gourd, plus 3 on the council, 2 on the council, plus the 1 from playing the special. So that's a 21. Yeah, but let's be fair here. 7 coins ready to go, as well as a bank. A bank that can honestly just fill the pockets as well.
Yeah, this is going to be a lot closer than I thought. I thought Trueski was in a dominating position, but Grand Mazurka being able to carry over that cleaver into round 3 could make the difference here. Bank shows Furco fairly up near the top. Third card, so spends 2 coins to get Furco and then playing a crime of your choice. Not many great crimes left in the deck, but maybe a swindle or a smuggle.
Go for as many points as you possibly can. In this case, 43
and
to
that's
4.
A 40-point lead. I think Grand Mazurka is actually taking this. Trueski giving a little bit of a smile, a little bit of a giggle to himself, maybe thinking, where did this game go wrong? I was in such a dominating position.
A fantastically dominating position. You got everything out of your opponent. What was left? Frankly, it was literally just the cleaver. That was the big boy that was left on the docket. I mean, the Witchfinder was also there, but here comes Gord, a little bit weak in the knees. 21-point Gord is not going to get it done, as Trueski falls a little bit short in this one.
Woo. Yeah, wow. That game took a quick turn that I was not really expecting. But imagine if he had traded a Seer for the Cleaver in round 2. Right, the Seer was doing nothing for him in round 3. He had no more proactive, like, buffing specials that the Seer could potentially copy. Even though the Seer wasn't answered, it just didn't do anything.
I'm just curious. I mean, you did trade the Seer for the Cleaver. How much points did the Cleaver definitely represent in that case? It was the 5. You know, it was a 10-point Cleaver ultimately. You spawned the 1 muscle, the 5 points off the body of it itself. I'm just wondering, was that really the tail of the tape there? But I don't know.
It would have been. It would have been close because if you let's say you dumb it down to trading a 10-point Cleaver for a. You would have to take Council, right? So for a 6-point Seer, then you're gaining 4 points, but he lost by 8. So it might have still been a loss, but it certainly would have been closer, I think.
It would have been closer. I think it's just a situation where you're walking into round 2 and you're in such a commanding position. You've seen so many pieces out of your opponent, and then all of a sudden, you know, it's just odd to me that you have the guarantee. You know that the gourd is coming around the corner. Why not just shorten that game? Why not take the risk that Owneromancy into something else that just gets you ahead, buy that last card out of your opponent? Just why not go for it? You haven't even seen, you know, there was the boat that finally came out. There was a whole bunch of weird scenarios that that occurred. But when you have the certainty of Maxi telling you what your next cards are, what you're mulliganing into, and you have that guarantee, I'm getting Council, I'm getting Gourd, I got last say. Why not shorten the game? Let's keep this as concise as possible, because even if that last card was potentially smuggle, you don't know that. You do not know that. It could have been Witchfinder. Could have been so much. It could have been that. It could have been a Sea Jackal that you wouldn't see in the next round. So who knows how that could have changed. Still, Trueski is going to go and, you know, keep that in mind. This is kind of the whole demeanor has changed. The smiles are gone. He's leaning in. Yeah,
he's got like an exasperated. He's got a bit of an exasperated look on his face now, and hopefully he can leave that last game number 2 behind and look forward and focus on the games ahead and not let that tilt him too much.
Yeah, meanwhile, Grand Mazorca just staying completely stone-faced here. He has been razor-focused. Yeah, Trueski here is going to have to recompose himself. That is a tough one to come back from. I mean, when you basically squeeze out all the big pieces out of your opponent's line pocket list and still fall short after winning on even, tough go. It's a tough go, but still, he made it through day 1. He could make it through the semifinals as well. It's 1-1, brand new ball game. It's now a 3-game series.
Exactly. Tied up at 1-1. We've got game number 3. Trueski back on the blue coin with his Syndicate list versus Grand Mazorca's No Unit Scoia'tael. Okay. This one I feel like No Unit Scoia'tael actually has a pretty decent chance of winning because Line Pockets is such a control-y list. It's so focused on removing points from your opponent's side of the board, and there's just no points to remove.
Well, you're going to be prioritizing spending those coins, obviously, on your Sea Jackal and potentially, you know, your Cleaver.
But Cleaver's dangerous.
Cleaver is incredibly dangerous, given the fact that you could just go ahead and counsel into a Shiru and just ruin that Christmas, just free and clear, no problem. The problem here is that if Grand Mazorca is not presenting any cards for you to interact with, cards like Clown, cards like Tunnel Drill, all the bounties in the world are not going to save you. So this is a situation where you're going to have to put all those coins into one proverbial basket, which is potentially most efficiently going to be that Sea Jackal, but then immediately just gets heat waved. So it's a tough situation here for Trueski, because despite all the ways that you can bend these coins, a lot of them are going to be on your opponent's side, and he's not presenting you with anything.
Yeah, exactly. Like, you can break it down to say that there are only a couple of proactive spenders for Syndicate. There's the 2 Sea Jackals, and then there's Cleaver. Cleaver gets Shiru'd, one Sea Jackal gets heat waved, the other Sea Jackal gets Geralt Professional, and then where do you spend your coins?
Low-risk mutual funds, is all I can say. I don't know, in all honesty. The good news here is that there are some major tempo plays for Trueski to make otherwise. This is a pretty big one in itself. But I mean, at the same time, Graydon. What's Graydon going to connect with, you know? It might be a situation where you just jam a bounty on a Pyrotech and Graydon it. Like, what else can you possibly do? You got to spend your coins in some way. Might as well spend inefficiently for a 5 to boost to 4. It's a tough go. It's it's a situation here where, frankly, you've got to make your own destiny here because your opponent, like you said, is just gonna. It's just bare cupboards, man. There's nothing going on. Finally, something to play with.
All right, the good news for Trueski is all these 6s and 5s have gotten damage down to 1s and 2s, so they're not in Shiru range anymore. Maybe it makes you a little bit more comfortable to play something like Cleaver, just to get some proactive points.
I like your positivity, man. You gotta be positive, especially if you're Trueski after that, that gut-wrenching loss in the previous game. But take a look at this, man. Northern Wind says adios to the boat. Just got ghostbustered. It is gone. It is just not a thing anymore.
Instantly banished to the nether realms. Trueski now just got his head in his hands. He's just looking almost defeated, a complete 180 from his demeanor earlier in game numbers 1 and 2.
Yeah, but you got to get out of this. That's the thing, right? Because look at the complete polarization of what round 1 was for you last game versus where you're at now. You can't let this creep in, kid. You got to just keep your head up and fight through it. This is the adversity that you're going to face. And I guarantee you Trueski's faced adversity like this before. He's gone through the qualifiers. He's got to this point. So he's going to shake this off. It is obviously a tough pill to swallow when you had such a commanding position and you felt like you were on top of the world only to get crushed by, facing almost like a 40-point deficit in the previous round and where you thought you were just going to walk through it, just moonwalk your way to a 2-0 lead. Not the case. Trueski's going to bounce out of this. I promise you. The difference is it going to reflect on his face or not? He's got to compose himself.
Yeah. Grand Mazorca still really not giving much for Trueski to hit here. This Mata could just, kill himself and trade with the 2-point Bloody Good Friends on the range row of Trueski's side of the board. There's that first Sea Jackal, though, one of the few proactive spenders for Trueski. Grand Mazorca choosing not to respond to it right away and just plays the Pyrotech for now.
Hey, we got toys to play with. Trueski's got some stuff to mess around with finally. Is it worth it? Let me work it. I think he might put his Witchfinder down, flip it, and reverse it.
I like the Witchfinder here. That was good. I like the Witchfinder here because you're just not going to get... Well, what are you going to get? Maybe Maxi or Xavier Lemons later? Don't even know if the Xavier will get played. But yeah, Maxi would be the only thing... Maxi and Xavier Lemons would be only cards with higher base strength than this.
But at the same time, you're dropping the Witchfinder here. It's not really going to find. It's not going to find the Say Synthesis. Dropping it on the Sabertooth is not. You're never going to find the Sabertooth. What, Gord? Gord's not the Geralt Pro. I mean, it's a tough go here.
And that's a good point about the Synthesis. If you wait with the Witchfinder and later on the Synthesis is already on the board, the Witchfinder will put the bounty on the Synthesis even though it's immune because it's not targeting. But the problem with that is Graydon needs to be able to target the bountied unit. Graydon can't target a bountied immune Synthesis, so then that's one of your setups gone for Graydon.
Well, that's it. So you just got to take it where it lies. This might be a situation where the Witchfinder comes through because it's gonna connect with the 4, and then Graydon will at least be able to spend some coins in some way. It's only gonna boost by 4. It's not a lot. It's not an efficient way to spend. There she goes. The coins are also on the table to be used. Why not?
Yeah, now so that Pyrotech has poison and bounty on him. Potentially, Grand Mazorca could click the Pyrotech and bring it down to a 2 and just give the Graydon less removal value, but it's going to depend on what this Pyrotech hits. If it just trades with a 2-point Crown Splitter, then it's not really getting him a lot of extra value. If it hits the 13-point Sea Jackal, that's bad because you want to Heat Wave that anyways. So the only really good target right now for the Pyrotech to hit is the Witchfinder.
That's true.
Maybe you Heat Wave first.
That's possible. I mean, you could Heat Wave first. I'm trying to think where that Heat Wave is going to come into play. If this is a situation where Grand Mazorca just wants to... Oh, wow. Pass. I guess just content that he got some of those major tempo plays out. You got the Novigradian Justice out. The Witchfinder's gone. A lot of the coins were spent on a tall Sea Jackal. I'm a little bit suspicious about this, but I suppose this might just be a situation where Grand Mazorca...
I was gonna say, I really don't like this pass because now you're opening up the possibility for Trueski to have last say and actually spend a lot of coins on his last say to damage your gourd. Because the gourd, you're gonna have to play gourd before Trueski's last turn now. And that allows him to actually hit something and be able to spend his coins offensively on a drill. Whereas if you had last say, there is nothing, there's just, you really limit the capability of any offensive spender.
Yeah, I think that there might be a little bit of overvaluing happening to that tunnel drill, given the fact, to that heat wave, given the fact that what is that heat wave gonna really hit that makes a lot of sense? Probably a super tall Sea Jackal. So why not use it in a scenario that secures your win on even in round 1, wherein you could get that last say on your big boy gourd and avoid those offensive coin spenders like the clown, like the drill.
Mm-hmm.
Then again, it might be a situation where if drill is the last play, that means that we've already seen Shiru to actually just scorch all of the pockets. So that drill is going to be a little lackluster.
Perhaps that's true, but there's still Freak Show that just spends at 2-2, right? That's not terrible.
No, that's efficient. I mean, or at least that's benchmark, I suppose. I mean, that's at the bare minimum. You're not necessarily spending it at an ideal rate, but 1 for 1, I suppose, is better than nothing. It's not like you're doing 1 for 2 as a naked drill would otherwise allow you to do.
And here, Trueski quickly dry passes round 2 to make sure that he has the last say, because I think that is his best chance of winning this unfavored matchup for Syndicate. And there's the Freak Show. I think Trueski shaking his head though, not really happy about his top decks.
And this is where it gets a little bit greasy, man. I mean, when that Sabertooth comes onto the board, it is going to find a lot of targets and very quickly, because unless you drop that cleaver, there's no real way for you to go ahead and establish multiple bodies on a row, because not only is, there's no way to, your Novigradian Justice is gone, and your boat is gone as well, which could have rescued you by actually just pairing up and holding hands with somebody on one of those rows.
Yep, that's true. And here we go, Grand Mazorca playing that no unit strategy by playing units that Trueski just can't interact with. We've got the immune dragon and then the hidden tiger. Or should I say crouching?
I was gonna say that's a new kung fu movie. I can't wait for Immune Dragon, Hidden Tiger. It's gonna be a great movie. Oh Lord. Okay, well here's the deal. Graydon, no dice. Clown, no dice. Dipping the Pontar, dipping the no thank you. Nothing's going on, but the rent here is basically all of those cards need something to tickle, and there's nobody having a good time.
Oh no. Freak Show coming down early.
Well, where else are you gonna put it, man? Like, the problem is there's not a whole lot to do. I mean,
really
what are you digging in for with the Vivaldi Bank? What's sort of sitting in there, perhaps?
So there's a couple things. You could try to find a bounty for your Graydon, but I think that's not really worth it. You're just not gonna have any real units that will be on Grand Mazorca's side anyways. And any units that do stick will eat like a professor or a junior. So I don't think you go for the bounty. There is one more proactive spender, one more Sea Jackal in the deck, and that's what I think Trueski will probably go for, but that's going to eat the Heat Wave or a professional. So not many great choices for Trueski. I would have liked to see him save this Freak Show for potentially last play, so that he can spend the coins offensively. But
yeah,
Grand Mazorca also not answering the Freak Show, just playing a Pyrotech. Trueski's going to take the Professor here with the Tribute. Gets rid of... Oh, no, without the Tribute. My bad. Without the Tribute, but just uses Freak Show to clean it up, which I guess saves him 1 coin. And back up to 9 coins, but there's no boat.
No, the boat has... The boat is lost in the Delta Quadrant, fighting the Borg somewhere. But as it stands right now, you've got a Professor, a Clown, and a Foot Soldier staring down an Immune Dragon and a Hidden Sabertooth. I mean, this no-unit strategy is working you know, very well against a list that really wants to mess with your stuff. I mean, Line Pockets, this version in general here, with cards like Clown Show, Professor, Drill, Horson, Graydon. They want to be all up in your kitchen messing with the pots and pans, man. And unfortunately right now, it ain't working out, as that's going to make short work of a card real nice here. The Forest Protector digging deep, getting some of that Nature's Rebuke, and say adios to the Clown Show. And there, like you mentioned, Shinmiri, that could have been a card that can really, you know, pull off some magic late game, given the fact that you do have last say.
Maybe Trueski's plan now is to just pour all of his points on the Sea Jackal on his last say. That could be it too.
Yeah,
that makes sense to me as well. And he's just going to try to, like you have 6 coins from your leader and 9 potentially in your purse. It also depends on how close to the top of the deck the Sea Jackal is, but you could max out at something like maybe, I want to say like a 21, 22 point Sea Jackal. That could match the Gourd, but is it going to also match the Saber-Tooth Tiger plus the Synthesis and the leader charge from Grand Mazorca's side?
It just sounds like we're honestly describing the plot of Mighty Morphin Power Rangers. You got the Dragon Zord, the Tiger Zord going over. You can't touch them, and God forbid they all combine to create the Megazord. Trueski's going to be in trouble. It might also be a game of chicken here. Trueski is obviously waiting out for his cleaver, because that basically Shiru, yeah, is going to ruin that immensely. But eventually, it's going to come to a situation where it's like, okay, do you play your Gourd last or your Shiru last? If you do not play your Gourd last, I can mess around with it, and then you're going to have to play your Shiru, where my last card is Cleaver with a full spend. So, could be interesting how this works out.
I like that a lot too. Yeah. So because you have last say, you could force Grand Mazorca. Trueski could force Grand Mazorca to choose between playing Gourd early or Shiru early. But I mean, if he plays Gourd early, is there really much of a punish if you're able to Shiru all of the Crown Splitters? Because the Freak Show is gone now.
Yeah, and that's where holding on
you would
to
have been
Freak
able
Show.
to punish. Yeah, you would have been able to punish an early Gourd if you had still had the Freak Show. But now,
yeah, like why? Maybe there was a situation where you just donate a Graydon before the Freak Show.
This Graydon is dead. I don't know why he's still holding on to the Graydon, because you're never playing a bounty. You're never gonna go digging for a bounty with the bank. Okay, so this is, I mean, I guess there are so many different potential lines. So with this play, Trueski is now hoping that a Gourd comes down early, and then you take a bounty with the bank and actually Graydon the Gourd. By not playing Graydon early, Trueski is saying that he actually wants to get value from this Graydon, and he's going to have Cleaver be his last turn proactive spender. But the problem with that is Cleaver over profits, whereas the Sea Jackal doesn't.
You gotta think that that's getting heat waved, or that's getting, I mean, you can go full Legolas on it and just crush it.
The last say is really helping Trueski here, though. The last say is certainly really helping Trueski. So, Broccolon Sentinel comes down. Full leader kills... Wow. Okay, full leader kills the final offensive spender on Trueski's side, and Grand Mazorca is just going to leave a Shiru on the board at 5 power.
Let the guy see the end of a round, like, just once, okay? Poor Shiru just shows up for a cup of coffee and dips, and it's, like, unfortunate, and leaves, like, this destruction in his wake. But I like this, because how are you going to mess with it? Clown gone, Professor gone, Junior gone, Drill gone. How are you going to manipulate that power level? You saw a dip in the Pontar go. There's no way.
There's one dip in the Pontar left in the deck, but I don't see you ever going for that.
Why don't you just try? Yeah, I mean, you could drop a bounty on it. Okay.
Okay. You don't.
No, you
don't boost the cleaver. You don't boost the cleaver, and you force the heat wave onto the cleaver to prevent the spender.
Okay.
This is getting. Oh my god, this is getting so out of hand.
But then what do you get? Do you go get your Sea Jackal with your
Yeah, now you have to go get your Sea Jackal. If you play your Cleaver early and it gets answered with the Heat Wave, you have no spender left, so you have to go get the Sea Jackal, and the Graydon's still a brick. And the point lead is pretty steep already. You see 10 points right now, but there's another 7 from the Saber-tooth Tiger. All right, Gord's gonna come down 1 turn early. So now you choose. You go for the bounty or you go for the spender?
I mean, the bounty into the Graydon, and then I guess
not that much.
But yeah, I mean, this has literally been a situation of.
Oh my god, this is so big brain because Grand Mazorka, Trueski can't spend on this turn, otherwise the Shiru gets value. But if he doesn't spend, then the Heat Wave takes away all of his spending potential if he decides to commit to a bounty here.
He might just present a situation where it's like, here's a Jackal, and here's a...
Okay. That's it. Trueski's made his choice. Taking the offensive bounty. Graydon potentially playing for 20? I mean, he's already down 25. That's not going to be enough. The Heat Wave come down on the spender, and there's no way to use these coins. Even Scorches for 0, just for good measure.
There it goes, coming in with a tribute. Unfortunately, Gord looks super tall, but at the end of it, peel away all the green, ladies and gentlemen. It's only 3 points. That's not enough.
And look at the coins left in the bank. 9 coins left in the bank, and this is a 7-point game. If Trueski had still the capability to spend, maybe if he just waited a little bit more with that freak show or something along those lines and been able to capitalize on those 9 coins, this could have been his game.
Yeah, it was a tough situation to navigate there. Again, a lot of you want to talk about alternate realities, ladies and gentlemen. The timeline was just peeling away at every single potential choice and decision that could have been made there. You want to talk about just linear, lines of play. Dear goodness gracious me, that was 4D if I've ever seen it. So many different ways to play that, frankly, in so many different lines, and all of it was dependent on what is my opponent going to do. Is he gonna wait for Gord last? Is he gonna wait for Heat Wave last? Heat Waving a 2-point card was ultimately a
winning move.
Play. It was.
That was the game-winning move.
And you had Shiru there on the melee row just saying, "You do you, I'ma do me." I'll see you next turn, bucko. And that's essentially what it came down to. What a match. What a match.
And like, some people can hate on no unit Scoia'tael all they want, but these are these sort of unintuitive, really unique matchups that you can get with such a deck. And I think that's pretty cool when you have to actually use your brain. And look at how well Grand Mazorka played that. With the 5-head plays, just sitting an empty Shiru on the board, just being a big threat to a deterrent to clicking that spender early and then getting that Heat Wave value, having that option to Heat Wave either the unused Cleaver, or if Trueski had a Sea Jackal in hand or decided to go for the Sea Jackal with the bank, then he could potentially switch his Heat Wave target.
Like, imagine a world where Gord was strengthened instead of boosted, and that Graydon would have been immense, and that would have been the fantastic play, the perfect line, see that way ahead. Here, have my freak show, no problem. I don't care, because I'm going to Graydon you at the end. And a lot of back and forth there, a little mental ping pong, frankly, when it came back to it. It was quite a sight to behold, and Trueski's gotta be in a tough mental state now, basically, going up 1-0 in such a commanding position in game 2, and suddenly tournament life on the line, as we say, Shinmiri. Nobody does suspense like you, so let's sell it to me. Let's say I'm who am I? I'm Martin Scorsese. Give me your pitch for this match if it were a movie.
All right, the underdog Trueski, the newcomer, having a glimmer of hope, now casted to the depths of despair. Will he be able to recover?
Hey, yeah, you have to open it up with in a world where.
Exactly.
When. Yeah, the role of Shinmiri will be played by Joe Pesci, easily. Absolutely.
All right, we've got potentially the last game of this series. Grand Mazorka needs to find a win with his Assimilate Imprisonment list. Trueski gonna try again with Syndicate.
This is so good. All right, here we go. Blue deciding straight out of the gate.
That's a diplomacy, I think. I think you go for a spender. Spender
Might
looks
as well.
pretty good here.
Yep, let's do that.
What is that card? Cleric of the Flaming Rose. Ladies and gentlemen, use that observer. Hover over it. It is kind of a spender. It has a spender. It's a conditional spender that can transform Firesworn Zealot into a Flaming Rose Footman for the low price of 1 coin.
It's no Dagon, ladies and gentlemen, but it feels like a new card by all means. All right, so the ball again is in Grand Mazorca's court, and this is an issue for Nilfgaard on blue. Is proactivity can be problematic. As we see, you don't necessarily want to go ahead and drop a Brothens for a boost. That feels like a waste. You don't want to necessarily just go ahead and roll the dice on a Joaquin. Same story for Vigo. There's problems that could potentially present themselves here, and Grand Mazorca is going to have to actually make a play here. Now, I'm sure that there's a Tourney Joust in that list, so there is some proactivity if necessary. Given the fact that Coup de Grace is already in your hand, a card like Menno can be used to perhaps Tourney Joust something up if necessary from a proactive standpoint. But then again, that might just be met with, now you're eventually going to have to play bodies if you're Trueski.
Yeah, eventually. And I think the Menno into Attorney Joust is an option, but I believe Grand Mazorca is playing an Amnesty in his version of Imprisonment Assimilate. And Amnesty is something that you really want to have access to, so I don't think he's going to use that Menno until he potentially sees the Flying Redanian come out of Trueski's deck. To steal that carryover with the Amnesty, very, very valuable play if he can pull it off.
Yeah, there's been some very, very big plays with Amnesty in this meta. I mean, you can go ahead and take an Elven Whisper, stealing Madoc, go ahead and yoink that Ghost Boat. There's so many ways to do it to get, just recurring value over, just stealing it. I mean, hitting an Amnesty on a Madoc is a real kick in the pills. Taking an Elven Whisper pays immediate dividends as it already triggers the Whisper on your side. It's a really, really great 6 provision card that, you pick and choose. It's kind of like Diet Swears, but it's so good.
Yeah, it is very, very good. And Trueski might be thinking the same thing and trying to avoid getting to 9 coins too early to dodge that potential Amnesty. Maybe he's even looking to pull the boat out after a potential pass from Grand Mazorca. And Grand Mazorca actually playing the Menno now due to lack of other options. And now it's going to be safe for Trueski to pull the ball out.
But Trueski's got to think here. If you're using the Menno, you could have just locked that. So if you're using the Menno to kill it with Tourney Joust, maybe he's thinking that Amnesty's in hand. So he might think that he's not safe. If you're going to use a Menno to go pull a 4 provision card, especially when you have other tall, big options like Amnesty, like Coup de Grace, obviously, that are very, very important, especially when you have a lock that's just, locked and loaded to go ahead and take care of that. Maybe that's just a situation where Trueski's like, all right, Coup de Grace is in his hand, Amnesty's likely in his hand, boat still ain't safe.
Yeah, it definitely depends on how Trueski reads into it here. And he's going to fight for this round with the Novigradian Justice on red. He's still pretty far behind, so this is not going to get him ahead on even cards. But he's got a lot of coins. Maybe he is going for that. He's got a lot of coins, and the double bleed, that is going to get him actually exactly ahead, so he doesn't need to use his leader charges. All right, Trueski pulling the trigger here.
Absolutely, you got to. I mean, take that red coin advantage. You saw him do it 2 games ago with Scoia'tael. Just absolutely, pedal to the metal. Let's win on even. I think at this point, he just wants to convert on that advantage. And Grand Mazorca hanging on to his both leader charges. You're thinking that those are probably hunting for something like maybe a Clown Show might be a way to go ahead and lock that up if necessary. If the drill doesn't have a devastating turn, if you're not bleeding out, that's a possible option for it. You've already got rid of one of the tall potentials in one of the Sea Jackals, and you still have a Yoink if necessary. Yen's Invocation still online, still there if you need it.
All right, the Joachim into a Mage Torturer. Not too bad of an option because the Mage Torturer has Veil on her, so Witchfinder can't even put a bounty. Normally, if you Joachim a non-veiled unit, Witchfinder could bounty it or Kurt could bounty it, and then you've got a massive Graydon target. But with the Veil, it is a great unit to actually pull from Joachim to be very tall and block any bounties that Witchfinder would play on.
So in this matchup, what's your dream Arto target? Would it be Horson Jr.?
Horson Jr., Professor, maybe even Cleaver, maybe Witchfinder. Those are all good. Like, Syndicate has so many high-end golds that you're happy to play. And because you have multiple assimilate targets, or multiple ways to copy units from your opponent's deck, you can get like a really big spender, you can get a great spender, and you can get a great coin generator at the same time in the same round. Like Cleaver, for example, can be a very good spender.
Well, there's the Amnesty, Shidmiri, so the boat is once again in threat, but he's just kicking it, not interested.
Kicking it. Yeah. Thinking that, well, I have to act first in this round, and my opponent kind of has double last say. Maybe he's not even interested in pushing this round. Maybe Grand Mazurka's fine with going to the long round 3, because like Nilfgaard has some advantages in the long round 3. Normally, you don't want to let Syndicate keep all of his combo pieces together and get to that round 3, but Nilfgaard, this version of Nilfgaard plays so many spies, it can fill that entire front row very quickly. Sometimes you can even see like 2 or 3 spies being played in one turn, and blocking those Crown Splitter pockets, not allowing Graydon or Freak Show to even have any space on the front row to be played. So that might be factoring into Grand Mazurka's decision here to just pass on 7 and go to the long round 3.
Yeah, breaking up those pockets. You got Cantarella if necessary. You've got Brothans to create a spy as well. Also, if they open with, if you open with Cleaver, you do have an assassination to just go ahead and clip that out of the show. There's another Duchess, another way to break that up. You got to be thinking here that perhaps you're looking for Gorthug Evade. You want to find another option to go ahead and get the Joaquin back online, right? He's got to come back. You got the options for it. Coup de Grace is going to be rather punchless without that ideal optimal target for it.
I mean, you can use leader ability to set up a coup de grace on a gold, like a Professor, for example. There's the Gorther, right? I think that's the Gorther.
Found it.
Okay, so every gold... Actually, Grand Mazurka manages to get every gold in his deck except for Furcart, which shouldn't be too big of a deal.
No, Furcart's
Very
just
nice,
kind of like,
yeah.
it's like extra help kind of thing. You know, it's just it's the extra sprinkles on your sundae. It's the hot fudge.
Well,
it's not that big of a deal, but it does offer extra spying. So it
does. It might actually be significant because there's not even a single spy giver left in Grand Mazurka's hand. So the only thing that he's given spying to so far was a 6th strength Bloody Good Friends, which is okay. It's not terrible. It's a spender. It's hard to deal with.
It's a spender. It's still a body. And if you do yoink something and manage to get Joaquin off of that yoink, something that might get you more coins, for instance, a Cleaver, let's say, or even a Witchfinder, that's a way to spend those coins if necessary. And given the fact that Witchfinder gives bounty, and you do have a lot of cards that deal damage, that could come back in droves if necessary.
Yeah, so, you know, what I said about potentially blocking off the melee row for row-locked cards like Freak Show and Graydon, Trueski's probably aware of that. I'm certain he's practiced the long round in this matchup, and you see how he's smuggling the range row, making sure whatever he can put units on the range row, he's going to do that. Only units on the melee row only when absolutely necessary.
Ball's in Trueski's court here, and like you mentioned, that front row, the real estate, 9 spots, and 2 of them are going to be needed for your Clown and for your Graydon. Coming through, Professor. All right, that's not so bad. The bounty's on it. The cleanup is with the actual Clown if necessary. The problem now is you do have a way to boost that up. However, that's just a wonderful Graydon target if necessary, right? You go ahead and you use your Dead Man's Tongue, boost that up, protect it away, but Graydon's going to come through and eat that. Nonetheless, that Bloody Good Friends is going to be bloody good gone in short order here, as Grand Mazurka has to make a decision. Does he just concede that card, maybe develop something else, or does he boost it up with Dead Man's Tongue, giving a better grading target.
Gonna go for the Alchemist here, trying to get something valuable from Trueski's deck. What kind of golds are still left there? There's a Kurt, there's a Bank. What's it gonna be? Could it be one? Oh, it's the ship
boat!
Well, I mean,
that's okay. That's just amnesty with extra steps.
That's okay. It's preventing the 3 points from Trueski, and there's a small chance that Grand Mazorca, with all of his assimilate and copying, could potentially get to 9 coins and pull the boat out. But it's blocking a potential Joachim. If he wants to do something like, put Joachim back on to Trueski's deck with the Gorthar Gaveda and play it with Cantarella, that's going to get him the boat right now. So Joachim's kind of not really a great option anymore, and with that gone...
You could Dead Man's Tongue and just banish it, right? Get rid of it?
You could. Yes, that's an option as well.
All right, question now is what's the next play? How are we moving forward here? As both players have kind of been stepping rather lightly, not making too many big plays here. Nothing's really overcommittal. The Professor is not your win condition. It's a nice control option. Drop some damage, drop some bounty. Get things set up for a little bit later. Both of the leader charges are available for Grand Mazorca. Trueski still got 5 extra coins floating around in some sort of Swiss bank account that we do not know of. And I mean, the problem here, frankly, is the fact that there has been a little bit of issues when it comes to finding, spying targets, things to copy, perhaps with Brothans.
He did. Grand Mazorca did indeed banish the Flying Redanian for 9 points. So that clears up the possibility of Joachim. Joachim can get Furcart, Thanid Turncoat, or Mage Torturer. All 3 of those give spying. Furcart, though, a little bit random.
All right, now this is a bluff to a degree. There's no way to actually complete that poison, so there's no reason to not play it here. At least threaten it, create a situation where Grand Mazorca has to worry about that, factor that in some way, shape, or form.
For sure. There is still a second Fist Tech and a Fist Tech Trafficker both left in Trueski's deck. So Grand Mazorca must be thinking that the chances are high that, the second poison is going to come through. But not much he can do about it here.
Yeah, time to populate that front row. Here comes the Turncoat, going to find the Professor. Now, there was a situation here, perhaps, Shinmiri, where you're dropping that spying on the Sea Jackal, giving your Vincent cleaner target, but I'm assuming that the coup de grace happening on the... what's left in that deck?
Coup de grace on the Joachim can get Furcart and Mage Torturer, 50-50.
Okay, so the other situation here might be the fact that you just hit the lock on the super tall Sea Jackal, or the status effect for your Vincent, which means you're kind of sacrificing 3 points purely just to get that status effect. But I mean, in this case, it's a situation where you want to copy the Professor every day of the week. I think that's more important, frankly.
Exactly. The priority is to get a good Terra Nova copy first, something better than Bloody Good Friends, and Professor is great. Professor is potentially 14 points, is potentially removal as well. I don't know about... This Freak Show placement is questionable because it allows the Assassination to get 5 points of damage.
Why not put it right between? Again, the text is right there. You drop it in between. It's flanked by 2 other units, so it really limits the assassination value. I'm really surprised that was just put there. It might have just been one of those situations where, like, okay, I know he might have been just thinking about what the clown procedure would be in terms of how he's gonna, parse out his clicks. But I mean, that was just a situation that could have easily been avoided had you just dropped the clown in between, and it would have been a tough go. That would have put Grand Mazorca in a tough spot.
That would have required a lock potentially, yeah. All right, Invocation comes down on Witchfinder. You can kind of feel the tension building up in this game because both players know that this could be the last one, and it's close. It's definitely too close to call at this moment. Trueski with only a 10-point lead, but Grand Mazorca still has some massive bombs coming through. And so does Trueski. Both players' hands look incredible right now.
Well, that's it. It's, I mean, if this is going to be the grand finale, you might as well, put out all the stops, as both the players are, one's playing for a chance, a spot in the finals, the other one's playing for, a survival. Here comes Graydon using the tribute value, going to go boost by 5. That's a big piece.
And now a
control.
30. All of a sudden, that 10-point lead becomes a 32-point lead.
That's a big
right.
part to have here. Now we're going to see a situation where the bounty is going to be slapped on that 10 in the back. Now Vincent's licking his chops. Now
Vincent's
he's like, oh.
online now. Yes, we don't need the spying status on that Sea Jackal to get the Vincent. We're going to get bounty as a status instead, and not only provide the status for Vincent, but we're also going to get some coins from killing that bountied unit.
And like Vincent, literally and figuratively, the gloves are off. He is ready to rock and roll here. And not only that, Arto is going to offer you, I suppose, it's going to get you that Professor, which feels nice.
Yeah, but where are you spending your coins? That's the question right now. You've got Witchfinder that generates bounty and potentially coins. You're
gonna coup
Terra Nova.
Oh no, you're not even. You can't even coup it. It's all done.
No. Its coup's gone. The Terra Nova gets you a Professor, which gets you coins, but you don't have something that actually can spend the coins. Unless you played the Brothans right there before killing the Sea Jackal, but now that the Sea Jackal is dead, Brothans doesn't get you a spender. I feel like Grand Mazorca is going to be in a situation where, you know, he gets a lot of value from the Witchfinder and the Professor, but just not able to actually get the coin value.
If ever there was a testament to just the power level of the Syndicate Golds and what they can do, it was just an avalanche of situations that Grand Mazorca could not answer. Stealing this, locking that, killing this. Trueski has just kind of been in autopilot mode. Every card that he has played has been a significant help. You know, the past 3 or 4 turns that he's had has been like, you've had Graydon into, you know, there was a Horson's Freak Show. Horson Jr. You had the Cleaver come through, Witchfinder. It's just hit after hit after hit, baby. It's like Michael Jackson in the 80s. You just don't stop.
Yeah, and you know, with Grand Mazorca not being able to really capitalize on flooding Trueski's board, giving him row space problems in the melee row, this long round seems like a real uphill battle for him because just so many powerhouse golds from Trueski's side, and maybe a little bit lack of foresight or planning on Grand Mazorca's end in terms of not being able to spend.
Well, you had the opportunity actually to clone the Sea Jackal before you killed it.
Yeah, but then it's only going to be 4 power, or maybe 6 power, which is still going to potentially die to Trueski's removal. Plenty of removal. So here, now the Terra Nova might have to end up taking the Spender. Which, I mean, it's not going to matter. I think either way...
Oh, you know what we missed out on here? Oh, I was going to say, we're so close to seeing the boat. One point away.
But I mean, the boat was banished, right? So he had to banish it in order to play the Joachim. So I feel like, you know, in the long round, if you're not going to be able to really keep those melee row units in check, like the Freak Show or the Graydon, if you can't really flood their board that quickly, then you might need to push as Nilfgaard in that matchup to get some of these bigger threats and combos out, to get them in the graveyard, or to put spying status on them earlier so that you have more options with your assimilant.
Like the long round could have been completely out of hand for Nilfgaard if they were able to maintain and establish a wider array of assimilate units, wherein the Brathens place for a ton of points, whereas the Arto is another significant amount of points, despite the fact that even though you got a lot of things to work out where you needed it, you had the location, Gorthurg Evade, into for another round of Joaquin with Cantarella, etc. But again, hit after hit after hit, man. The hits just keep rolling, and Syndicate just keeps jamming you with these major threats that are good on the turn they're played, and they're good on the turn after that, and they're going to continuously be good unless they're answered. And unfortunately, in that situation for Grand Mazorca, he just ran out of answers.
Yeah, he ran out of answers. Also, the fact that he doesn't play Roderick kind of hurt him a little bit, because Roderick is a card that it's a spy that can chain into another spy. Like Roderick into Brothans, Roderick into Joachim, into a potential Brothans or something like that. And the ability to play multiple spies in one turn would allow him to actually block both Crown Splitter pockets created by that Cleaver as well, to kind of put a little bit of a damper on a potential Tunnel Drill.
Yeah, Roderick's kind of fallen out of favor for some of these Nilfgaard players out there. It doesn't seem to be in too many decks, in favor of just saying, well, I'm going to draw my good golds anyways, so it doesn't really matter. All my golds are going to be good, so why do I need to go and pick and choose what I get when every card I play is going to be fairly decent? It's like kind of like Syndicate. Every gold they draw has a pretty big power level, and this is it now, ladies and gentlemen. The first semifinal matchup here, Gwent Open number 3, Season 3, Grand Mazorca, Trueski. We're all tied and knotted up at deuces, ladies and gentle beans. So Shinmiri and I are going to walk you through this one, friends, as we inch closer to that final. Trueski, Grand Mazorca both fighting for that spot. Dunka first on the scene, front row center, and off to the races she goes.
Now, this is going to be another big brain matchup between the Scenario Gourd Engine threat version and the Nilfgaard Assimilate Imprisonment deck, because this I can see this match going either way. I think Nilfgaard might have the slight edge on Red Coin, being able to play more reactive, but if Trueski can somehow mitigate the things that Grand Mazorca can put spying on, if you can kind of avoid spying tag going on like Sorceress or Simless, for example, then you can kind of keep their Assimilate cards like Terra Nova in check. Okay, we're going to open up with a quick response to that Dunka with the Vincent, not messing around. Good thing Trueski didn't put the tactical advantage on it.
Oh, yeah, that would have been a definite spooky situation again for Trueski. Of course, you don't want to do that. You don't want to play into that punish, obviously. I mean, that Vincent was probably hunting for that Dunka no matter what. Why give it a little extra room to breathe? Now, the difference here is that Dunka did not boost up your Whisperers. So that Amnesty is going to feel great, which means that Trueski is going to have to consider actually dropping the tactical advantage on the Whisperers to protect that, which means you're not going to get it to help anything else. But Grand Mazorca has just laid waste to every single threat that Trueski has presented here. Every elf, every dryad, it does not matter, what forest you're from, you ain't living.
Mm-hmm.
Looking here, that is, I believe that's the Maxi, and the draws here are looking pretty sweet. You've got your Feign Death into Onero, into I guess a Mulligan Sentinel. That is going to pick you up your Council. Next round after that, Simloss comes through, but you can always pick up the Simloss if you need to with your Oneromancy. So if this is what you're looking at as a Grand Mazorca for your, as Trueski for your Maxi, you're feeling good. Because honestly, even if the Cantarella comes through here out of nowhere, RKO style, to just go ahead and snipe your Feign Death, it's going to be...
It's not the Cantarella you have to be worried about. It's the Gorther Gavade into Alchemist that you have to be worried about. With your Feign Death on top of your deck, Trueski might be very scared here.
Oh, everyone's favorite card might actually be here, but the difference is that that's typically a card you see in round 2 at the earliest, right? Because you want to carry that over into round 3 to recur that Joaquin. So Grand Mazorca's got to think here. Did he shuffle? Did he not?
You do, but if Trueski passes in a place where that 5-point Alchemist would get Mazorca ahead, that's... Oh, no!
He's going for it!
He's going for it already! Oh, Trueski with the pain! This must mean he didn't shuffle.
There's no way he shuffled. Look at that face.
Look at that face.
He's either passing a kidney stone or he knows what's about to happen to him. Hey, here's an Imperial Diplomacy. I'm going to give you my entire freaking library of awesomeness. Your Feign Death goes to the other side. This is the worst trade deal in history.
Yeah, because not only is Trueski losing his scenario, now Poison or Grand Mazorca is actually gaining a card that he can use. Because of the amount of Assimilate and Copy that he has, it's pretty easy for him to play 2 elves. He's also got the Remedy that can just straight up take an elf from Trueski's graveyard.
We hear you, chat. The petitions are being signed. Don't worry. It's a card that's on all our radars, friends. Yeah, why not? That is worth an emote. That is a tough pill to swallow, man. Oh my goodness gracious. Now, I know, Shinmiri, I have done it in the past where I have played against Nilfgaard. I have, just for fun, I dropped the Maxi. The top card was absolute trash, and it baited out an Alchemist, and they got garbage, and I just felt great. I think I lost that match, but it was a moral victory, Shinmiri.
I wonder if that went through Trueski's mind when he was deciding whether to shuffle or not, because it was a pretty good ordering, like you said. Like, if not for the consideration of Alchemist, I certainly would keep it as well. But just the fact that the very top card was your most valuable card, arguably, like, would that incentivize you to actually shuffle and potentially make the ordering worse?
Little side note here, important move here. Typically, you might think, okay, is this BM? You're using your sorceress here to go ahead and add an extra spell. Like, why would you do that? You're already ahead. It's not, now you're just you're adding a little bit of fuel to the fire, salt to the wound. But the difference here is that you're actually going and putting a nature card in the graveyard should you need to actually go ahead and, replay a forest protector. So that's actually a significant play here. It may seem like BM to some, but the fact is that you're loading up a nature card, a very powerful nature card in your graveyard. Should you put spying on a forest protector and replay it with Arto?
Not just that, but also playing extra specials means that if you do copy Herald Gord at some point later in the round, you will get an additional point on Herald Gord as well. I mean, so you got to think about like doing things that your opponent would do.
I mean, let's be fair. In that same fantasy land, Shinmiri, Shakira and I live on an island in the Bahamas, and we're both happy. But
I've seen it happen. I've seen Nilfgaard play Gords before. It could happen. And also, I wanted to point it out, Grand Mazorka used the order of Gorther Gavay to put back an Orb of Insight from Trueski's graveyard on top of his deck, getting rid of carryover that way. That's an interesting play as well, to make him have to play that orb again. But now, potentially, he can play double orb from Simless if he's able to mulligan both of these.
Now, imagine that wheel of diplomacy was like 2 spies or 3 spies or something. That would have been the worst.
What if that diplomacy gave him an alchemist and he got back something like Invocation, for example? Oh, that would have been huge.
That would have been
Invocation
hilarious.
would be the last say answer against Gord.
These are some tough mulligans here for Trueski. Look, both orbs in hand, and you just mulligan in, and oh goodness. Yeah.
The sigh.
Like a
Trueski
dagger to the
looks
heart.
Defeated. Yes. First losing your scenario, your most valuable card, the most expensive provision card in your deck to your opponent, and being desperate. I don't blame him for taking that last mulligan, right? Because he's already in a really desperate situation, so he needs to try to assemble the best hand possible. He was missing his either Force Protector or Heat Wave, as well as a couple of other Elf engines, and yeah, you just got to go for it. But sometimes Lady Luck is just not with you.
And but do you hear that, Shinmiri? Do you hear the epic music that's being played?
This is game number 5 after all.
I mean, we don't here in the studio, but we know that you do. So can't wait to see all those done bananas coming through.
I hope we're getting some Banana Tiger right now.
I would love some Banana Tiger. It's just that of all the felines, like the ferocious predatory felines, the Banana Tiger, most fearsome.
Exactly. And Mazorka now getting the spying tag on the sorcerers, which is a pretty good target to play from Terra Nova or Ku. Even though it's a bronze, it is something that represents a lot of potential points, and it's an elf for that Feign Death that he has now in hand.
Bingo. That's exactly what I'm thinking here, is now by putting the spying tag on that particular elf, your Feign Death now has plenty of targets. It's gonna get full value. The snipe of the century by that alchemist has really changed the dynamic of this. Unfortunately, Trueski has been drawing rather bad in this matchup, and you can see him. He is just basically, he knows what's coming around the corner. Unfortunately, it is tough, but he's gotta. You never know. I mean, we've seen it in the past, some things have happened here, but it is just an uphill battle of all uphill battles.
Yeah, and he heat waves some of you might be asking, like, why does he heat wave the turncoat instead of saving Heat Wave for that scenario that's going to be coming down. This scenario, I would say it's actually not worth that many points for Grand Mazorca. It's still a heartbreak to lose it, but the scenario is worth like maybe 12 points, right? Heat Waving the scenario is going to give him 6 points from the Elven Deadeye and then another 6 points from the Waylay if he even gets that perfect Waylay.
Yeah, perfect Waylay, the double Deadeyes, and I mean you're looking at probably about 16 points of potential value if it's if everything sort of works out properly. But
I think it's only like probably 12 points ish, and that turncoat was already 12 and it was an engine, so just getting rid of the engine early is fine. And Trueski might even just be in a state where he just feels so defeated, but we still have a game. There's still a chance, right? There's still a chance. Anything could happen. Trueski emoting again.
I mean, to quote Lloyd Christmas when he finally asked Mary Swanson out, "So you're telling me there's a chance?" It's completely possible. Now this is going to be some information. Oh, Grand Mazorca. I mean, you couldn't tell by the stoic look on his face, but that is some major information. That is basically saying that you're going to probably protect that Harold Gord as much as possible, but I know that there is just absolute rags in your hand right now that you cannot mess with. And here comes the final chapter, Feigned Death. Best played by Nilfgaard, apparently.
Nilfgaard just does what you do better. And he decides to kill the sorceress, which is smart because even though it's a 1 strength sorceress, it is locked and there are unlocks in Trueski's deck. Simless here is going to be playing the double Mahakam Ale, so getting rid of that locked sorceress means that it won't have a chance to play its special later.
Burkhart
now
shows up. It's Dead Man's Tongue time. Drawing another spy as well. You do have some Assimilate on the board. There's going to be more coming. I mean, at this point, you're just pruning off probably the top, the biggest options here. At this point, it's round 3. We're not going to see anything else.
He does find that Orb of Insight with a lot of specials still left in hand. This Orb of Insight is going to do some real work for Grand Mazorca.
Dude, there might be a situation where you do play Gord. It is completely possible. If that Gord shows up earlier than you may suspect, it might be a situation where you go ahead, you yoink the Gord, and you coup de grace the Joaquin. It's possible. Or
it's totally possible. And look at how many specials Grand Mazorca has already played at this point. He's played
And how many more to come?
Yeah, I think he's played at least like 10 specials already, with another 3 in hand, and another 1 from the sorceress if it goes unanswered. So that's 14 specials. Gord is a 17-point card for Mazorca if he wants to play it. And this version of Nilfgaard actually plays a ton of specials.
Well, one thing I gotta say. And the dream may be on life support here as there goes the Gord. The dream for us is dead in terms of actually seeing that Gord potentially happen as the second wheel of Joaquin shows up. The second coming, he's here. Now, Trueski's saying, all right, well, all things considered, the good news is I'm limiting your Yen's Invocation value. So, take that. But that is, unfortunately, for Trueski, not the best option. The Seer's kind of gone, given the fact that, honestly, in round 3, you do have your Simlast, but you also had your hand polluted with those Broccolon Sentinels, which really kind of forced you from not being able to play those orbs with Simlast.
Yeah, exactly. And the orbs, like, he couldn't spend mulligans on the orbs, so the orbs had to be played from hand, and now you're playing the double unlock from Simlast, which is not ideal. But here we do get some unlock value onto the Seer. Mahakam Ale unlocking the Seer and immediately getting another copy of the Mahakam Ale, also triggering the double orbs in the graveyard. So still a lot of points coming from Trueski's side, but this lead is looking very mighty.
Yeah, I mean, even in the wake of this massive turn that Trueski had, like that was a 23-point turn. That's not bad. I mean, we'll take that all day of the week. There is the Amnesty. It's going to be a little Scorpion action. Get over here. You're on my team now, and Grand Mazurka is just going to basically stare down. This deficit is not going to be overcome. Gord's going to show up. He's got 14 points of beef on his side, unfortunately, for Trueski, who's getting the final applause.
It triggers the third counter of the orb, which then gets targeted. Oh, it doesn't even... Grand Mazurka going for the big shebang, reactivating the Sorceress and getting all this assimilate value, just showing how far out of reach this round was for Trueski. In fact, I think Grand Mazurka wins this last game 5 by 40-something points, and there you have it, the winner of our first semifinal.
I mean, if you're just gonna win, you might as well win with style. You know what? It could have been like a 10 or 12 point win, but why don't we make it 40 plus? Why don't we push as close to triple digits as we can, finishing that one with 96 points? It was just a difficult situation. The scenario that I'm using this term quite deliberately here, that Trueski was in, where he had such a wonderful outlook. You drop the maxi, you see I got Feign Death, I got something else, I got Oneromancy coming up. My first mulligan leads me into Isengrim's Council. Hey man, it's a sunny day at the beach, let's go swimming. Unfortunately, there's a little something called Viper Witcher Alchemist, and we talked about this, Shinmiri, yesterday, about that Gorthor Gavade and just the versatility. Here it is.
Yeah, it is an incredibly controversial card, and yeah, some people love it, some people hate it. But you got to play around it as it's in the meta right now. Maybe that gets changed in the future. Who knows? But for now, this is what the game is.
Well, that's it. I mean,
you had Trueski did have the option to shuffle his deck. He could have avoided that situation potentially, but we'll never know.
Yeah, Trueski was maybe thinking along the lines of, okay, A, he could not have it, and B, it might be a situation where he doesn't want to use it in round 1 because he wants to get that Joaquin back. We don't know that, and unfortunately for Trueski, we'll never know. But what we will know is how Grand Mazurka is feeling about going to the finals, that Payable Berja is standing by to speak to our semifinal winner.
I
would say muy suerto, but there was no luck there. There was only skill, and that last play, incredible. So many points. How's it going? I'm happy that we can see you, that your internet is working, because we had some problems in the beginning, but how are you? How are you feeling, man?
Oh, ¿qué diría yo? Que mucha suerte, pero eso que acabamos de ver fue espectacular. ¿Cómo estás, amigo? ¿Qué tal todo por allá?
Muy bien, la verdad que al comienzo me asusté por los problemas que tenía de conexión. Y bueno, por eso ya la gente pues se estará preguntando lo de la cámara, que no pude prender la cámara, era por eso. Y diría que la suerte me sonrió un poco al final. Igual era un match favorable y se dieron las cosas de todas maneras.
Well, to be honest, I was a little bit scared because I had troubles with my camera at the beginning, and I was really worried about it. But well, I must say that luck smiled upon me right today. So I'm really hoping that everything goes really well for the final.
Yeah, I also hope that will happen. Speaking of the final, who would you like to go against, Payable or Wangid in this case?
Hablando de la final, ¿contra quién te gustaría ir?
Contra cualquiera de los dos. Diría que tengo más chances contra Wangid, pero supongo que en mi corazón prefiero jugar contra Payable.
From the bottom of my heart, I would say that I would love to play against Wangid, but if not, then the other would be the best.
All right. Awesome. So, what else can I say? Thank you. Congratulations once again. You are in the final, and we shall catch you later.
Bueno, muchas felicitaciones y nos encontramos en la final.
But before we go, of course, it's leak o'clock. So let's show the leak, the first one of today. There we go, a grim one, a scary one. Well, you guys can probably guess the faction based on the previous expansions that we had this year. But yeah, I'll leave you with this horrifying image. Hopefully I'll see it on Reddit soon. And yeah, back to the casters.
I know it says for the script reads react to the card art.
We didn't need a script for that one.
Oh, dear Lord. Yeah, exactly. Just my neighbors are going to hear some shrieking at night. That is, I believe I had like a grade 3 teacher that had that look with like,
oh no.
Yeah, very, yeah, no, that's a hard pass from Flake.
They are pulling out all the stops though in this expansion. The card art has been amazing or gruesome, for lack of a better word.
Poignant, like just right up in your grill. That is, whew, okay. All right. Let's get back to the gaming, which is what I'd like to focus on after that gruesome picture over there. Shinmiri, this first matchup has been fantastic. Actually, an emotional ride as well, as we got a really, in-depth glimpse into Trueski's just the reactions to being on a high, being on a low, getting through, top decks, low rolls, the entire enchilada, the whole kit and caboodle, man. And when it comes down to it, did not get through. Grand Mazorca played excellent.
Indeed, and let's take a look at the updated brackets here after the first semifinal. We have Grand Mazorca moving on to the grand finals over Trueski, 3-2 over Trueski. Very hard-fought battle, and we've got our first big corn. We got our big corn in the finals again. Last open, big corn won. This open, if the big corn wins again, I think we're gonna have 8 big corns at the next open, Flake.
That's gonna be a lot of corn, man. I'm telling you, ultimately we are in the season of corn apparently, and that's perfectly fine. I don't even know if that makes sense from like a farming perspective. Is this corn harvest time? I don't know. I'm not a Scientologist or scientician. I'll just say scientician. Regardless, at the end of the day, friends, there is another semifinal around the corner. Let's take a look at the prize pool, what each player has taken home up to this point. Both players have basically scooped up a nice set of loot just for walking through the door, not to mention some of the money that they're going to be winning here. Again, the match stake in this case was all the way down to the wire. 5 games, so it was split not quite down the middle. Little 60-40 action, but I don't think that Trueski's going to feel too bad about taking home some of that money as well, Shinmiri.
Yeah, there was over $1,500 at stake in the semifinals, so a good chunk of change going to both players here. Grand Mazorca up to $2,300, Trueski taking home $2,200, not too shabby. Grand Mazorca, though, does have a lot more potential as he's moved on to the finals of this tournament. Next up, we have Wangid versus Payable, showdown of the Titans, some would say. That's going to be our second semifinal of the day, casted by Lionheart and Tia.
Yeah, that is going to be a great matchup. Stay tuned for that one. This is going to be a slobber knocker. 2 excellent players, 2 former champions, 2 top-notch Gwent just competitors. So stay tuned. Like we said, before we get to Leah and Lionheart, we're going to go ahead and meet the players. Here's Payable and Wangid.
Congratulations, Payable, for yet another day 2. You made it once again through the quarterfinals, and well, it's not a surprise to anyone, but I would love to find out, now that you've proven that you are really consistent, not only in tournaments but also on the ladder, how do you keep up that top level of gameplay? Because I feel like it might be difficult that once you've reached the top, you've won a World Masters tournament, to find the motivation or the grind to secure and to defend that spot, because there's a lot of people that want to get to that.
So I have to say it's not exactly easy. Like it's a bit tiring, and I basically had to develop a bit of a different strategy and how I played last year. Like last year I would basically play the entire season out, and this year like I kinda wasn't ready to just play the game constantly. I kind of wanted to take breaks from time to time. So basically usually I don't really play in the first 2 weeks of a season. I just play some other games, so just chill with friends, and then I play a lot during last 2 weeks, which is just more efficient because people are already on higher MMR, so I can climb way faster. And yeah, because of that, I was able to reduce the number of games I actually have to play to finish high. So that helped me a lot with staying motivated, because when I come fresh into the season, like sometimes it takes me a few days to like actually start playing, because I kind of don't want to start playing, but then I kind of get into the mood when I'm like starting to climb kind of fast, and then it's actually last week is usually very fun for me. Like for a lot of people, the last week is the most tiring, but for me it's actually very fun. So that's how I keep myself motivated, basically.
Well, that's very interesting. I think it's very healthy to take breaks sometimes and to find that motivation again and again. But yeah, thank you for that insight. Now this tournament, obviously, that really doesn't allow you that, I guess, that big break, because it's rather early in the month to compare to other opens, and there hasn't been that much time since the previous expansion was released, and that expansion obviously brought in a lot of new good cards and new strategies that you have to play around with a lot, I would say. So how do you view the preparation to this tournament?
The preparation is definitely a bit difficult because we don't have much time, and meta changed a lot. I mean, like, literally everything changed apart from Syndicate being the best faction, I guess. So yeah, it's pretty hard. I had to start playing earlier just to try out new decks. So I don't really have a good win right now. Now my scores are pretty bad because I was just trying a lot of different stuff, and some of the decks were completely tragic, the others were way better. And yeah, I think it's really hard, not only because there is like a lot of options, but also because I don't really have a clear idea on what my opponents could bring, because there were like, before the deck submission there will be like one qualifier, but it will be literally a day before the deck submission, so we won't have much time to react to what people actually brought to the qualifier. So it's gonna be kind of interesting. Like, this open could potentially be decided in the deck builder. Just whoever reads the meta the best might win.
So, staying on the topic of the expansion, do you have a favorite card of the expansion?
Yeah, I think my favorite card has to be Orb of Insight. It's just a card that single-handedly enabled so many cool combos for Scoia'tael. With Whisperers, Seers, you can do some crazy combo chains, and you can do some serious outplays even against control decks. Like, usually decks like that wouldn't be good against control decks because like your engines just get answered, but if you have the right setup, you can just explode on a single turn. Like, for example, you Nero into a Whisperer when you have some orbs in the graveyard, and all of them come out, and you immediately get a lot of value. So it's a really cool card, and I think that's my favorite card.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time for this interview. There's a few more games ahead of you now, but all the best in those games, and thank you again for taking the time.
Thank you.
Welcome back, Wangid. Congratulations on making to the second day. Great performance as usual. Well, I've got a few questions I wanted to ask you. The first one would be, what is your favorite card from the new expansion, and I mean the second batch?
最喜欢的新卡，我比较喜欢的是松鼠胆的洞察宝珠。这张牌它
My favorite new card would be Scoia'tael's Orb of Insight. This card actually has a double value and gives Scoia'tael a lot of new gameplay possibilities. You can have a variety of different ways to trigger the second effect. You can keep it as carryover and use it in your advantage later on. I really like this ability.
你手上的一些引擎卡，就我比较喜欢这个设计。
Alright, yeah, that makes sense. And finally, Scoia'tael is back on the competitive scene. This is something that a lot of people were waiting for, I guess, including me. Alright, and another question would be about the name change. Well, what is the reason for your name change? At least, you know, you didn't change it into something completely different like some other players. And I think we should be grateful for that.
改名其实也是主要为了好玩吧。
Just like with the favorite card, changing the nickname is also connected with doing it for fun, and I actually did it at the beginning of the year and competitive season to bring me some good luck.
All right.
没有别的什么特别的
There wasn't any special reason. I just thought it's gonna be funny.
Just for fun.
I may change it again.
会再改一个名字。
All right, all right. So just for fun, just for good luck. Well, hopefully your next nickname is gonna be similar to the one you have now. Okay, and the last one. Tell us, why did you choose Scoia'tael as your favorite faction this time?
其实我刚玩昆特的时候，就是
To be completely honest, when I just started playing Gwent, I used to play only Scoia'tael as I enjoyed the faction the most. Later on, they became quite weak, so I had to switch to something else. Fortunately, they've recently become way stronger, and it's also an interesting faction to play mechanically and gameplay-wise, so I decided to choose them as my favorite faction this time.
All right.
而且它的卡画也很好看。
Their cards are also pretty. It's really important too.
Oh yeah, that's right, that's right. Okay, so a fellow Scoia'tael fan, it's great to see another one. Okay, great. Thanks a lot, Wangid, for today's interview, and good luck in today's matches. Hopefully I'm gonna see you again soon.
Hello everyone and welcome to the second semi-final of Season 3's Open. This one has two of the very best in Gwent facing off against each other for a place against the newest big corn to make a final. We have Payable versus Wangid, and joining me for this Clash of the Titans as always is Tia Beastie.
Good evening, Lionheart. I hope you slept as well as I did after yesterday's games. Like you said, we are about to witness Payable and Wangid face off against each other in the second semi-final of the day. Now, this is the sort of matchup you'd expect in a Masters event, so I am very curious to see how it will turn out, and even more curious to see what the community thinks of the players' prospects to go through to the finals. So let's go ahead and take a look at that Twitter poll now. No surprise there, we do have Payable taking the majority vote.
I thought Paya would probably just edge it. I wasn't expecting it to be quite so one-sided, although bear in mind, polls on day 2 already have access to those deck lists, and Paya's lists, as he said himself yesterday, are slightly favoured into Wangid. We did see a very similar set of lists out of Lord Triss yesterday as well, so perhaps that has had some bearing on this. Now, these two have actually faced each other before. Payable versus Wangid was Season 2 Open 4 semi-final. That was the event that Payable actually won. It was the first and only Open that he had won. If he repeats that feat today, he will join a very elite club of just 2 other players who have won Open tournaments in multiple seasons. And come to think of it, one of the people who have done that is his opponent, Wangid.
Yes, and if I'm not mistaken, if Wangid were to make it through to the finals and win this Open, he would be the first player to win an Open event in all 3 seasons of Gwent, so that would be quite a remarkable feat, but we're not yet there. We still need to go through to the final first.
We do, that's true. The other player, if you are interested, who has won multiple Opens is of course Tailbot, and he has actually won tournaments in all 3 series, but in Season 1 it was a Challenger and not an Open that he won. So history on the line for both of these players, not just a ticket to Masters Season 3, although I'm pretty sure that is the main goal for both of them here. But we can now take a look at the deck lists that are at these players' disposals. We will have a look. They are lists you've seen yesterday, starting with Payable's line pockets.
Yes, now this is a very old meta list, but it sure is dangerous. Ironically, it's the one that was normally banned in most tournament settings, and now it's left out as monsters, and Scoia'tael seems to be a bigger threat given the circumstances. The only thing that stands out in this list is the fact that Payable didn't really make a lot of use of the bounty archetype, instead opting to go for more control options and more point slam. We do see Grand Inquisitor Halvid, of course, a solid 10 for 10 right there. He's also a spender, which is very nice if you need to make use of one and you have an abundance of coins, if you will. We also have 3 poisons in this list, so there is a little bit of toll removal, even though Graydon is not included. Then we go on to his next Nilfgaard list, which is of course the hyper thin one.
Yeah, Hyper Thin Tactical Decision performed very well yesterday overall across the tournament. Much to my surprise, didn't think it would do too well into other Nilfgaard matchups, but the sheer point volume that it can have is incredible. I didn't get as many mirrors as I was hoping for yesterday. Fingers crossed I get another one today. It functions exactly as you would expect, and as yesterday, you can see the double Alza's Thunder in there, not favouring or valuing locks at all across Payable's lineup. He feels the raw damage and ability to remove cards certainly will help him even more so with some of those pesky engines. The next list, well, it's the one you all have seen and played against, I'm sure. It's Fruits of Isgith Monsters.
Yes, and there's not a lot left to say about this list. I mean, 7 out of 8 players brought this list to the tournament, at least different variations of said list. Now, Payable here did decide to include Cave Troll and not Ratcatcherus, so that's an interesting one to include. I particularly like it as it does protect your very, very overpowered engines and will keep something like Idoran on the board just a little bit longer. We also see those double bronzes that need to be placed strategically into the deck and graveyard, so Mamuna can make use of both. We have 2 Griffins, 2 Gun Cayennes, 2 Witch Apprentices, 2 workers, and then we have a solitary Elderbear and 1 squirrel. Quite nice. I know Lionheart is a big fan of the Elderbear inclusion there.
How can you not be? How could you not be? And his final list is one we did not get to see yesterday as it took the ban. It is the Precision Strike Control Madoc list with a Shiru for good measure. This list has some serious power and packs a real punch, but I have a feeling we may not see it. Yesterday, his opponent Wangid also took the decision to ban a not dissimilar Scoia'tael list and made it through to day 2. I have a sneaking suspicion, as much as I would love to see this list, we may not get to, but we can get to that in a second and move across to Wangid's list. I believe he is also starting off with a Lined Pockets list.
He is indeed, and to contrast here, he does in fact have the bounty package in his list, so it will be pretty interesting to see a mirror match between these two if we get the chance. We see Witchfinder there along with Graydon. Of course, that makes for some excellent toll removal in a list like this. We also see a single Slander there at the bottom, a tech that Payable didn't include. And then you have all the usuals. You have Professor, Horson Jr., you have that Tunnel Drill, and Horson Freak Show. A lot of removal and definitely a scary list if you know how to pilot it. Then we go on to his Imprisonment Terra Nova list.
Yeah, this list performed admirably yesterday for him as well. The amount of power these engines can have, if they stick in terms of assimilate, is incredible. The Gorthra Gaved there, we just saw how much of a difference that can make in a series, the game-winning series for Poison there, managing to steal a scenario. So are we going to see that kind of action in this series? Well, I guess we're going to find out. I'm excited to see what happens. This list can go very, very well into a long round, either with board clog tactics, preventing you from playing your units, or simply stealing every single one of them and becoming Nilfgaard Plus, which well, it's always fun to play. The next list is that Precision Strike engine version with the Feign Death.
Yes, and now although this will definitely suffer to something like Payable's sheer list, that definitely hard targets Scoia'tael. Now in this list you can of course generate a lot of points. You have those beautiful new 5 provision elves like the Sorceress of Doblathana, who is able to give you even more special cards in your graveyard. She will of course trigger something like the Whisperess of Doblathana. This card might look very innocent. You might say, Tia, she's just blowing on a flute. How dangerous can she be? Well, if you leave her unchecked, see, she has a ceiling of 27 points if she fills up that back row, and it's not impossible to do so within a few turns with cards like Simlas that can proc double Orbs of Insight, the Elven Seer who can make even another one of those, and just plenty of special cards to make Gord a very beefy boy. But then we go on to the final list, and it is again a monsters list.
It is. It's a Fruits of Isgith list, and it has all of the powerhouses you would expect to see. That Bloody Mistress, Mamuna, as well as Caranthea, Idoran in there to give you an extra copy, not only of your leader, but of all created cards. Great synergy here with the Mamuna if you can make sure your graveyard is set up nicely, but also with cards like the Self-Eater. Every time it splits, a card like Idaran will spawn another. Very respectable Megascope down at the bottom of the list as well there, just to make sure it is a little bit harder to get out of the way with graveyard interaction. But Monsters is a list that is pretty strong into Payable's lineup, and it was his choice of removal yesterday. So again, it is a list I'm curious to see whether or not we will see it. There is a couple of removal options and a lock within this as well, so there are some elements of control, something that Monsters tends to find it needs every now and again, despite its ability to absolutely jam those points. But I cannot wait for this game. I can't lie. This series is going to be incredible. These two players, some of the best players that we've ever seen on the ladder. We mentioned their tail of the tape there, and I'm really curious to see which one of them is going to make the final tier.
I am too. I'm very curious, and I'm wondering whether they will repeat yesterday's decisions, as of course it worked out for both of them. Like you said, Wangid actually banning Squirtle, that was Shaggy's Vanadayen list, so perhaps he was more afraid of Vanadayen, but is he even more afraid of Shu? We will certainly see. And Payable having banned Monsters yesterday, will he also go ahead and do that again? That is the question. Otherwise...
Yeah.
Oh, and here we go. We will now see the bans. What did they pick?
And it is as expected. The Wangid does not have access to that monster list. That doesn't surprise me at all. When we had our conversations with Payable, he was pretty confident that that was going to consistently be the ban that he was going to take. And Wangid, doing the same as yesterday, has decided it is a no to the Scoia'tael list, which is a bit of a shame. I was really hoping I'd get to see that, as I am a big fan of the control version of that list. But nonetheless, they are the bans, and now it comes down to what the players are going to do. We know here that it is a coin flip situation initially, and Payable has got blue coin, so he will be on the same coin as he was on yesterday, perhaps trying to follow a similar strategy. Wangid here is on red coin now, so they will be trying to make the decisions and work out what they want to queue first here.
Yeah, no, we can only look at their history throughout the tournament so far, and Payable was pretty eager to get his Hyperthin list through on Blue Coin. He queued that twice, and second time he did get it through against Lord Triss. Now, Wangid, Wangid, he actually went with Nilfgaard as his first option too, yet that was his Blue Coin list. He is now going on red coin, so he might queue Monsters perhaps, but he might just try to snipe that Hyperthin list with Nilfgaard himself. I mean, Terra Nova does have the capability of beating Hyperthin, but so far these players have just time and time again shown how you can beat Terra Nova in a mirror match if you are bringing Hyperthin. You just need ample control and you need to draw those pivotal cards.
Yeah, very true. Doesn't have access to that monster list, of course, but he does. I think I really want a Nilfgaard mirror. I know I've said this before. I'm a big fan of them. I can see Line Pockets coming down here as a choice. Pretty strong, powerful list from red coin. If you are Wangid, the only one I'm not expecting to see him queue is that Scoia'tael matchup, albeit the risk, I suppose, for him is normally that would be a blue coin list for him, but he is now in a situation where he has more shots at red coin this time, and it will be the least favoured of his lists going against Payable, I think. So perhaps here he decides, maybe I can just queue this on red, try and force my hand, or rather force my opponent's hand here, by abusing that red coin, hopefully finding and keeping my scenario, unlike the previous series that we saw. But we will find out which way it goes, and it does look like Paya sticks with his Nilfgaard on blue option, and Wangid says, you know what, red coin, Syndicate, this feels right.
Yes, this is a very good matchup here. Payable definitely repeating what he did yesterday, going for that Hyperthin on blue, just assuring that little bit of tempo you need to gain round control and going to a nice long round, or just a very good bleed. And Wangid going for hyper control here, queuing his Syndicate list on red. Syndicate is luckily a very flexible list. You can bring it on blue or red comfortably, and Wangid going for the red option here. So we see Payable playing his first proactive card, not boosting an opponent by 2. A very nice 8-point slam right there.
It is. I think this is the first time throughout the tournament that we've actually seen a Hyperthin tactical decision with Snowdrop in hand in round 1. So it'll be interesting to see how deep he is willing to go into this round here, because there is a Dodoric as well, and we have seen how deadly that combo is. But it is so many points, perhaps you need it for later. Ultimately, it is going to, we're going to see here, we see the Dodoric drop down, so that answers that. On the other side, Wangid has got access to the Bloody Good Friends and the Novigradian Justice here. No Furco, but there are backup targets for the Justice if he did decide not to go down that route a little bit later. So it'll be interesting to see which way he goes, and we see an early payday.
Yes, Wangid going very uninteractive here, making it a little bit awkward for Payable, who has included quite a few control cards in his list. So normally you want to play the card on the left of Sunset Wanderers, but it's simply not an option here unless he is going to commit something like Snowdrop, but we don't see that happening just yet.
No, and instead he moves cards back to his hand. I believe the Joust is the card that he just removed from his hand there. Could have chosen to play that from hand and boost something up. Instead, chooses the Dead Man's Tongue and a boost onto Dodoric. He is now 0 to 21. Oh, take that back. Best boy jumping out. It is 24 to 0. And Wangid here looking like he wants to grab himself up to 9 coins and possibly consider taking that pass right now.
That could be a possibility, simply attempting to outpoint Hyperthin. It can be done, it's not the easiest of tasks, as Hyperthin, if thinned correctly, will give you quite some big cards, especially if there's no deck manipulation involved from your opponent, which Wangid does not have here. But he is definitely going to have to consider getting out here or starting to spend. I see a possible Sea Jackal in our future, or a Bloody Good Friends, depending on what he decides to do.
Yeah, that's very true. The Sea Jackal, such a great spender. The ability to drop it down on the board without ever over-profiting. Spends really well when you have a full pocket as well, at 3 for 2. Wangid here says, I'm not worried. I feel like I can take you. Bleed all you like, I am confident. This list does have the Tunnel Drill, as you can see, but also has a Horson's Freak Show, so has multiple offensive spenders into this list. It's a nice looking hand to defend the bleed as well, if that is a line he has to go down.
Oh yes, it's an excellent looking hand. It's an excellent looking hand. No, well, now Wangid, I'd say he's pretty happy here, as he is on red and he does have an extra card now. So he doesn't have to worry too much, he just has to survive the bleed and try and keep a little bit of golds for a short round 3 if that should occur.
Yeah, that makes sense. It's one of the things that this list does want to do. Its short round is so powerful if it can keep it exactly the way it wants. As you say, those reveal cards, so many points into a short round, but you also can potentially keep some removal with something like a Vilgeforce, the Triss also working that way as well. It is going to be really interesting to see how Wangid defends from this position.
And can I just say, I do love Payable's card back there, the Gwent partner card back. Of course, anybody who is a Gwent partner gets it, and we have quite a few of those. So Payable just representing. But yes, here we have the Proactive Tortoise on the board. We also have a pocket full of coins almost, not enough to yet get that Flying Redanian back onto the board. But we do have quite a few decisions to make. Payable first having to make one, that is.
Yeah, a little bit awkward for him at the moment. Doesn't want to drop the Snowdrop necessarily so early here, but probably considering only one more turn to do so if he is going to push in. Royal Decree also an option if perhaps he wants to thin even further, maybe with the Blightmaker, and that looks like the option he has gone for here.
A very nice Blightmaker card, I like it very much. We see the Mage Assassin coming out as well, losing 1 point on the armor, but still the thinning is just very nice. You cannot deny Blightmaker as one of my favorite cards in Nilfgaard at the moment. Certainly one of the strongest in that slot at least.
Oh, definitely. It's very, very efficient, especially for a list like this. Not only does it give you points, it spreads those points across multiple bodies and thins a card, which is fantastic for this. Ensures that you get slightly better draws, and you can see, normally if you were to look into a graveyard and see only gold cards, you would be devastated, but not in this list. Those cards can stay comfortably tucked away there for now. And Payable, I would imagine on this turn, looking to Snowdrop to keep the Sunset Wanderers in hand for just that little bit bit longer, but it is a big power play. And one of the issues that you have here now, it's a very clever choice of turn for Wangid to drop down this bloody good friends here.
It certainly is. He's placing Payable in a difficult position now. Although Sunset Wanderers is of course a very strong card, it's also a dead giveaway. Your opponent knows exactly how much he needs to push you for you to either pass or overcommit substantially. Payable going for the snowdrop option and the leader, and that's exactly what Wangid would like to see. We see Volgefortz coming in, and oof, we've got two Oz's Thunders in hand. Is that something we want to hold on to right now? It sure is.
I would say so, and you see that the full list with, everything has been pushed back, also using the snowdrop there. The reason it was really, from Wangid, he knew that the Bloody Good Friends was more likely to stick if he drops it on this turn, because it is the turn that Payable would of course need to snowdrop. The giveaway, the information as you mentioned in hand, it's incredible how much you have to pay attention to at the very top level of Gwent. Now, this option for the Nova Gradient Justice, if it is what Wangid chooses to do here, will stick. It will not end up with no target, which is always great to see.
Yes, and although Payable having to commit here, Wangid is now behind with 36 points, so he's definitely going to have to start committing himself here, and he does go with the Nova Gradient Justice option, which is of course very nice as a thinning card. It puts him on 9, so that Flying Redanian is coming out, and it also tells Payable that there might be a potential cleaver. Oh, well, not a cleaver, a tunnel drill in his future, as we do have those pockets stacked nice together.
Yeah, very much so. That drill could come down here, and the beauty of this Bloody Good Friends here in the 5 provision slot, it is tough to remove anyway at 6 base power, but also a spender, so you can prevent that overspend if you were to drop the tunnel drill. Tunnel Drill is a huge card to give here though, and Wangid may not want to. However, this is one of the positions where the Hyperthin list does play into the hands of Syndicate just a little, because there are so many units on the board, particularly in this round, that drill is going to find so much value, even a little extra value into something like the Ardfien Tortoise for one additional boost.
Yes, the question you have to ask yourself is whether you can get more value out of Tunnel Draw in a later round, or whether this is in fact a Payable going for a 2-0 instead of merely a bleed. The thing is, you're never too certain, but he does have his cards stacked up very nicely, and that's not something you're guaranteed to have, especially if you don't draw into Cleaver later. So the fact, okay, no, he's spending a little bit more here than I would, so that doesn't seem like... Yeah, it doesn't seem like he's willing to commit that tunnel drill just yet, as he wouldn't overspin at 4 points. He does go for the poison, and it's a very nice target. Indeed, I mean, it's a 12-point snowdrop.
Yeah, knows of course there is no real answer to that. The purifiers don't exist. It's not like you can consume in this, and you're not going to self-Vilgeforce a 12 to potentially deny a poison. So it is really nice there, able to spread and spend that bleeding onto multiple units. So while he does look like he is a decent way behind here, a single card of reach with all of that, it's very, very possible, even just with the Trafficker that we know exists on the other side.
Yes, that Trafficker going to play for quite a few points. Now, Payable, of course, don't know if he's bluffing or not. Probably not at this level. I'd say it would be too much expenditure, as you want to make sure that you can actually target a card with 2 poisons. Now, we do see there's still 25-point gap here, and we do still have enough Crown Splitters on that row. Wangid now aware of the fact that 2 Ulz's Thunders have already been spent, so his Tunnel Drill is surviving unless Payable commits something like Heatwave to get rid of it.
Yeah, very much so. We also know on the Payable side that this isn't going to be enough. This Fistech Trafficker here makes it a 10-point game, and there aren't enough units even with a full bleed spend to deal with this. Now this is the turn that the Sunset Wanderers could come out here. And it will in fact come out here. There was an option, maybe he would have decided, I'm going to try and hold on to this, move myself into another round and carry those points over. But in this bleed so far, he has not seen anywhere near enough of the powerhouse cards. Realistically, thinning and bronzes is all he's seen. Neither of those damage spenders and none of the big cards. However, Wangid now going to have to start committing into those big cards.
I'm wondering if he's figuring out whether he needs to set up his Witchfinder first or whether he's just going to drop that Tunnel Drill off the bat, because he might lose access to it. That Heatwave does have a target and he would have to play another Spender, which isn't necessarily something you want to do in round 2. After all, you don't know what you're going to draw into in round 3, right?
The Witchfinder's a little bit of a problem here because it gives the tallest unit bounty. Well, the tallest unit right now is a Sunset Wanderers, but that bounty is only going to give you 1 solitary coin. So, as much as it extends your pocket with 3 uninteractive coins here, it isn't exactly the best target. And instead, we see the Horson Jr. come down here, Wangid taking every single second of his rope timer, and does just take the punch there onto the full Ardfien Tortoise. And Pyre jumps straight out.
I mean, here we see Tunnel Drill. Oh, that's a big commitment.
Yeah, he will be very happy to see that on a pass, I would imagine. It was necessary. It was a big, big gap here, and even gets a leader charge spend as well. Just the one, doesn't need to go crazy. Of course, the backup spender availability there of the Bloody Good Friends. But now, that is one of the biggest threats gone. There is still the Horson's Freak Show and Bounty pairings, as well as other huge cards, Cleavers, Gradens, Professors. So it is by no means all over just yet, but I think you'll be very happy to see those cards come out.
Oh yes, for sure. I mean, getting rid of that Tunnel Drill is just something that's very necessary. Though Wangid now needs to make sure it actually draws into the cards he wants, and that's quite a nice hand. That assures some well-needed toll removal from Wangid, though he doesn't have last say at this point. Payable can now take his time before he decides to use something like Zarthisius or Yennefer, and will most likely try and remain uninteractive a little bit longer than Wangid would like.
Yeah, I mean, that is a big hand, but a little bit awkward. You'd imagine something like the Witchfinder probably has to come out first here, unless you're going to play the Vivaldi Bank, try and find your Cleaver. But with 0 coins in hand, that's going to involve spending, as there are only 4 cards available to you rather than the 7. It's going to be interesting here. I mean, the pass from Pyre was well-timed to avoid losing his card, as you say. Maintaining that last say can be really nice. Allows you the sort of the free choice whether you're going to remove something with Vilgeforce or you're going to self-burn one of your 3s if they're still on the board. So we'll be pretty happy with the way that bleed went, but there is still a lot of power on the other side here. Syndicate has a lot of potential points as Wangid here decides which way he wants to go with it.
And it seems he's going right into Furco, and he's going with a self-fistic. Alright, well that does give him 5 coins. He knows Payable isn't going to poison that Furco as it's not a card he has. Very interesting play there.
I really like that. I like that play here. He could have used that Furco for access to a bounty later, or access to a dip in the Pontar for coins and damage, but making Payable play instead, saying, okay, put points on the board, fight me. I've given you almost no target. If you play something like a Zarthisius, you are giving me a supersized target. And even though he has passed up the option of that Slander, we know that Professor gives a bounty. Witchfinder will give at least 1 bounty, so that Graden always likely to find a target. So, and we see a quick trade, not the ideal choice for that assassination, but Payable returns in kind and says, okay, what's your move now, friend?
Yes, assassination. My Afrikaans coming through here today. Assassination just getting 2 points. Well, Wangid at least gets 5 coins of carryover, which will definitely show later on, depending on the spender he decides to get here. Yes, I wouldn't be surprised if we see Cleaver coming down on the board there, because otherwise we're left with a mere freak show, and that might just get killed very quickly, giving Wangid a lot of coins and no way to spend it.
Yeah, very much so. The other benefit, of course, of the Furco play we saw, it opened up that bank. You could see all the way into the vault, and had he not done that and just tried to high roll and say, you know what, I believe my Cleaver will be in the right place, he actually would have missed it because it was the 5th card. So really nice play there. Also fully drops the points from his leader, all but 1 charge left to spend as much as possible on that Cleaver there, finding a decent amount of value, but it still eats a heat wave.
Yes, I'm quite a fan of that move. I like it very much because you'd rather spread out your points there. You don't want to put it all in one card. So Payable now not having total units to remove, just a bunch of Cleaver's muscles and Cleaver himself. Now, Wangid struggling a tiny bit here. He needs to decide if he wants to place something like Witchfinder on the board. But the problem is it won't find Bounty, as Payable will most likely kill it really quickly. And it will give him 3 coins, but it is about his only proactive card right now, so he's in a tough position.
Yeah, and that is what we see. As I mentioned earlier, the Witchfinder, I said it would find at least 1 bounty. Well, it doesn't look like it will, as Triss is going to come down and clean that up pretty quickly here. All of a sudden, this Graydon looking a little bit risky. The Professor likely to clean up the targets it can already hit. So it's going to hit a Yennefer effectively, or a Vilgeforce, and then Graydon going to come down. You're losing value between those 2 cards, especially when you only have access to 4 coins already. Can see the Freak Show perhaps being dropped and not spending here, literally being used for enough coins to play for a boost perhaps. This is like a chess game. They are not playing the next turn, they're playing 4 or 5 ahead, and that is one of the things that makes this kind of matchup at this level so good.
Yes, this is an extremely awkward hand from Wangid. He decides to play his spender. He's likely using all of it, as he knows that it's not surviving. There's no way that Payable will play anything that is going to boost into a tall unit, as Wangid does need setup for Graydon. He needs to put a bounty on a card before he can use it, so this is extremely awkward for him. And the only variation I can see here, or the only move, would be Vilgefortz onto Freak Show.
Okay, and it doesn't pull out the spender. There were 2 spenders in there. Sea Jackals, it pulls out a Kurt. Now, it's awkward here because Yennefer needs something to target. Had there been a Triss on board, the Yen onto that would have felt fine. But trying to deny the value these bounties are going to find, instead giving yourself a Zarthisius and a Yen that are both going to find tall could work really well, as now this Professor is going to have to combo with the Graydon for full removal value, but the Graydon are not going to be able to boost and not going to be able to spend here.
Yes, and we see that Professor coming down, though the 4 points of damage obviously not doing a lot, as we will most certainly see Graydon killing it anyway. Now, the problem here is he's not going to get the coins, or at least not using it. That's the only problem here. He can kill it, but that's about it, right? You can't even trigger your Flying Redanian at this point. You have 1 in your leader charge and you have 1 on the board. It's just not enough. Payable is taking this. Oh, if it was not for that awkward hand, Wangid might just have taken this game. What an awkward hand. Extremely awkward.
I mean, the beauty of that is both players were playing around in an open decklist format what they knew and were expecting. That is a matchup they will have both played plenty of times. You saw Wangid there try and deny a low value unit to boost so that Payable wasn't able to spread. You saw Payable take less damage than you would normally and stay as uninteractive as possible, expecting the final 2 cards to be a Graydon and to be a Professor, saying, you know what? I'm going to make sure you do not find value effectively on one of those cards, because I know with those 2 cards I have remaining, I am going to be fine. I have got 2 effective 17-point cards, and a 17 and a 15. I feel pretty confident that line worked for him with Last Say. If he hasn't got Last Say there, that goes completely the other way around, and we end up with a different victor. It's so much fun watching them play around certain lines and try and deny each other time and time again. And that was fantastic. And we see Payable take a 1-0 lead. He now goes on to red coin.
Yes, he does, and Payable just bringing his Nilfgaard Hyperthinlist through on blue every single time, except of course for losing 1 game, but at the end he did manage to bring it through against Lord Triss. Now, take notes folks, you want your Hyperthin on blue most of the time. As you said, Payable is now going to be on red, and the only faction I can really think of here would be Monsters, unless he's attempting to snipe and goes for something like Syndicate. Wangid, on the other hand, now has blue coin, and we saw yesterday how he went with his Nilfgaard list first, not Squirtle. So is he purposely going to do that here, or is he going to set up his Squirtle on blue? That's the question, right?
It is. I mean, it depends on what he feels like he's going to face here. The Squirtle engine list can do well into monsters, but we have seen Nilfgaard able to control, copy, and effectively make it a monster mirror instead. So both lists stand a reasonable chance here. Ultimately, it comes down to what he feels he needs to get through quickly. He's going to want to get a win on the board. He's not going to want to try and go for a reverse sweep, even though, as we've talked about before, it can bring little advantages in terms of being able to pick your matchup and your coins, but I think he's going to be keen to get this through here. I agree, there's a very good chance we're going to see monsters here from Payable. He'll be happy to take that. Both his monster list and his Squirtle list, syndicate list, he is comfortable taking on either coin. That is the beauty. They are both pretty powerful, and he will be comfortable with either. So it'll be entirely up to him to see what we take, and we do see Payable take that red coin monsters, and it is... Oh, it's effectively a monster mirror, ladies and gentlemen. That's the way I see this matchup. Monster mirror. At least after round one.
It's the monster mash. Yes, it's for sure. We're going to see Wangid likely playing more monster cards than Payable if it goes his way. Now, we've seen how extremely scary a matchup like this is. Oh my goodness. Wangid being on blue coin though, Payable being on red. That at least gives Payable the option to perhaps play that She Who Knows card after Wangid has passed. Now, that's a pretty nice move there, because on blue coin, of course, the moment you pass, Wangid would just steal that card. So I'm curious to see when Payable will commit the Defender, as I haven't seen a lot of people run Defender in this variation. So he will likely be protecting his strongest engines, and I'd say that would include something like Idarin.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, the Defender does give you that little bit of extra flexibility to play this list on blue, so that your She Who Knows has a better chance of surviving. We can see Paya has access to both here, and a plethora of options. He has bronze single cards, so he can play lots and lots of setup here. A little awkward for Wangid, having to drop down a Thaned turncoat without giving a target. There aren't too many direct ways in this list of giving spying, and it's one of the most crucial things you can do, not just to pair with cards like Vincent, but also to set yourself up later for a much, much better Arto Terra Nova. So, won't be ideal. This card has gone from an engine to not very quickly, and he will be hoping that he can prevent that. But we see an early Furcart to prevent that exact issue, drawing into a Yennefer's Invocation as well.
Yes, that's beautiful. And the thing with Furcart is it will give spying units a spying status to random enemy units every time you play a special card. So even though we have a limited amount of cards that can give spying, if Furcart is left unchecked, he will do the job for you. So that's a very nice play from Wangid, setting it up nice and early. Already his Arto Terra Nova does have access to a Griffin, which is quite a big card. You see Brewers coming down there. That is also a good play there. Obviously having carryover into the next Crones, who will now be able to do either 4 damage or 4 boosts.
Yeah, and chooses to eat the Thrive instead of eating the Griffin. Potentially could have turned off the Thaned Turncoat's damage every other turn. Decides instead, you know what, I can spawn fruits for days, it does not matter, and instead chooses to do that. Now Brewers, of course, has spying as well, because we've seen another special card come and go, and setting up a Kiki worker for Wangid.
Yes, and we still have 2 special cards there in Wangid's hand as well, so he needs to time when he wants to play them. Of course, you do want quite a few relics up your sleeve if you are Nilfgaard, because you would want to get as much value out of the synergy that it offers, because my goodness, it's just one of the strongest mechanics in the game right now. And we see Wangid passing there on 7, he is ahead. He gives Payable the She Who Knows on Sabbath. Quite interesting. Payable getting some carryover there, and of course She Who Knows can go into the next round and give resilience to another unit again if you trigger Sabbath. That's one of the reasons she is as strong as she is.
Yeah, very much so, and I think Paya will be pretty happy with that pass here. Has the ability to push and bleed to his heart's content here. Not too much in the way of graveyard setup on the other side to be able to interrupt, but there is a Griffin and also a Kikimore worker, so Mamuna has 2 targets, but we do see that experimental remedy, which I expect to do its very best impression of getting in the way of allowing that to happen. Just
yes, of course. Now, Payable here having to decide. He has 2 options here. He can, of course, go for a very fast tempo play and just get ahead, pass, and keep his Sabbath. That's not going to work, though. Wangid will be stealing that card if he does so. Of course, if Payable has enough cards in hand, and he sure does, he could just decide to go for a 2-0. Monsters is very capable of doing that, and it's quite scary how easily you can manage to do it with a simple Caranthea on a well-placed Bloody Mistress. He does play his Defender, indicating he does not want his cards to be stolen, yet Vincent having a smile there. He's having a little bit of a laugh.
Yeah, it was pretty much a skill check. Do you have the Vincent? The answer was yes. Now, for Payable, the one thing he would have liked in his hand to make this bleed really, really powerful was that Idoran. He would have liked to be able to perhaps push a little bit firmer with that, because now he's going to lose so much value on it with things like the Caranthea in hand. If he does choose to commit that, as well as the Self-Eater, that card, of course, can be petrifying. You'd expect it to only get the 1 turn of value against imprisonment anyway, so maybe it's not the end of the world that he's playing it into round 3 here, as Paya makes a decision. Is it worth me pushing? Usually against this, you would say yes. The question he will be deciding is, am I going to give Wangid here the time to set up potentially enough cards for Sabbath himself if he chooses then to steal and replay my She Who Knows? We know he can't do that because he hasn't got the option, but Paya has to play around it and consider it.
That is definitely true. Payable having to... Oh, he does go for Self-Eater. The Om Nom Nom engine. That's one of my favorite bronzes in the game. Hats off to CDPR. Please make more of this art. Now, that card... Yes, please. That card is going to just make more copies of itself, which we all want to see. But Wangid, he just doesn't allow it. He says enough is enough. Please don't make more of them. Of course, that's very nice because not only can the Self-Eater not make more copies of himself, he also can't get a boost every time a relic is played. Now, Payable on 7 cards, he needs to be very careful there. He does have Gun Cayenne as a nice option. Of course, you want that in your graveyard so Mamuna can access it later along with your Griffin. But will Wangid allow that is the question. Stealing something like that would be pretty nice because it retains its 9 points of base power and Wangid will be able to play it, perhaps even boosting it a little bit more if he plays enough relics on his own side of the board.
Yeah, very true. I mean, the Relic Pocket, even with a locked Self-Eater, still counts as a relic after all, but it is also in coup range right now, and that is certainly an option if you want to start setting up your own relics. Can also see She Who Knows has Spying, so in the Arto Terra Nova into this round could end up being absolutely huge here, being able to play the Arto and gain your own She Who Knows on a pass, and it's a serious possibility that we could see that. Setting up a couple of additional Assimilate engines here, getting ready perhaps for one of those bigger plays for maximum value.
Yes, and Wangid being very careful here, he allows Payable to retain 26 points. So if Payable wants to pass, he could. The thing is, Wangid will never allow that resilience to stick, whether he needs to steal it, make some of his own, lock it. He is... Oh, and Payable is going for it. He is going for the 2-0. At least he's going for a bleed, because that Caranthea in round 3 with Mamuna is very scary.
I think for Payable here, he's looking and saying, I'm willing to commit a card like Gurnikora, because either you have to give me your remaining removal, i.e. Yennefer, on an awkward card, because Gurnikora, of course, doesn't turn back to Bloody Mistress if you steal it, so it won't deploy you those Gurnikora fruits yourself without Sabbath. Alternatively, he could get the other lock leader charge out of Wangid, and that is exactly what he does get, and that is going to feel really nice for him. He will be pretty happy to see both of those leader charges gone, because that element of control is now out of hand. Cards like the Witch Apprentice have to be answered in a different way now, which will feel really, really nice for him. I think he'll be quite content with that. And we see, oh, it's Karen. No, sorry, it is Arcto Terra Nova. And that is Sabbath established on the other side.
That is beautiful. We see all 3 assimilate cards ticking as well, adding 3 more points. Now, Payable perhaps having the option of using his Parasite on the card, reducing its value into the next round. He also could just continue with the Witch Apprentice. That is a 2-point engine and will certainly keep on ticking unless dealt with.
Yeah, I mean, while damaging it with the Parasite does reduce some of the carryover, the ability to turn off one of the Assimilate engines potentially into a shorter round may feel better for him. It might be something he would rather do there, because they can escalate so quickly. A card like Brathan's, able to potentially double create and proc, sits itself on 6, can end up spiraling. So it'll be interesting to see which line he does choose to take here, and a double carryover now.
Oh my goodness.
This doesn't guarantee the double carryover though. I have had 4 of these on board. The way this works, at the end of the round, the card gives resilience to the highest base power unit on your side. Well, currently there are 2 of those. But it doesn't mean that both of them won't target the same one. So you could end up with just one. You could, of course, end up with both here. So it'll be interesting to see how that pays off. I've actually had 3 on board before and still only ended up with 1. Much to my dismay. I was very excited, very briefly.
Well, you heard it here, folks. Lionheart is a filthy Nilfgaard main, and he also knows exactly how these cards work. Now, it will be interesting, and it is sort of a 50-50, isn't it? We don't know which one will gain resilience. Maybe 1, maybe 2. Now, Payable there going for Weavers, boosting a card, going a bit deeper into the round, seeing what he can get out of Wangid. I'd say he'd be very happy with just thinning all the way down to Karanthir and Mamuna, as that in itself is more than 30 points in one round, and that is exceptionally scary. And Wangid here having to decide what he is willing to commit. He doesn't have to do too much to get ahead, especially when playing Assimilate cards, but he decides to go for Yennefer instead. And yeah, that is not enough to get him ahead.
It is not, but he has Yennefer'd another She Who Knows. Wangid clearly thinking, 2 is not enough for me. I want another. I want them all, and I want them now. And that is what he has decided to do here. As you point out, he is offering Payable pass after pass after pass. Has no leader charge to try and push that, while Paya has got an active 2-point a turn engine here. But the hand getting more and more awkward to commit here. What do you choose to do? If you're going to play the Mamuna, it has to be Karanthir. The pass here coming in, pretty nice. What is he going to get in return? The Gorthra Gaved here, because it will create the Alchemist, will also, I believe, proc these Assimilate cards. So we could see the roll time.
Oh dear goodness, don't do it, Wangid. Don't do it. Don't give in to the temptations of Alchemist. Don't do it.
The Alchemist. It has. I mean, the other options, you could just high roll that Cantarella, but of course that means you cannot pair it later with the order ability from this Gorthra Gaved and take something out of the graveyard to deny the Mamuna. Instead, just says, you know what, I'll take the Viper Witcher, I will take the bleed. More than enough, gets ahead. Does give another Witch Apprentice there into the list as a result, so we know that is going to be pulled. You're going to see that. Can't target the Gurnakora's fruit, however, because of course it no longer works on tokens.
Well, that's a lot of respect there for Wangid, and only one of those cards stick, like you said, but he has another one in hand. Of course, round 3, it won't go into a round 4, but it's still a solid 10 points. It's a relic. It's definitely a card you'd like in hand, especially if you're going to make use of the synergy. Payable here, he definitely wants to discard that Griffin if he's going to get that double Mamuna value to its fullest extent.
Ooh, and it's a big card to pick up.
Beautiful.
It is beautiful, but obviously it has to stick And now it has a very good chance. Yennefer has gone. Those 2 leader charges have gone, but the setup to get in the way of it starts now. He has currently got all 5 of his bronze cards, in fact, in graveyard, but expect to see one of them vanish at the speed of light, and there it is. The Self-Eater is taken out of the graveyard, reducing those options. Payable having to set this up and pair it with the Idaran here does slow it down a little. Gortha and Kanta can also get in the way another time yet.
Yes, you are very correct there. You want to use that Gortha Goliath as quickly as possible and get rid of some cards in the graveyard. That is for sure. Now, if Payable has High Road like he did, Wangid can expect him to go triple Mamuna if those cards stick. Idaran, of course, allowing Caranthea to spawn not 1 but 2 Mamunas. And we will see 2 fruits on the board as well. A very nice little tech there. Of course, they are both Thrive engines, so that's definitely never a bad thing.
No, not at all. I mean, it's a lot of points if the Idaran sticks, and that bleed from Payable has effectively ensured that it could. There may have been a point where he was looking at the Parasite in his hand thinking, maybe I kill this Self-Eater. I know currently there is a She Who Knows in hand. I'm pretty confident you have access to a little bit more of my graveyard yet, so this Self-Eater could play for a lot of points. Expect to see perhaps the Gankaen stolen here, which is a serious possibility, but could also take the Gurnikora instead. Is thinking, you know what, while Gurney may have been points, it is much better to take this Gankaen because it is now a card you cannot use. And as you pointed out, it is not 9 points, because this one already was and has boosted to 13. That's huge.
That's not merely huge, it's very scary. Like you said, it is just so scary that it retains its base power, so it will be a 9 points and then boosts itself by 4. It's played between the relics. It also now boosts the Self-Eaters onto a nice even number, so they can go om nom nom and go down to 2, making more copies. Oh, but Caranthea finds 2 Mamunas. Now, that is a sight to see. We see the Griffin
plays
coming
it really
out.
nicely. Spread the rows there intentionally so that the Griffin wouldn't need to eat. Denied himself Sabbath intentionally there by playing Caranthea onto the back row and knowing the Mamunas would spawn separately. That way, the Griffin did not need to consume anything else. Really, really smart play there, and one that I'm sure many of us have messed up in the past.
Oh yes, that's a very 5-hit play there from Payable. And of course, Wangid trying to relic synergy there, just in case, placing the spying card in between the Mamuna and the Witch Apprentice. He does make a little piggy of his own, and that piggy will definitely grow as we have already retained Sabbath. Of course, it also triggers the Self-Eaters, and they are all getting boosted every time we play a relic.
Yeah, I was just looking through Payable's hand and thinking what does he choose to do here? The Witch Apprentice in this situation plays on the Thrive curve, so he gets the maximum number of points he can out of those Gurnikora fruits. The risk, of course, he has a Mamuna in hand with just 1 solitary target left. So if Wangid had access to another option for that graveyard, the Experimental Remedy or the Menno to pull it, it could have been really awkward for him, and this Mamuna could have ended up just consuming one of the cards left in the deck. But he's taken the read and said, you know what, you didn't do it last turn when you could have done. I am going to try and maximize my points here in this effective monster mirror that we are now experiencing. And it looks like it's going to be the right play.
Yeah, and we see that Emissary coming down there. Are we going to get another Om Nom Nom? That's the pivotal question here. Is it worth doing? It is not. And we see Payable going there, checking out a potential Aldebair play. He has Parasites. He goes for Mamuna. He's going to get that last target out of the graveyard. Goes for the Kikimo Worker. Not bad. That's a solid 7 points right there, along with the 2-point Mamuna and another Kikimo Worker. You love to see a triple Mamuna,
so
folks.
Many points. He was even before that turn started and those engines ticked. It is incredible how many points can drop out. But his final 2 cards just trade for 6 plus the engine. Obviously the bear will actually end up trading for 8 because it is a wonderful bear, but that is the end of Idaren's value here, and so now not such big point swings, and this parasite has been held for a long time without denying a single engine. The turn he could have killed the Witch Apprentice, felt he needed to do something else, i.e. play for his maximum thrive curve. The Brathans now as an assimilate engine won't be denied. Maybe this Artorias Vigo, but you will lose points. So it is most likely just going to be playing here for value.
For sure, and he's obviously going to go for another relic as it does just continue to boost all the others. He now also has 2 Witch Apprentices on board, but Parasite being played there,
He does find it.
denying it. How dare you play my card, sir? How dare you?
Oh, and any card will do, and much to my delight, the best card, the strongest card in Gwent comes down, and it is an Elder Bear, and we see Payable take his monster list through. It was not enough in the pseudo monster mirror there, and it is Payable 2-0 up now. He has just 1 remaining list to get through here. He's going to feel very comfortable.
Oh, for sure. He now has to take Syndicate through on blue, red, or blue again. It depends on whether Wangid is going to go for that reverse sweep. Now, Wangid here on red needs to face Syndicate. And like you said, every single game matters, as this is how you accumulate a bigger slice of the cake, the prize pool, if you will. So what on earth would you take here on red against Syndicate? You don't have access to your own monsters, as Payable knows exactly how deadly it is. You have Nilfgaard, Squirtle, and Syndicate. Are we going to see a mirror match by any chance, or do we think Bounty stands a better chance against something like a no bounty list with optimal control options?
I mean, it comes down to potentially coin, potentially draws into the mirror. I prefer the mid-range version rather than Bounty, but Bounty has some serious power going into that mirror if you find the cards at the right time, so it's very possible we'll try and push that through. Could also say, you know what, I'm going to switch and I'm going to take my imprisonment list here, take the control and really try and deny that right now. Does have 2 shots with red coin, as you say, for Wangid, and now he knows exactly what he's facing. He knows the list, he knows the coin, so it is all about that choice here. Trying to get that Precision Strike list through when he is blue coin, i.e. next game, if we get to it, is going to be the tough one for him, I think. That's going to be the one that he really has to push. For now, it could well end up being a mirror, and in spite of the fact that we haven't seen too many leader abilities across this tournament, I think 6, we haven't actually seen that many mirror matches because the variety of bans and targets from the pro players have actually been quite different. We've mentioned this a few times, but Syndicate used to just automatically eat a ban, yet Monsters has eaten more bans, and I think, if I'm not mistaken, Squirtle has probably had about the same number as well, so it's really interesting that even with a limited number of leader abilities brought, the tactics and the plans from these players are very different.
Yeah, that's for sure. We might not have a large variety of different factions, but we sure have a large variety of different choices. And it's always very interesting to see which choices are being made at this height of the competitive scene, how different players go into these matches. I think with the amount of games they have played throughout the seasons, the amount of prepping, they know exactly what list they want to take through on what coin. They know exactly what its strengths and weaknesses are, and they don't want it to be exploited. Therefore, you do see someone like Wangid just banning Shiru right off the bat. We also saw Lord Triss doing this, knowing that Shiru is a rather difficult deck to play. I would always go as far as saying anti-meta, you know, because not only does it not give you any cards to replicate with something like Terra Nova, it also gives you nothing to steal, and it will end up just scorching your entire board if played correctly. So I see you banning Shiru many of the times.
Yeah, I mean, obviously that would have played into multiple of the lists, would have played well into the engine version of Precision Strike and Line Pockets as well. I think we have all been hit with a surprise Shiru in the last few weeks, playing Line Pockets, feeling really smug with our cleaver and our drill and our pocket and going, oh no. And it is one of the reasons why I started putting a blacksmith into my deck, actually, to try and play around said Shiru. But that is not an option here for Wangid. He's taken his imprisonment list through on blue coin in the times he's played with it mostly so far, but can play very well in on red as well. And we have seen other players take very, very similar lists on red coin successfully so far this tournament. So that is an option. I am curious to see which one, because ultimately he's got to get both of them through, and I would expect both of them to try and go through on that coin. Well, we don't have to guess any longer here, and he actually takes a very interesting choice. Now, I have constantly said this is the list that I would be most worried about if I was Wangid. This is the one that you struggle with. It's normally a blue coin list, but he probably doesn't fancy it on blue into Syndicate and has decided, you know what? If I can get this one through, I'm reasonably confident in the Pockets matchup, because you don't actually mind blue coin in the Pockets matchup because you want to go first in the last round effectively, so it's not the end of the world losing round one into that matchup. And also Nilfgaard, very versatile here, so instead has found his scenario and may well say, I am going to take my red coin and I'm going to push it as hard as possible. But we do see a couple of awkward cards. There is a bit of a brick in the hand of Wangid. The rest of the hand looking pretty stable though.
I think you're very right there in your analysis, Lionheart. Like you said, Wangid now has the option of taking 2 lists through on red, but only 1 on blue. And he decided he'd rather take his square tile list on red, and perhaps is looking at a very other list for the blue coin matchup. Like you said, perhaps taking advantage of that Syndicate mirror, which is a line I would quite like. Payable here starting off on blue now. He could start off with a Sea Jackal, he could start off with something like the Blacksmith. Not too much proactivity on his end, as there are some control options on Wangid's side, and they will likely get rid of the card quite quickly.
Yeah, it is a very awkward hand actually, and actually just drops the Helveed and gets himself to 9 coins without spending. It's a really nice line. It's a weird one. Normally you think turn 1, 10 provision gold card. Ooh, I don't know, but ultimately this Blacksmith is really valuable for Payable because it is one of the few options he has for Novigradian Justice. It is also really useful in this matchup because if the Blacksmith can sit on the board, it can boost that drill slightly higher in the same turn the drill is played if it sticks, which can be really important. This list does have access to higher removal with things like the Precision Strike pings, but nonetheless, forcing them out when you want can matter here.
Yes, you know what? I'm a very big fan of this proactive play, and you know what? I can see it. I can now see why you want Helveed in this, because along with the stratagem, it just gives you 9 coins on the dot. Payable not even spending them. He has ample spenders in hand, and he knows Wangid isn't just going to remove Helveed with a leader ping and a Nature's Rebuke. It's simply not worth it. And now we have 2 spenders on the board, getting 3 points instead of 2 there because we have more than 7 coins in our pocket here with Sea Jackal. Wangid going for it. He's saying, listen here, I don't really want you to win this round. I'm going to play my artifact right now, and I'm going to push. We see that Alvenseer coming out as well. Now that's a dangerous card if left unchecked.
It is indeed, and it may be a 5 provision card, but the ability and the synergy that this card can play with can be huge. Although the only option in hand right now is a Tempering. Could of course take Fulv into one of those orbs if it does stick. That is certainly an option here, but I really like the line from Wangid. He will have been very happy to see that Feign Death access in his hand round 1. Perhaps would have liked a couple of other options, a little bit more variety in his choices, maybe access to one of those Whisperers to be able to pair the Whisperer here in the same turn as the last Feign Death would have been really nice for him, but he's got to be happy that he's found that at least here, knowing it can't be removed. And we see Payable now. Probably is he dropping the Professor here to answer that? It's a huge answer because you can see the Professor is such a good card, even at 12 provisions, because it removes a 4p engine, allows you to spend as well. Well, engine, big threat, I guess. It wouldn't necessarily count as an engine because it's a single use, and masses of points for Payable here, saying, I am not going to lose to you uneven with your scenario.
Oh yeah, I mean, it's a very nice use of it, at least, as you do get that bounty value, something you wouldn't get on something like the Whisperer of Doblathana, as it is veiled. So Payable just quickly getting rid of the threat. Wangid pretty happy most likely with the amount of commitment, but he still wants to get ahead here. He needs to plan carefully. Does Payable have more removal? And we know the answer, of course. Horson Jr. also sitting there. Is that something Payable is willing to commit at this point, though? That's the question.
Yeah, I mean, you're trading high-end golds for 5 provision bronzes in that situation, but those 5 provision bronzes are really, really important pieces of the puzzle for Wangid, because ultimately when they start sticking, and they start comboing together, they are just wonderful. This Sorceress, of course, also going to spawn a waylay here. You'd imagine taking the value on the boat because it won't just jump back. And now, 10-point game, engine still running here, and Paya jumps out and says, I am very happy with this. I didn't lose on even. A decent amount of commitment, but pretty happy there. Has thinned the boat and not lost on even, trading that for the scenario, and a few pretty good elves.
Yeah, that's quite interesting pass there from Payable. Definitely deciding, look, I have committed enough here. I don't really want to give you anything more. Wangid most likely happy that he can get out here. He just needs to plan it carefully so he gets optimal value here. His Doblathon Sorceress on 4 provisions, of course, gives him the option of, yeah, there you go. You see Tempering coming down there. And he is now deciding here.
Yeah, I believe it's Maxi. He's trying to work out, what does my hand hold for me? In the current version of reality, he is missing Simless and Forest Protector here, but he does have Isengrim's Council and for round 3 a Call of the Forest. So it'll be very interesting to see if he holds this hand and doesn't shuffle with the Maxi. We will find out, of course, right now as we go into round 2. It's likely with round control we're going to see a little bit of a bleed here going into that long round against Syndicate. When you haven't seen the drill, you haven't seen the freak show, very, very scary. And he did shuffle with Maxi. Can always be a risk. He's now found himself the Heat Wave and both Whisperers, but you don't really necessarily want those Whisperers in hand. You want to grab them with a tutor so you can pair them with something like the Orbs, actually both cards' current new favourite card, and if you pair them together, all of a sudden its floor isn't 3, it becomes much, much bigger.
Yes, that is very true, and I like the fact that the Orbs are both of these players' favorite cards. Unfortunately, Payable's Square Talus keeps getting banned, but it doesn't include the Orbs. It went for Shiri instead. Now, Wangid pretty happy here. The thing is, Payable is well aware of the fact that Wangid doesn't need Last Say to win. Payable doesn't have any tool removal on his list except for poisons. So if Payable is more comfortable here with allowing Wangid to go into the round, that is something he can allow. But Wangid now needs to carefully plan how he wants to maneuver here. Is he going to go for a long round 2 and go into a short round 3 with Gord? Is he going to try and outpoint Payable and go for the 2-0? That's the question. But we do see that Doblathon Sorceress being set up first, and we're very likely to see something like the Whisperer or the Elven Seer to come out next if that card survives.
Yeah, Payable trying to work out which way do I go with this here. The Junior really valuable into this. Not surprised to see a dip there because, of course, you can only create based on your power level of bronzes. And last time I checked, there isn't a single 1 provision card in the game. So while this card isn't dead, it is effectively off. And the option of something like a Tempering to turn it back on and hold it is available for Wangid here, but there's no guarantee that exists in hand. So it does slow down that value. It is exactly what he does choose to do though, and gets it to 6. Now, does he hold it here, or does he just try and find the orb instead of waiting the turn, pairing it with the Elven Seer or the Whisper of Dolblathana?
Oh, that's the problem here. Even though you have it at 6, you're not guaranteed a 6 provision card. You might very well get a few bricks in your hand, and a Payable not yet having any units on the board is a problem here. Also, you're missing out on a little bit of value if you want to play that orb on something like the Elven Seer, or just trigger those Whisperers of Dolblathana. At least we now know there's one less dip in the Pantar threat there for the Whisperers, so that is very nice. Payable now having to decide, does he want to ping that again? He sure can. He has Horson Jr. It's an excellent bait for Horson Jr. He decides, no, I'm not falling for it. I'm going to place my first Crown Splitter on the melee row.
Yeah, he does. This is a turn here where he's pretty confident that this Bloody Good Friends could also survive, as instead the Sorceress of Dol Blathanna being allowed to exist here, pairing potentially with this Elven Seer. If he finds the orb, it's going to be huge for him here, and he does. As Central, that's not just one orb now, that is 2 separate orbs. It's going to feel really good for Wangid here, and doesn't have the setup with the Whisperer on board, but is now able to pair those 2 orbs in Graveyard when he pulls another Whisperer out for so many points. Feels really good for him there. We do see on Payable's side though, while he could play Novigradian Justice, he doesn't have it or the fur coat to do so. So may have to take a dip with the bank in order to do that if that's the line he wants. Instead, the Bloody Good Friends is a great spending option. The fact that it is a backup spender is really nice for this list when sometimes it struggles to find them.
You know what I find very interesting is that he didn't use his Bloody Good Friends to ping that Sorceress down by just 1 or 2, as it would have denied the orb, and of course the orb is 6 provision, so he just had to spend a single coin there to prevent that orb value. And of course we know the orbs are especially dangerous here, because not only will they come out again, they will give Gord more points. So interesting play there from Payable, deciding not to ping it down.
Yeah, decided to hold the coins there. You're completely right. That Bloody Good Friends could have spent once onto the Sorcerer and left it in the 5 slot. We now see a single ping, that's 6 reach because of the Nature's Rebuke, also meaning this Forest Protector is active now. There is a better option. It was, of course, able to play Tempering previously, but not necessarily the card you would like to choose.
Yes, that's for sure, and we just need to be aware now that there are 2 orbs in the graveyard and will only be triggered after the second special card we see played.
We've just seen one of them, so you could see a Falve here, Falve perhaps pulling out that Whisper of Dol Blathanna, because they will then drop onto the board and pair at the same time with the orbs coming back. I think I can hear... Nope, never mind, that has gone, don't worry, that is, don't need to worry about that. I can hear, I could hear something briefly, but we are going, and you can see another Whisperer. Now this is a really nice play here, because this Whisperer of Dol Blathanna, if it survives and is paired with the next Valve, you are going to get so much value from those orbs. There are so many points, and we don't see that instantaneously. Nope, you are going to take a dip in the Pontar, my friend, not going to allow that to exist.
Lionheart hearing voices. I'm trying to figure out whether I should be concerned or not here, but we'll pretend that didn't happen. You know, these elves, they have some dirty tricks up their sleeve. Now, we do see Wangid here having to decide what he wants to do here. Yeah. He has quite a few options to his disposal. Payable not having committed that much. You would like to see some cards come out here, cards like Tunnel Drill, cards like Cleaver, cards like Horizon Jr. But we see Wangid going for that Forest Protector.
And this will pull those orbs out as well, so decides not to pair that, instead thinking, you know what, at the moment I don't have access to my Gord, I don't have access to my Simless, haven't committed my leader, and I shuffled with Maxi here. So the potential value of this Valve is actually really, really big. Can't afford to try and super greed here, just get enough points ahead and try and pull those orbs out as we are now.
Yes, and Payable just playing bronzes. He just keeps ahead there without committing anything of value. He is having a good time, and that Blacksmith is doing an excellent job at it. Now, he is still ahead. Wangid is a card down. Not ideal for him, though if he knew that Payable had a handful of golds, I'm pretty sure Wangid would keep pushing here. He does have a nice death blow there. He decides to go for the leader, interestingly enough, at some nice tempo and thinning at the same time.
Yeah, huge amount of points there. Could now be setting up something like a Simless perhaps to try and get as much value going into that next round as possible. Has thinned his deck really, really nicely here as well, making his draws improved, giving himself a decent chunk of points to potentially get ahead with that bit of threat. But as I say, the lack of knowledge, the Maxi having to shuffle, would have felt particularly awkward. And here, the only risk for Wangid now is he plays both of these orbs. His remaining 2 cards are special, so if he does end up committing both, those orbs are coming right back in this round, which is a decent chunk of points, but you'll lose out on a tick of the vitality and the potential carryover from it. So I think he's going to be quite hopeful here that he doesn't have to do that.
Now, I mean, that Flying Redanian is looking like a very juicy Heatwave target, but it might also just be bait. Of course, if you use Heatwave on it, it won't be coming back in the next round. Now, Payable actually having to commit here. He needs to figure out what he's willing to place on the board, as he is behind by quite a bit. If Wangid decides to go and commit his special cards, he will get those orbs right back, and that's a very scary prospect here for Payable. Now we see him spending here first, and he goes into that Vivaldi bank, being able to view 2 extra cards because of the spend.
Yeah,
what
he does
pick?
see the Furco here, so he could choose to Furco into Justice, not only thinning, but sets himself up into a nice position where if he does have to commit the drill right now, it's not the end of the world because he still has decent points and spenders from Cleaver. Also means it's not going to end up being bricked next turn, which will feel pretty nice for him there. Bank not thinning once, thinning effectively twice, which is pretty decent on his side. Game is now not just the 6 points, and we do see that Heat Wave. Takes it on the spender instead of the boat. Not too worried there, and we jump straight back to needing more than 20 points. But there aren't too many coins in the pocket right now. As scary as the drill is, it is only as good as the number of coins that you hold. And right now there is access to effectively 9 of them if you full spend as Payable here.
Yes, Payable here having to be careful. He is eyeing that tunnel drill, but he decides to go for Horson Jr. instead, gaining more coins. Not a bad play, therefore giving him the option to go use that tunnel drill just a little bit more. I quite like that play. That was a nice one.
Big decision here for Wangid. He knows he is keeping last say here. How much does he value those orbs right now? Or how does he read the hand? Does he believe he can... Oh, he does. Okay. So he's going to take the damage here, kill the junior, and here come the orbs. So this is now going to make the gourd even bigger if we do go to a round 3, but also make the potential reach. He will get those vitality pings as there are another turn. There are 2 more turns for Payable. Can he do this in 1 is the question. Is the drill enough here?
I don't know. We're gonna have to see here, as it is going to get 3 points per 2 coins. Those orbs though are very scary and is going to give him 2 extra points, putting him on 54. That is something. Payable quickly doing the calculation there, of course. Is it going to be enough for him? Will he have to commit both is the question.
Yeah, and that's what he's working out here. He's going to try and maximize his coins. If he has to commit both, he will want to spend as little as possible here going into the next round because he has not got a lot left. He has got Poisons, Freak Show, and a Kurt, as well as effectively coin generation. So if he can get out in 1 here, he will do so, and he has dropped the drill before the Cleaver, meaning he feels like he can. I'm not going to do the maths for him. I believe in him. Instead, he has said, I'm going to play both cards, maximize my value, and get as much value as possible out of that Cleaver here. So he definitely was always getting out, but this is going to be tough now because there are 6 cards in the deck remaining for Wangid. One of them is a tutor for Gord and the other one is Gord, so he may miss 1 card, but he can't miss both. That is going to feel particularly nice here with that last say.
Yes, that was just an excellent lead from Wangid there, because we know that his short round is a lot stronger than Payable's short round, especially after having drained him from most of his win conditions. Wangid not yet drawing his win con though. We are still waiting for that one to come out. Hopefully it does. Otherwise he's in a little bit of trouble, but like you said, we just need the tutor or Gord, and there he is. There is the big chunky Gord ready to take the game for Wangid.
Yeah, and that Gord right now sits at a very nice 19 points. Could, of course, take a mulligan here and try and find the Isengrim's Council. Obviously not mulliganing the Gord, because that would have been a serious risk. You know that if you pull either the Dunker or the Whisper of Dolblathana, you are fine in that option here. Will feel particularly good. Payable having to drop out the Freak Show just onto an empty board, but will also be aware that removal now is basically, well, in fact, is non-existent on the other side.
Yeah, and the thing here is, of course, he can place a bounty on that card before killing it, but because it's a Whisper, it has Veil, so...
And so does Dunker. So this bounty is going to be effectively useless, apart from giving you a different target to poison that you cannot transition. Not ideal, and a really well-made bleed from Wangid there. The decision to pull those orbs out, knowing that, you know what, even if I don't get the card, it doesn't matter. My Gourd will always beat your short round if you get out here. Feels really nice. The willingness to commit that feels fantastic for him.
Yeah, the mere fact that he just used Isengrim's Counsel to draw Dunka and not Gourd indicates that it's in hand. Payable, likely already aware that this is done. He's going to have to poison for coin expenditure alone, and he does do that. He can now kill Dunka. Yet he doesn't. He
Now it goes for the boat.
Okay, now interestingly, we are purifying that, so... Huh. That will get a bounty
is there. Now, yeah, the ability to chain that bounty doesn't really matter. The Purify is effectively just as useful because there is no second unit to target here. So while he can clean this up, he is up 10 with 1 coin to spare that can do nothing. I think this Gourd is not looking too small, and this list, the one that was the worry, is now through, and Wangid is going to feel very, very happy at getting that one through on red here. He is all of a sudden back in this game with 2 lists to get through. Admittedly, he's still got to get through Syndicate, but he still has his own to use as well.
I think Wangid is going to be very happy there, getting Square's list through on red, merely so he can get the optimal list on blue. That will make him a very relieved. Now, question is, what is this list he really wanted on blue? I do think he is opting for that sort of mirror match with Syndicate, merely so that he could get the stratagem, get round control, unless he wants Nilfgaard on blue, something he has done before, though we know Nilfgaard is normally preferable on red merely because of the fact that you don't have a lot of proactivity. You do want to give spying status to your opponent's units, and it is a Terra Nova mid-range list, not a Hyperthin list, so normally it goes for the red coin.
Yeah, and although he did take it on blue yesterday, was very happy to switch that up. There is a lot of versatility in these matchups, and with these lists, the ability to take different lines to make sure you can get them through, much like switching the coin up of that Precision Strike list. When he built his lists, he looked at that and went, that is one of my blue coin lists. However, he is a veteran. He understands how much that list has been targeted by Payable here, knowing if I take this on blue, my chances of being bullied are huge. Found the scenario round 1, got the round control, and an incredibly successful bleed there, finding its target, taking him into the short round that favours him, denying so much of that value and dropping down a chunky Gourd to bring it back to 2-1. I can see him choosing, honestly, either list can work here, as we say. We've seen plenty of mirrors with line pockets in the top 16, and more often than not, the player who went on blue coin into that actually won those series. So he may well decide to do exactly that and say, I'm going to take this on blue. I can effectively give up the round control because going into round 3 here, I'm in a decent spot. We won't have to guess much longer though, because we will see exactly what they do. He sticks to his guns and says, I like my Nilfgaard list on blue, and that is what I'm taking. So we see Wangid here with the Nilfgaard imprisonment list coming through on blue coin. Can Payable get this list through? Who would have thought you'd be sweating over getting line pockets through in a tournament?
Yeah, I mean, what has happened? What era is this? The one where Syndicate doesn't get banned and gets a potential reverse sweep, but we're not yet there. Wangid deciding to take his Nilfgaard list on blue, just as we saw yesterday. Seems that he does like taking this list on blue, and you can't exactly blame him. It does give him a better chance of getting round control, or just getting out on 7 cards, depending on what his strategy is. Now, he, again, doesn't have a lot of proactive cards in hand, but he could potentially use that Lamp Gen. He could use Emissary to go right into it. No, instead goes with the Than Turncoat, not giving spying status, but does have an engine on board when a unit does eventually get one.
Yeah, and he can use the Mage Torturer to make sure that works here. We see him drop down the Bloody Good Friends and bleed once instantly, taking him down to 5 damage. Now you might think, why has he done that? Why has he brought it into range of other removal? Well, the answer is the list from Wangid does run an assassination. The assassination there would have killed it instantly with nothing around it. So he's thinking, if it's gonna die, let me at least find a point of value on the other side here. Also then compare it with the dip in the Pontar and turn that engine off. But for Payable, once again here, he has not found his Nova Gradient Justice. So while normally that Bloody Good Friends disappearing would be sad for him, he can't thin his deck right now unless he's willing to take a very risky dip into the bank vaults.
Yeah, he deciding to go with Fistic instead, getting out that Flying Redanian. Always nice to thin that in case it becomes a brick later on. Wangid here, seeing the poison, doesn't know if it's a bluff, has to assume it isn't. He, of course, has the option now to play quite a few bronzes, unless he decides to overcommit and go into something like Joachim or Ku. He is also on 7 cards here. He could pass if he wanted to, but no, he does not want to. He goes with Emissary instead, boosting his Mage Torturer.
Yeah, this is one of the matches where finding that round control can feel really important. Both lists have different options as to what they want to do. When or if you bleed matters a lot here with these lists, and the ability to have that last say can also feel quite important, but it is more whether you're going to bleed. If you go into that long round, we saw yesterday this matchup actually, and we saw the Nilfgaard player take a pass and take Syndicate into the long round when the drill what hadn't been played yet, and it ended up biting them. So it'll be interesting to see which way they take this here. The choice as well not to boost up that Lamp Gin tall probably was to play around the potential poison. If you boost that up really high, you are playing into the possibility of tall removal, which is one of the reasons why we have been seeing players drop the Thaned Turncoats, and Wangid says, you know what, I feel like I can take you. I'm going to let you play, I'm going to give up that round control here. Before I lose on even, I've got a pass. Hand isn't the best, as you mentioned. He would have had to commit some pretty big pieces, and honestly that Joachim and also the Roderick are so risky with so many options in deck, it can end up really hurting you. Takes the pass.
Yes, of course, you can't just do that as if you're playing something like Alchemist. You actually have to think a little bit before you do it. Now, you'd like to thin your deck with something like Dead Man's Tongue first, at least. And yes, Wangid just deciding, you know what, I'm going to go out of the round. I have an extra card, so I'm happy with that. Payable here going with his Coerced Blacksmith. A nice engine, as well as a Crown Splitter. Wangid now having quite a few options here. He'll have to pick very carefully.
Yeah, it's not the easiest set of selections for him, because the experimental remedies are much nicer when you're finding a little bit more value from them in terms of assimilate, but he could just drop the Gortha Gaved here. I think he's more likely to take the option from the graveyard, because while you lose some assimilate value, it does help you out, gives you that proactive play and a decent strong unit on your side of the board. Everything else was a little awkward, really. YOLO Cantarella, again, too random, and there are just options to find cards that really don't help you. And as we've mentioned, the 2 spies, the aristocrats, could pull anything, and with so many good cards not set up yet, like the Arto Terra Nova, it is just very, very risky.
Payable here having the option to get out if it like. He does have 7 cards in hand here. It's the perfect hand, though. It is just golds. And he does decide to play Grand Inquisitor Halvid, likely not spending once again to get that boat onto the board. A very nice card. It's growing on me. I think this Halvid card is growing on me, because it just gives you that right amount of coins to always get to 9 without overspending and getting your Flying Redanian out on the board. It's quite a nice card. I might include it in my version later on.
Yeah, it's true. I mean, it sits in the 10 provision slot, something typically reserved for Philippa, unconditionally. 21 for 10, of course, as Reddit has taught me over the years. But in this list, your coins are really valuable, and spending them on something like a Philippa can ultimately end up costing you points on your drill. So this Helvid certainly puts you into a more mid-range sort of list, but has worked quite well for him so far.
It sure has, and Wangid here having to decide what he is finally going to be playing. I would like to see something like a Dead Man's Tongue coming out, to be fair. but he instead decides to steal Halvid. Not a bad steal. He also gets rid of the Crown Splitter just in case. Payable now left with a boat. The sunken cost fallacy, if you will, is it going to go deeper into the round because he has already committed and he is now down a card? Or is he going to... what is he doing? Is he overspending here, or is he getting out with a card less than Wangid? That's never ideal, and he does have 9 coins after all, so he decides to place that bounty.
Yeah, the curve bounty, and then a really nice option for Junior now to target it. Knows Purify isn't going to help, but the problem is, of course, if he does choose to go down this line, the Junior will overprofit when it is spent. He is hoping to find something else here, and what we are going to see probably is the protection of that slightly boosted up here, maybe by a Dead Man's Tongue. What he knows, I don't believe Payable is running the Graydon in his list. I'll just check that, but no, he is not. There is no Graydon, so going tall on a bounty unit is not going to hurt you here. Plays it up to the 14 instead now.
Yes, well, of course, if Payable has the right amount of removal, he still potentially get value for that, just not in one turn, unless of course he had something like the Horse on Freak Show, but we see that Vivaldi Band coming out. He's overspending whilst doing it.
He is, but he finds the Furco, and it's right at the top.
That's very nice, and he's likely going with that Novigradian Justice.
Yeah, a huge amount of coins overspent there, as you say, in doing that. Lost all 3 coins that the bank would have given him, as well as the coin that this Justice would have given him. So a decent amount of overprofit there, but finds the Furco, thins the Justice, and now has the threat of a pocket and a spender that can knock this Bloody Good Friends down right where he wants it.
Yeah, Payable in a very nice position here, as he can definitely get rid of card now. He can do it quite efficiently. He also has another bounty up his sleeve with something like Professor. Wangid here having to decide what he's going to do. He also has golds left. Both these players have drawn quite nicely, though what are we willing to commit and in what order? We still don't really have a lot of Terra Nova targets. We did steal Halvid though, and that's what we're getting. Oh boy, that's going to be a chunky card, and we now also have a spender in case we decide to duplicate some of Payable's coin cards.
Yeah, very much so. It is an option. Both of those cards are spenders here. Be interesting to see if he chooses to use this final imprisonment lock on the Furco to remove it from the board or not. It's a really valuable, but it would have denied the pocket if he was worried about the drill. Doesn't, and Payable takes the opening and says, okay, I am going to take this drill, I'm going to take all the coins the drill is going to give me here, and I am going to push, push, push. One of the scary things about this syndicate list is it can push and bleed, and it doesn't need to make the decision about whether it's going for a 2-0 until much, much later on.
Yeah, and he decides to use those leader charges and just finish it off entirely. Wow, okay, this is starting to look a little bit scary here for Wangid. Now, although he'd normally be able to get ahead with the cards in hand, Payable has the right cards in hand too. Payable can just continue doing what he's doing. And this is looking really good for Payable. Wangid now needs to start putting some cards on the board, and he needs to start committing. He has to figure out how he's going to get cards to spend those 2 coins he has in his own pocket, and he decides to go for another Bloody Good Friends. At least he now has an option of spending.
Yeah, and the spend is important, but also the interruption of that pocket. Right now, the tunnel drill is back to just 2 for 2, and no longer. It is locked, it is gone. We can see an Assimilate engine on the board in the form of this Brathens, and the Bloody Good Friends lets him spend as well. Certainly not something that could have been allowed to exist for an extra turn. One of the reasons there why Payable decided, you know what, I'm going to use my leader charges and get the maximum value the turn before. Still a decent amount of gap here, but he is not done. That Horson Jr. is going to come in here, probably clean up the Brathens, and the engine value disappears again. This is starting to look quite scary. It may well come down to what you find from the Roderick, because it is not like a sure find. There are 5 golds remaining, an Arto Terra Nova with very few targets, a Fur Cart here, and a Vincent van Moorlehem right now that isn't picking up anything decent either, an Artorias Vigo, and then a Menno. So even the gold options they have, without much setup, aren't as good as you'd hope. Assimilate really fancies that long route, and instead of holding the coup here, decides to play this. Now this could brick. If he pulls Fur Cart, he doesn't, he's okay. Right now the Fur Cart has no target, so would have just been a card. Of course it needs a special to find what it needs to do. Gets his Assimilate engine down, double procking it as well.
Yes, and he keeps going for that Bloody Good Friends, which is a solid 6 points right there. Also a spender, so I quite like that. That's a very nice bronze if you are going to duplicate one. So he sets up his Artorias Vigo. Luckily, that is also an Assimilate engine. He decides to get that Horson down with one bleeding. Interesting pick there. And a Payable now having to decide if he's going for the Professor. Of course he is. Okay.
It's interesting. And chooses to take, and obviously pairs with the Horson Junior, takes the slightly larger ones. One of the beautiful things that these two cards can combo together. Junior, of course, can destroy an enemy for 3 coins if they are below 3. And that, with the Professor's 4 damage, paired really, really nicely. He's going to have access to up to 8 coins, plus the Cleaver that will find won't necessarily find a pocket if he wants to spend that way, though. This is going to be tough.
And we see the location coming through, that Viper with Mentor finding absolute value there on an 11, also triggering the Assimilate on Artorias, putting him on 29 already. That suddenly makes this look a little bit more possible to catch up. He also has some graveyard manipulation there with Gavaiads, meaning he can choose what Cantarella finds if he wishes to do so.
Yeah, although not much in the way of great options. There is a Horson Junior, of course, that he could pick and will do some damage. Perhaps it can kill the Professor and then remove another card if he chooses. That's probably his best option. Payable right now trying to work out, okay, how many points can I get and what possible cards could you have? If I drop this and full spend here and I absolutely send it, what is the percentage chance with the cards you should have left that you can get past me? That will be what he's considering. Or do I just keep the Cleaver? Also on the other side, the fact that this Witcher Mentor did come down at 11 gives Wangid a bit of information. Wangid will know that Siggy Roiven is still in deck, so at least he will have known that wasn't there. And we see Payable, it comes down, he spends everything. He goes all in and lays the gauntlet down. Do you have the points? What are you going to find?
Yes, this is going through Wangid's mind right now. He's doing a lot of calculations. What cards do he need to play in what order in order to get out here but not overspend? As it might not be impossible to catch up, it could be. It depends how Wangid is going to go into it. Now, I do like the fact that that Cleaver couldn't be played next to a Crown Splitter, just decreasing his Intimidate value there, as Wangid has quite nicely filled up that melee row with other spine cards. We do see Roderick coming down here, and he's going to go for Arto into a 6. So that's going to give him 11 points along with the 1 proc there from Artorias, which is 12. Not bad, though. He's lacking 13 points here. He needs 14, of course, to get ahead.
Now, if he chooses the option from Gorthagabed, I think his best option is Junior here. And I think Junior just isn't enough, but I could be wrong here. I could be wrong. I'm not going to math it. The Cantarella here is certainly not going to go for a YOLO option. I would be very surprised if we don't see it pair. Of course, he does actually, you know what? He has Joachim. He can put Joachim on the top. So, it may well come down to that. Oh, this is going to be close. The Joachim that he has just killed there is, of course, an option.
A very nice kill too, very strategically done. So he does decide to manipulate that graveyard, and he does go with Joachim. Cantarella will of course be playing Joachim now. You do put 5 points on your opponent's side of the board there.
Oh, it's the fur cart. It has no target. And that was the risk. And there it is. Payable, a soft bleed, turns into a 2-0 push. And he books his place. It is 3-1. A sigh of relief there from Payable as he has done it. and that is in fact the same score that it was in the last Open that he won at this exact stage against Wangid as well there. Laser focused and still concentrating hard, but you know full well there is relief in that look as well.
Yes, he knew he was gambling just a little bit there by playing his cleaver. He was calculating whether he should keep it for round 3 or go all in. He went all in and it paid off terrifically. Payable going through to the finals now. This is going to be exciting. Is Payable booking another spot there for himself in the Masters? Is one title not enough? It never is. I would very much like to see how this next one goes, but GG to both players, exceptionally done. And yeah, just so nice seeing these players at their very best. And it's so interesting how they pilot these decks. It's always the total opposite of what most players do on ladder.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of the time when you're playing with the list yourself, you can often find you get used to playing one-dimensionally. This is the line, this is what I'm going to do. But not these guys. And in fact, you can hear from them himself right now. Buja is standing by, I believe, with Payable.
As we say in Polish, no kurczę, elegancko poszło. Very nice play. I mean, that ending, that going 2-0, I mean, what can you say about it, man? That was incredible.
Yeah, I mean, I just did the math on Cantarella into Junior and Actod, and it was a tie.
Uh-huh.
But he had like Roderick, so he had even 2 points less, so yeah. I don't think, unless he high rolls this Joachim somehow, but I don't know, to like Mano or something, I don't think he has a way to make the points, so yeah.
Fully calculated EU math, but in a good sense this time. I wanted to ask you, going against the Grand Mazurka, aka Poison, how do you feel going into that in the final?
It's gonna be a weird game because we both have a similar idea of targeting Scoia'tael. But I mean, we both have who controls Scoia'tael lists, so I think it's gonna be really close and yeah, gonna be a fun game.
Nice. Can't wait to watch it. It's gonna be a close one for sure. I can't wait to see the bans. But yeah, Payable, once again, thank you. Get some rest, and we shall see you in the final. Congratulations.
Thank you.
And before we go, let's show a leak, because I mean it's leak o'clock. I mean, we're close to the end. Oh, what is this? I mean, the faction you can probably guess, but I mean, what's going on? Who are those lovely 3 gentlemen? What are they doing? Well, they're not very lovely, to be honest, but I would not like to meet them in a dark alley. But you know, it's a nice art. And it's coming with the next expansion, so yeah, you will see a card attached to that art soon, TM. That's it for me. Back to Beauty and the Beastie. Did I got that right? I think I got that right.
You did indeed. Looking sharp as always. I really need to find out where Buja's tailor is, but that card art is stunning. I agree, Tia. I would not want to meet those gentlemen in a dark alley. I don't know about you.
No, let's just say if they come knocking at your door at night, you do not open. It doesn't matter if it's Halloween, you don't open the door. And it seems like they were pulling a different sort of creature there. That didn't look human. I don't know, it looked a little bit like they were going out and trying to find some monsters, if you will. Maybe some deformed individuals, I don't know. But it looks really cool, and I cannot wait to see what it entails.
Yeah, looked very witch huntery, the armor that was there. Perhaps that's just me. But yeah, really cool dark art. We all know how gorgeous the art can be, and that really was on point. Can't wait to find out what that card does for sure as we do get to take a look at that. But the semi-finals are now in the books. We can take a look at the bracket and we can see the updated version. It is another big corn makes the final, but this time it is the poisoned big corn going against Payable. Now, coin flips will take place. They are not necessarily blue and red there, so you will find out the coin flips just before the series starts, and that is a huge final, Tia.
I mean, I just like the fact that there are so many big corns that they just came from nowhere. I don't know what's. They almost make me want to change my name to Groot Mili, which would mean big corn in my language, but I won't do it. I know there are two names going around here. I'll stick to Beastie. It's good enough for now. And we can also go ahead and take a look at the prize pool of the players at this point in time. I know it's looking very good here for Payable as well as Big Corn. That's a lot of money right there, $2,455 for Payable, and they haven't even started with the finals yet.
No, that's the thing, as you can see different amounts of money earned so far by each player based on the games they have won, but both of the players progressing, the Grand Mazurka and Payable, they have still got the biggest chunk of the pie to fight for into the finals, which is coming up shortly for you guys. Now, I do remember hearing, and I'm sure Shaggy will stick to this, he mentioned in his interview, if another Big Corn wins, maybe he will switch, maybe we'll all switch. The problem is, Big Corn in my language, well, it's just Big Corn, and it just doesn't sound the same. So I really hope that doesn't happen. I don't know about you.
Well, I would give it away, Lionheart, but this has been us. Thank you guys. It was really, really fun casting for you all once again. You're such a great community, and I mean this earnestly. And thank you for CDPR for having us once again. Of course, we're not done yet. Flake and Shinmiri will take you through to the finals. We'll be watching along with you. And I hear we have a special segment coming up right after this.
We do indeed. While the players take their time in the final, making sure they're prepared, Payable take a quick rest, all of those things, we do have a pre-final Ask the Pros Gwent trivia section. I love Gwent trivia. When I was on Gwent trivia, I was robbed. I know we've discussed this. I won't go on. I definitely won. But we will send you across there now. As Tia said, it is always a delight to be part of the Gwent Pro scene. I hope you guys enjoyed, and I can't wait to see the final. And we will catch you again soon. Thanks, guys. We will see you then.
Bye.
Hello and welcome to Ask the Pros, Home Edition. This time, we sat down together with our sound designers and prepared a game called Guess the Sound. It includes a list of premium card sound effects, leader taunts, or general in-game sounds for you and the players to guess. So, let's get started. So you get 300 points if you guess it correctly on the first, like on your own. 200 points if you needed one hint, 100 points if you need two hints, and then 0 points for no correct answer.
Yeah.
This is...
Now I remember. I was like, this sound is so familiar, but it was because it was in the trailer for the Master Mirror expansion, I think. Either way, it's Master Mirror Premium.
King Cobra, supongo.
I think it's Master Mirror.
第一段的音乐应该是镜子大师的，是镜子大师的背景。
Oh, Master Mirror.
Like this is something related with Master Mirror. I'm just not sure if it's supposed to be the card. I guess it's probably just the card. But it could also just be like the general expansion theme.
Nope, you're right. It's the premium Master Mirror card.
Is it Vilgefortz?
Bueno, esta sí. Este es Vilgefortz.
Это может Вильгефордс?
Это Вильгефордс.
Number 2... Vilgefortz, maybe?
That's Vilgefortz, that's Vilgefortz. Burning the face of his pose.
Also correct, 100 points.
Yeah, I think I've right-clicked like every premium in the game by now, so I'll get them all first try.
That's confidence, I like it.
Alright, let's go, number 3. Eldane and his elves slaughtering some Duan, I presume.
Oh, this one, like I recognize this one, but I can't attach it to a card. Interesting. Like dance music with some fight sounds in the background. Not sure. Like, I would say Passiflora, but I'm not sure about the fight sounds. But I have no other ideas. I'm gonna guess Passiflora.
Dandelion?
Is it Painted Ale?
No. So Syndicate is correct, but it's not Passiflora, but it is a Syndicate gold card.
A Syndicate gold card. Oh, like I recognize this, so it has to be a card that I actually play.
It's not Tavern Brawl, is it? Is it Tavern Brawl?
Puede ser Dandelion, puede ser... Tavern Brawl?
Is it Tavern Brawl?
Yes.
Okay.
Correct.
Yeah, like yeah, that's the thing, because I played the card only a bit, so I was like able to recognize it, but like I couldn't attach it because I didn't play it that often. But yeah, okay, that makes sense.
And it's one of those premiums that I've repeatedly right-clicked to get the first part of the sound effect and then turned it off again and right-clicked it again and like repeatedly on stream, but I don't remember which one it is. I need a hint.
Huh. Screams into like an evil woman laugh. Interesting. I kinda don't recognize this one. I think it might be... I wouldn't be surprised if it's one of the newer cards.
It's a very old Skellige card. Skellige card.
Very old Skellige card.
A gold.
Это Coral.
Oh, Coral.
That's Coral, right?
Ah, Coral.
Oh, it's Coral. It's Coral. Yeah.
Coral. Oh, right. Oh, okay. Now it makes sense. How? Okay. I should have guessed that one.
Let's definitely see some monster stuff.
Aren't these oak creatures?
Now this is a completely wild guess, but it sounds like some toad is eating a fly, so I'm just gonna say it's like the Toad Prince monster card.
It's actually a Syndicate card as well.
The fly-eating Syndicate card.
A Syndicate card. Wait. Okay, that completely threw me off. A Syndicate card. How?
Maybe Kikimor Warrior? I don't know.
Kikimor Warrior? Понял, это Саламандра.
Ah, Salamander.
Ah, Salamander.
It's I think the favorite card of Red Drain. Or used to be.
Oh, Salamander. It's Salamander. True, now I remember. How could I forget my boy Salamander?
Exactly, it is Salamander. Alright, the next one is a leader taunt.
Oh god, okay. Is that Valblood?
That sounds like Svalbard to me. It's gotta be Svalbard.
It's either my favorite Araka's Araka's Queen Leader or Svalbard, but I need to... they play it similar. Looks here's more like bear, so it's probably Spellbloods, right?
Is it Woodland or Araka's Queen? I think it might be Woodland, maybe.
Oh. Woodland?
Woodland Spirit is a little more soft. I don't think it's Woodland Spirit. He's doing it like, way more softly, right?
No, it is in fact Woodland Spirit.
Oh, it is Woodland Spirit. All right, that would have been my next guess.
Next up, it's we've got actually two sound effects, and they are both not any kind of card effects or leader effects, but it's something you will find somewhere else in the game. I'll give you a next hint if you need it, but yeah, two sound effects that are similar. Tell me which is which.
I think 7 is the new one, Aretusa. Aretusa loading screen.
I mean, I definitely recognize those sound effects.
That's good.
But can I attach them to anything? That's way more difficult.
So I think one is the one when you log in, when you get like the login reward screen, basically.
Первая, наверное, это редкая карта, а вторая легендар, когда падает.
Interesting. So the first one is like might be, I don't know, maybe when you get like an epic card from a keg, and the second is when you get a legendary. I have no idea actually.
That is absolutely correct.
Oh, okay. I got it. Okay.
Perfect. Epic pull and a legendary one from a keg. Same as before. They are very similar and very close as well where they happen.
Okay. The first one might be when you... Okay. The first one might be when you, I don't know, maybe when you click GG after a win, and the second when you click GG after a loss. I'm not sure.
They are both sounds that can be heard in while you are in the deck builder.
In the deck builder.
Cuando estoy creando una carta.
Number 9 is, I think it's milling on a card in game.
Which
number?
number?
9.
Number
9.
Alright, so it's probably for crafting / disenchanting cards. I'm not sure if it's like one is for crafting and one is for transmuting, one is for crafting, one is for crafting premium. Alright, let me see if I can figure it out.
The other way, number 9 is crafting and 10 is milling.
I would say the first is crafting a card and the second is disenchanting a card.
So the second one you say is like milling a card?
Milling a card.
And
yeah,
the
number
first
10
one?
is milling and number 9 is crafting. Crafting a card.
Cuando una carta la convierto a premio.
Transmuting.
Transmuting a card.
Yes, correct. Perfect. All right, one final one. We got one final.
Alright, is it the sound for winning or losing a round in game? Let me think. I think it's one of those though.
That's the sound after victory in the game.
Так, ну это победа.
第11个是获得胜利的时候的音响。对，这个我非常熟悉。
No, isn't that just the sound at the end of... is it the round or the game? Has to be the game.
I'm gonna say it's the sound that plays when you win a round in game.
Full points.
Yes! Yeah,
Very
this
good.
is the sound I recognize. See, this is the one sound I actually recognize.
Yeah, winning.
Yeah! Exactly.
Got it.
Alrighty. That was fun. Trivia is always fun.
It's that time, Shinmiri. It is the finals for Gwent Open number 3, season number 3. Payable, some form of gigantic corn in some language. The corn wars are not quite over because the full corn takeover is still happening. Season of the corn jokes, I'm done. We're done with corn. It's but not really. I mean, he could still win the whole damn thing.
Yeah, and that was an awesome pre-final segment with the Gwent trivia. I love me some Gwent trivia, and that was a unique take with the in-game sounds, the premium sound effects. I like that one.
Yeah, one of them that they should have thrown out there was the disconnect sound when you alchemist their win condition. That usually occurs fairly often when I'm playing Nilfgaard. Sometimes that's
too soon, Flake. Too soon.
So, my bad. My bad. All right, let's take a look at the bracket. Let's see how we got to where we are right now, friends. Grand Mazurka versus Payable, Poison versus Payable. I mean, take a look at the way that they got there. Just on Grand Mazurka's side, first taking out Big Kukuruzina in the Corn Civil War, then taking out Trueski, the boy wonder, the new face in a 5-game matchup, and then Payable on the bottom half there. Didn't exactly have an easy path either.
Yeah, had to overcome Lord Triss in a nail-biter series that went the distance, and then a very tough opponent in Wangid just now in the second semifinal. So now we have Grand Mazurka versus Payable. I do believe the coin flip has taken place off screen. Payable will be going on blue coin, going first in games number 1, 3, and 5. Grand Mazurka going first in games number 2 and 4.
All right, let's see what they're playing for, because there's still some money on the line. All the players here so far are walking away with a pretty nice chunk of change. But ladies and gentlemen, there's still some cabbage left to be taken home. As you can see there, it's pretty neck and neck. About 115 bones just separating the two, but another $1,580 match stake up for grabs in this one. So, not a bad payday for a nice weekend at Gwent for either player. Frankly, I think you're going to be happy walking away no matter what. I think both players obviously want to win, but the loser would probably want to steal two of those games away just to make it a little bit more worthwhile from the money perspective.
I want to say not just the finals match stake at stake here, but also the ticket, the guaranteed entry into the big end of year tournament, the World Masters Season 3, which is currently scheduled for December, and that one's got a much bigger prize pool as well.
Yeah, that one's got $50,000 there just waiting for you again. And all the prize pools have been supplemented by your generosity, buying those cosmetics, those bundles. It is supporting the esports here at Gwent. It is still going strong. And both players have some money that's on the line here. So why don't we go take a look at the decks and see what they're bringing to the party. Both players have an arsenal at their disposal that they'll be playing. Let's go start off here and take a look into the decks of both players.
I wanted to mention, we have Payable's decks in front of us here, and he's bringing Line Pockets, Tactical Decision Hyperthin, Fruits of Yskith Relic Monsters, and Precision Strike No Unit Shiru Gord. And I want to say that this matchup is actually going to be very similar to the one that we had at the very beginning of the tournament. It was Big Cuckoo versus Grand Mazurka, and Grand Mazurka actually managed to win that one 3-1. So we're going to have to see if he can pull off the repeat performance, this time against an arguably tougher opponent in Payable.
Yeah, Payable's a tough out. I'm telling you right here, looking at his list here, Line Pockets has essentially maybe lost a little bit of its luster. It's no longer a ban magnet as it used to be, and also it has been, it's been sort of floundering a little bit. Decks have been taking advantage of it and has lost a little bit here and there, but I mean, Line Pockets is still a go-to list that you can rely on for massive amounts of control and just tempo.
Yeah, and Payable has shown that his unique tech choices in the upper end of the high provision slots like Grand Inquisitor Helvide and Siggy Reuven have proven to be very effective choices, maybe even compared to some staples like Witchfinder, like Graydon these days.
Yeah, in 10 spot, usually you're seeing something perhaps like even a Philippa, frankly, and in this case, the Grand Inquisitor Helvide is a nice little change of pace. How about Tactical Decision, Shinmiri?
Yeah, Tactical Decision, we've got that Hyperthin Reveal deck that just slams so many points. We saw it actually even outpoint a Syndicate deck versus Wangid earlier today in the long round 3. Payable really knowing how to pilot this deck very well.
Yeah, absolutely. Big boy plays like the Wanderers. You got your leader ability with Snowdrop, all kinds of thinning going down, and hopefully when all's said and done, you got a wonderful 12-point Imperial Golem to just make everything happy and go lucky. All right, how about Fruits of Isgith? I mean, the Relic list has been very, very powerful. She Who Knows on red coin can be safely played. The Self-Eaters, the Crone combo. In all honesty, I'm a little surprised here that we haven't seen Ratcatcherests kind of fallen out of favor for a lot of players, but instead you've got a Cave Troll to protect you if necessary, and of course Bloody Mistress Mamuna. There's so much just full throttle in this deck.
Yeah, the Cave Troll takes the place of that Ratcatcheress, providing a little bit more protection for your She Who Knows in round 1, or even like a Self-Eater or Piggy. So this Cave Troll is a interesting tech choice. Not going to be as many points as a Ratcatcheress and not a Relic, but might be worth it if it's the difference between getting your She Who Knows stolen or not.
Yeah, against Nilfgaard, it could also be a potential to just stop things from, gaining spying that might be problematic. Just maybe protect a unit from a Yen's Invocation, a Heat Wave. It's just something that you got to get through. At 7 body, 4 armor, it's a pretty hefty troll to push out of the way to get to the good stuff. And then we got Precision Strike Shinmiri. This one is going to be that no unit version, and this one wants to be on red coin. I feel like it's just best played there, play reactionary, but even on blue, if you can open up with a Saber-Toothed Tiger, I don't think that's bad play either.
Yep, that's true, and this very, very control heavy, looking to shut down all your opponent's threats and have that secure that last say so that you can't interact with any of their units until you already have had the pass and they slam their 15-20 point gourd with their full leader.
Yep, Shiru there also a potential issue. Maddow can come through and get extra value, just, put a little bit of extra juice behind all those bombs. But I mean, if Shiru can find a nice home here, either scorching down a whole bunch of 3-point elves. We've seen what it can do against a cleaver that spawns a lot of muscle support. It can really be a problem, but it does also whiff hard against monsters, and against Nilfgaard, it feels very underwhelming.
All right, let's take a look at Grand Mazorca, the Big Corn, what he's brought. Talk about his deck lists a little bit. He's also got the same 4 factions with Line Pockets, Imprisonment, Assimilate for the Nilfgaard list, a little bit different here, and then Monster, Relics, and No Unit Shiru.
Yeah, that No Unit Shiru list is kind of what I'm looking at already down the pipe here, is that mirror is going to be quite top tier when it comes to those big brain plays. But we'll start with Line Pockets. This one has Witchfinder in it, Cleaver, Professor, Scoundrel, and Horson. So no Helveed in this one. It's a little bit of a different build, but the spirit of the deck exists. You still have a big time push engine with that Tunnel Drill. Horson Freak Show can clean up a mess if necessary, and just keeping a healthy bank is going to be important here, as Line Pockets can really just, rescue around with just one big card, much like this one right here, everyone's favorite Tunnel Drill.
Yeah, the Tunnel Drill is always a big consideration for both players. The Line Pockets player trying to preserve the Tunnel Drill for future rounds if possible, and the opponent trying to bleed that Tunnel Drill, or at least the Crown Splitters, out in round 1 or round 2 before the decisive round 3.
All right, let's move on to the Nilfgaard list. Nilfgaard is going to be imprisonment this time. Those imprisonment charges, very important. 2-3 points of damage, but also the locks are going to be important to just keep certain things in check. We've seen how important it is to just kind of lock down particular engine pieces for against maybe an opponent's monster list, maybe an opponent's Line Pockets list. But a lot of this has to deal with, just setting up that big Arto, getting the assimilate value where possible. And the opponent can typically play around it fairly nice, but here it is. This is the big boy himself, Arto Terra Nova Shinmiri. Basically, you're spending a lot of the rounds just kind of loading the arsenal for Arto, and if you do it right, you're going to have a myriad of options to make it hurt. Yeah, Terra Nova is very awesome card. You can get very creative in terms of how you use him, what you're going to copy, and I want to see this deck in action again. I feel like I haven't had enough of this Nilfgaard Imprisonment Assimilate list. And remember, Grand Mazorca is playing the Amnesty version, which could come in a lot of handy versus, for example, Maddock in the No Unit Precision Strike matchup, as well as the Flying Redanian in the Line Pockets matchup. Yeah, when you're sort of sending out the prayers of what you want your Amnesty to clip, it's going to be Madoc, Elven Whisperer is good. The Flying Redanian, anything that's going to have, more value than just the 8 points that you're typically getting. I mean, it's going to see something that's 3 power or less, and when there's high value targets out there that are going to come back to haunt you or just spread like wildfire, like those Elven Whisperers, this is what you want to use it on. And so keep an eye on Amnesty. It's going to be in the back of both players' minds, as there's a high value for it down the road. And monsters. Oh yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
I was going to add, just this Nilfgaard list is a devotion list after all, so you do get that 2 boost as well after you seize the unit over. So it's very nice for the amnesty, and the devotion is very nice for copying cards that might have devotion.
All right, Fruits of His Gith is another relic list. She Who Knows, Bloody Mistress, Mamuna. You know the story by now. Cave Troll also making an appearance. Caranthir with targeting most likely that Mamuna, but how about this big girl over here? She Who Knows. And what does she know? Well, she knows not to hit the board before that opponent passes on red coin. That's usually the safest play to do it, especially against something like Nilfgaard that can actually just create their own She Who Knows. We saw a match just in the other semifinal earlier. Multiple She Who Knows is on the opponent's side. This is a very, very important card.
Yeah, carryover is always like that. You want to have it, but you don't want your opponent to have it. She Who Knows requiring that Sabbath condition, so needing to play a little bit more into the round before you can make sure that she has enough power to carry herself over.
Yeah, and more just wholesome artwork, and the premium is just, again, nightmare fuel, but it's okay. Precision Strike, no units. I don't think we need to dig too deep into this, but we've seen this mirror match before and how greasy it got, how really, really nitty-gritty it was when it came down to it. So cards like Say Synthesis, cards that you just couldn't touch, couldn't play with. Full MC Hammer mode, you can't touch this, and that's what makes this good, right? That's the hit that it wants to rely on, all building up to a big boy Harold Gord.
Yeah, again, I feel like the deck to watch out for both players here is their Precision Strike no unit Gord list. That is the deck that's going to be struggling the most to find a win in this series, because they're both kind of targeting the engine heavy Scoia'tael variant that plays Sorceress of Doblathana, that plays Seers. With all these bombs and removal, you really want to prey on something that plays a lot of low power engines and threats, but neither of them hit it in this final matchup. Nobody has the scenario version of Scoia'tael, so the Precision Strike needs to find a win maybe against Syndicate by shearing all of those Cleaver's muscle, or it might need to find a win in the mirror. I think it's going to be challenging versus the Nilfgaard list, at least versus Hyperthin.
Right, and then it's going to be a situation of how do you really maximize the value off of a card like Shiru? I mean, it's a 9 provision card, and you're really hoping to actually punch above that weight. If you don't find targets, you don't find targets. It feels like a very feast or famine style card. You can hit a home run, honestly, or you could literally just, pop up to the catcher and then it's over. So you can't even, before you even get out of the batter's box, you're out. And that's kind of how these cards, some of them work. It's a risk you take. It's all part of the prep for this tournament. Both players are ready to rock and roll. They have submitted their bans. No rest for the wicked. They were going hot and heavy just not too long ago. Here are what they're bringing in, and that is what they're not playing with. Monsters continuously getting some respect in this tournament.
Yes, Monsters looking to be the most feared faction in this tournament now. Finally dethroning Syndicate, I think we can say conclusively. Monsters is the scarier faction for most of these pro players, especially ones that brought this no unit control deck. There's just simply not enough points on this no unit controlled Scoia'tael list to contest against the massive point slam plays of Monsters.
I mean, if you exist in a control meta, Monsters is just like, all right, fine. Control as much as you possibly can. You cannot control it all. Cards like Mamuna. They're all related. Them, Maruna, Mamuna, Jason Momoa, they're all part of the same family tree. Either way, long story short is that these cards can just get onto the board, create a wave of points and engines and threats. Bloody Mistress coming through, flips over to Gurnakoro, 2 extra fruits, a ticking engine, it becomes a mess. And for a lot of even control-oriented deck lists, that's just too much for them to handle oftentimes. I mean, how do you answer all those 3 threats potentially multiple times? It is a really difficult way to or situation to face as even a heavily control oriented deck, because eventually you're just running out of gas. You're running out of answers.
Yeah, exactly. I totally agree with you. And so we are just about to head into game number 1 of the finals of GWENT Open number 3 between Payable and Grand Mazorca. We've got Payable repping Syndicate, Nilfgaard, and Scoia'tael, as well as I guess Grand Mazorca is playing the same factions as well, since both players banned monsters. So the big difference here is going to be the Nilfgaard lists, right? We've got the Assimilate Imprisonment mid-range versus the hyper thin Tactical Decision, and then it comes down to the small, like, minute details in the Syndicate lists.
Yeah, and I mean, ultimately, when you're looking at this entire tournament, there is a gigantic bantha in the room, which is the fact that where is Skellige and where is Northern Realms? It just so happens that these are the agreed upon 4 strongest factions. The decks that they're bringing in are the 4 best factions, the 4 best decks that you could possibly bring to a tournament. I mean, you're not going to purposely handicap yourself going into one of these things by bringing something that's suboptimal, that's perhaps not well positioned in this meta, in this competitive scene. So as it stands, these are the best decks, and that's what we want to see happen. We want to see the best players play the best decks, and that is what we're getting, and it's starting off with that Nilfgaard mirror, but not a true mirror here in this case, Shinmiri, because this is true. This is the only discrepancy between both of these players, is the fact that one's bringing Imprisonment and one is bringing Tactical Decision.
Yeah, and we start right off with the Nilfgaard mirror. We saw earlier this weekend Trueski playing the hyper-thin Nilfgaard to perfection, really not allowing the deck manipulation of Gorthor Gevade or Cantarella to mess up his combo-oriented strategy. We'll see if Payable can pull off the same. Actually, I saw a mulligan Royal Decree at the start of round 1. I'm surprised to see that, because that is typically something that can get just flexible, can get you whatever you want.
Well, Royal Decree is kind of like that skeleton key in terms of getting what you need. It's a Swiss Army knife of dudes coming out of your deck. Assassination, again, low interaction here, and as the Sunset Wanderer continues to sort of mosey on over to the right, Payable is going to keep it in mind that it is optimal to play from the left side over, but that's not always going to be easy peasy. You do have
sorry for interrupting you there. Now I understand. Payable right away banishing his Royal Decree. Not sure if Grand Mazorca has picked up on this, because it boosted by 9, which is typically what you see when Dead Man's Tongue banishes 2 bronzes. Usually, like, very often it's a 4 provision bronze and a 5 provision bronze and boost by 9. But if Grand Mazorca is paying attention here, Payable's deck has only gone down by 1. It's 14 cards now. So by mulliganing the Royal Decree and then banishing the Royal Decree, you've effectively thinned less than normal by 2 cards. You've only thinned 1 card with Dead Man's Tongue, and you've gotten rid of Royal Decree, which you will never play. So Payable taking a different route to this matchup than Trueski did. Trueski didn't thin less. Trueski just tried to play his reveal cards earlier, before the golem could be stolen. Payable actually purposely thinning less by 2.
So in this case, what you can possibly do, if necessary, is now you're protecting yourself against that Cantarella on your last play. You're also protecting yourself potentially against an Alchemist to come in and snipe that 12-point card, right? So you're giving yourself a cushion, and Payable could, if he wants to, use a Blightmaker to put those other cards on top, make sure that the 12 is not on the top, so it's protected against that. Again, these are all sort of, think ahead plays in terms of protecting what could potentially be a win condition.
Whoa, and Grand Mazorca is just gonna say, okay, you don't want to thin? I'll help you with that. Let me put this useless Lamp Gin on top of your deck as well. Wait, yeah, Lamp Gin doesn't have the token tag, so it does get it clogged. It does actually get clogged into the deck. And now Payable's thinned less by 3. This is going to be, I think it's going to start getting problematic for Payable here.
So there's your answer. It seems like Grand Mazorca is paying attention, saying, all right, I get it. You are kind of trying to insulate that card at the end, but if I'm going to pollute your deck, and if your game plan is to basically give yourself a 100% shot at that golem, well, let's make it a little bit more, dirty for you. We're going to give that 5-point Lamp Gin, and like you said, that Lamp Gin, she ain't a token, and it's not doomed either. It's just a Lamp Gin. Give it a rub. Hello, there it is. It's a card, baby. That's just like everyone else.
I mean, that was not a coded weapons that Grand Mazorca plays in his deck. It was a created coded weapons from an Imperial Diplomacy. So Grand Mazorca really taking advantage of the options that were presented to him. And I think that's a very smart choice to take. Payable is really going to have to figure out how he's going to deal with thinning 3 less to deal with the lack of consistency here.
Well, that's going to be the question here, and part of it is just going to be, I mean, you could thin as much as you can, and at the end of the day, you got to make sure that Imperial Golem is what you're hitting. So tossing back special cards, perhaps, just also being fully aware.
Maybe trying to keep maybe trying to keep special cards or like Ardfane Tortoises as your extra cards in your deck, so that even if you do miss, you still get a 7-point boost instead of a 12-point boost.
Well, what if you put back the Sunset Wanderers? I mean,
you could, but the Sunset Wanderer is going to be a super tall target, but it's also a really good card that you want to have in your hand to come out for free points, and it's a thinning card, so
yeah,
if you put it in, you're thinning even less.
Look, I'm just spitballing here. I'm just throwing out silly potential options. But if your biggest issue is to maintain value off of the other 3, the other big 3, there's our Theseus, the Triss, the Yen, etc. I mean, it's a way to insulate it.
Yeah, and Payable passed round 2 on 8 cards instead of going down to the normal 7. That's going to add another card to his deck. His deck has 9 cards right now at the start of round 3. That is as if his deck hasn't thinned anything yet. That's the normal number of cards you have at the start of your round, of round 3 if you thin 0. This is insane. I've never seen a hyper thin list play like this before, or have to deal with this sort of issue before, and I'm really curious to see how Payable navigates this.
Well, part of it now is the fact that you're basically going to have a lot more variance in terms of your mulligans. You're not going to necessarily get what you want because we don't even have a snowdrop.
Yeah, I mean, both players kind of having bad hands. Payable with this lack of thinning issue, and Grand Mazorca, a ton of golds in his deck. He's missing Joachim, he's missing Terra Nova, he's missing Coup de Grace, and Dead Man's Tongue.
Yeah, that's a lot of firepower that's left on the sidelines for, both players are actually kind of missing a lot of this. So both players probably feeling like they're at a severe disadvantage here, but in reality, they both off to a slow start here in this round 3, as they're kind of both playing with half a deck, frankly, as they're missing a lot of that high octane offense, as it were. Arto Terra Nova is a massively huge card. Joaquin, obviously. Joaquin's been a major tempo play for ages, for that Nilfgaard's been relying on, and that's no longer accessible.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is the high level. I mean, this is high level Gwent, right? So these pro players are going to have to figure out how to deal with bad luck situations. Payable does thin out that Sunset Wanderer. 12 points is great, but for Tactical Decision, a deck that runs Doedric and Snowdrop, it's kind of rookie numbers.
Yeah, you could do a lot better there, kid. Unfortunately, you just do what you got, and you got to deal with what you have, and that's the best you can make for. I mean, by all means. But 12 for 13, what is that? That's like, that's in like old school Spear Tip territory, right? Like that's kind of.
Well, you also have to add the value of the card that it draws, because it's a thinning card. So it's definitely better than 12 for 13, but it's still like in hyper thin versions, I've seen this card go to like almost 20 points.
Okay, you're asking me to add here, and I'm not about that, Shinmiri. That's not what I do. But I mean, the card that it picked up, significant. To say the least. There's still a leader ability that can really help out if necessary. So there's still all kinds of stuff going through. Not to mention, there's a mage on the board that's going to allow for the Doedric to go ahead and maybe cycle through for what it needs. But yeah, options exist. There's still all kinds to be done here. But the question is Grand Mazorca going to be able to overcome the fact that 2 of those silver bullets that he has, Arto and the Joaquin, are not in the chamber.
Yeah, Payable still has a lot of units left in his deck. I think before he drew that, I think there was 5 units left in his deck, and he just put that Tortoise right back. So there is a 12-point Golem, 2 7-point Tortoises, a 5-point Zarthisius, and a 2-point Snowdrop. So these reveal cards, the Yen and the Triss, could potentially low roll onto a 2 at the moment.
Now, the good news is that he got one wheel of the Doedric. Before that lock came through, I was thinking at least you got a way to actually get those bad cards out before you can, you roll the other big boys. But that's no longer in place. And I mean, when it comes to Grand Mazorca and the usage of that leader ability, really, there's not much else other than that you want to use it on. Everything else is just, pure free range vanilla points on the board. There's not a whole lot that you're going to get out of it. But this is a nice piece right here. We're going to go through and steal that Blightmaker, make one on your own, and I guess you're going to load up a unit on top of the deck.
Yeah, it's going to be a mage unit because it spawned the 3-point Imperial Golem. Whether that is Terra Nova or Mage Torture or something else, we're not sure. Okay, so Payable manages to draw into the Snowdrop and the Zarthisius, which is great for him. Very, very lucky that the Snowdrop was pulled out with the leader, because now that means there's no chance to low roll the 2 anymore, and the worst you can do is revealing a 7.
Here it comes. This might be it. I mean, we're going to take a flyer on this one.
Gorthra Gavain coming down. Ooh. Viper Witcher is the option here, clogging some more, putting the 1-point Duchess Informant on top of his deck. But Payable now has the Snowdrop that he could use to draw the 1-point Informant away out of the deck, so not risk those reveals finding that 1 strength spying unit.
Yeah, but you gotta hope at a certain point here that takes the roll,
takes the risk anyways, and finds the 7. Okay, middle of the ground, not the 1 nor the 12.
Hey, I'll take that. That's like right. That's middle ground if I've ever seen it, and we're gonna just take it as it's worth over here. As Payable is still cultivating a pretty hefty lead. 31 points is not to be laughed at. There are still a lot of answers for Grand Mazorca, but keep in mind, no Artaud, no Joaquin. Gonna be tough goes here. So we're going to see how Payable continues to push the tempo, knowing that there's a 1-point unit on top of the board. That Snowdrop can clean it up, draw it, and not deal with it.
But the problem is, if you do want to use the Snowdrop to draw it out, you have to throw something back into the deck. And all of your cards are good. So, and if you throw back like the Triss, then you're putting a 3 instead of a 1. It's not that big of a difference. At this point, maybe Payable just decide, okay, I'm just going to try to roll with it and hope that we don't hit that 1 on our reveals, because I don't really want to keep that Informant in my hand.
But I gotta say, man, it's yeah, I suppose. The question is how big is that heat wave going to be ultimately? Maybe that's what you roll back, just to preserve the potential. I mean, heat wave right now is 6. It's going to get bigger, I would suggest. So perhaps that, you know what? At the end of the day, I think you take the risk. And again, you're hitting it right down the middle here. As that Triss hits the 7, gets rid of the engine piece on the other side. This is looking
Grand Mazorca's shaking his head there like, what? How is he getting this lucky and avoiding the 1?
Well, I mean, at the end of the day, if the next card that hits is that Duchess, then he's actually come out ahead, because frankly, it's a 1, a 7, and a 12. So he should just thank his lucky stars that he hasn't been rolling into the 12s, because the 7 is the average. And if you're giving your opponent the average, that's basically just playing to the cosmos. That's what it's supposed to be. It's the next roll that's going to be important. But all the rolls, I guess, are all done now. So it was 3 7s and.
Oh. Look at that play. Grand Mazorca had this plan the whole time. He set up the Artaud on the top of his deck with the copied Blightmaker, and then double leader charges the Doedric to draw the top card. That was great, and now he has the Terra Nova.
Still a hefty lead here, 24 points ahead for Payable. Payable also has the option here to go ahead and just heat wave a tall number. And the question is, what's on top with Snowdrop? What is coming out with that? Does Snowdrop shuffle them or put them to the bottom?
It shuffles randomly.
Okay.
Snowdrop shuffles randomly, so Payable doesn't really know what unit he's going to grab with a range row Vilgefortz.
Well, it might just come down to if that's your only out, where Vilgefortz eats the 2, eats the mage, and pulls out the 12.
Oh!
Ooh,
and
boy.
this on Grand Mazorca's side gets a 1!
Well, live by the dice, die by the dice. There goes the heat wave, and it's going to come down to Payable wondering, is it worth it? Does he go ahead and scorch that 6, the enemy Zarthisius? Does he take the roll on his own side? This could get spooky.
This is a 7-point game at the moment.
He's going for it. Okay, average.
Every single roll has been a 7 for Payable, and with a 17-point lead, Grand Mazorca looking in the graveyard to see if there's anything that saves him. The heat wave is decent, but it's not going to be good enough, and Payable wins game number 1 in this final series. It's a 5-point game, so honestly,
does the golem save it? I don't think so. I don't think the golem necessarily saves it there, right? The golem could have been worth 11. Let's say you play the golem finds the other Duchess, which goes down to 11. So yeah, I don't think that there was really any way out of there, unfortunately.
Oh, trying to high roll the Cantarella into a golem, you're saying, without putting anything with, I mean, it's not going to be enough, no. It's not going to be enough, but
no,
it was worth a shot. I think it was like 1 more point than the heat wave, but yeah, I think there were so many random outcomes in that game because of the lack of thinning on Payable's side, because Grand Mazorca stole Payable's or copied Payable's Zarthisius. Zarthisius was the big one. And Grand Mazorca really low rolled on that one, right? Finding the 1-point Duchess Informant in his deck. It's not that Grand Mazorca doesn't play high base strength units in his deck. He's not really planning or really well set up for that reveal strategy. But there are some high provision stuff in there. Like he could have gotten, for example, Zarthisius, if it hits a special, you play that special. So if it hit like the Dead Man's Tongue, for example, you could have played that special, banished 2 bronzes, or banished a Joachim, for example, for 10 boosts. And that would have been the difference maker potentially. It depends on, it might change how Payable plays his Vilgefortz and so on and so forth, but there were a lot of different roles in that game.
Part of it was also the fact that, I mean, you hit even Steven right down the middle with those 7s on all 3 of your rolls, and that was pretty significant. I mean, you dodged the 1s that were put into your deck rather smartly, and then on the other end, you know, you're hoping to just roll a 3 or a 4 and you get Snake Eyes, and you're like, well, I crapped out. There's nothing I can really do here. And ultimately, it was like a 4 or 5 point game, and it came down to some rolls, a little bit of RNG. I mean, never hurt anybody, right? Right, Chinmira?
I mean, that's part of the reveal, the hyper thin reveal archetype. And with the Imprisonment Assimilate deck, you're often forced to play your opponent's cards because that's where you're going to get your power from, right? So this is maybe the matchup that's most exaggerated in this sense, in that both players are kind of depending on a little bit of luck, especially with the lack of thinning on Payable's side.
Well, ultimately, I mean, game 1 goes to, it went to a Nilfgaard player, so someone had to win at one point, and it was a little back and forth there. It was a little tough to see. I mean, ultimately, getting the Dodric to go find the Artaud was pretty clever. That was necessary. You needed to do it. You got it. The problem is that there were still some pretty big fireworks that were left unchecked, like a Joaquin, let's say. That would have been a huge help.
Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, it is a card game. There is going to be some randomness involved, and you as a player, we just have to focus on how to maximize my chances of getting good outcomes and minimize chances of getting bad outcomes. And I think both players did that well to an extent. And sometimes yeah, go ahead.
No, I was going to say, I mean, that deck is designed to actually limit any type of variance at all. It's eliminating all the variables. So basically, if everything's going well, you're always rolling that 12. And on the other side, it was a very good read in terms of how to disrupt that, how to create that kind of variance in those outcomes that are otherwise guaranteed. So smart plays, great deck building and great deck design ultimately, but smart ways on how to disrupt it, because a lot of players are thinking, well, there's going to be a lot of tall stuff, so I'm just going to play a lot of tall punish. But why not throw some garbage in the deck to really create a bad situation? If you're going into that round where every dice that you're throwing has all 6s on it, you're obviously going to roll for crit every time. But if you're not, you know, you want to throw some 1s, some 2s, some garbage in there to actually limit the damage.
All right, and we jump from a Nilfgaard mirror straight into a Scoia'tael mirror. This could be a very crucial game in this series. Both players needing to find a win with the no unit Shiru list. So Grand Mazorca on blue coin. The blue coin is at a disadvantage in this matchup because both decks are very, very reactive with limited proactive plays. But Grand Mazorca did win this matchup from blue coin in his first series of this tournament against Big Kukuruzina. So let's see if he can pull it off again.
All right, well, both players just doing exactly as a true mirror match. As you see Payable being, all right, come on, man. Like, I get it. We're playing Gwent here. Let's go. Last time that this type of mirror match occurred, we had exactly 4 discards. So I'm setting the over-under again at 4.5, Shinmiri. What you got, over, under discards in this one?
I will say over.
All right, I'm gonna go with the under on this one. Just because I hate love you, and I want to just be someone different. So there it goes. There's the Maxi presenting more meat on the board, more targets. Now, what's worth noting is both of them are playing Madoc, but both of them are packing that northern wind. So it's gonna be a hello goodbye for Madoc on both sides. Goodbye, and watch this Payable
trading Madocs and trading Banish Bombs.
Well, there's no other better target, frankly. There it goes, and Mazorcas comes in and just says, yeah, I see ya. The hands are very similar in this case. I mean, both have Say Synthesis, both have the Banish Bombs. We've seen both Pyrotechs coming through. The difference right now has essentially been a stratagem that, you know, rub the lamp, the Jin comes out, and there's the Maxi as well. So,
The difference for me is that Grand Mazorca has Gourd in hand, which is probably a negative. Because it is a card that you don't want to play in this round.
It gives you one less turn to really be effective.
Yeah, and forces you to pass earlier or waste your big finisher win condition. Oh, wow. And as I say that, he just plays the Gourd nilly-willy. Or willy-nilly?
It could be nilly-willy. I mean, it depends on what hemisphere you live in. I mean... some say nilly-willy, some say willy-nilly. It doesn't matter because Gourd's on the table after 6 cards. That's crazy. Here he comes, ladies and gentlemen. The big finisher, the big fireworks is only shooting off for 3. Gordo has been on Atkins. Keto Gordo.
This is one of the most unintuitive matchups there is in the game. Full of discarding, playing your win conditions early. And as I say that, first card discarded by Grand Mazorca, I think that was a bomb.
Yep, that's one, ladies and gentlemen. And when Madoc's gone, those bombs are relatively punchless, just in general, because you're not summoning anything.
Yeah, exactly. Now, Payable has to overcome 10 points. Can decide if he wants to do this in 2 cards, or maybe if he wants to play something a little bit higher tempo, like maybe a Geralt Professional plus a leader charge would get him ahead on even here.
Yeah, Geralt Professional.
It does put something on the board, though. It does put something on the board for Grand Mazorca to interact with, and whereas the Dimeridium Bomb still leaves nothing to interact with, which would force out like an Immune Dragon. If Grand Mazorca wants to continue playing this round without losing value from cards like Force Protector or Geralt Professional. Instead, Grand Mazorca says, I value my Immune Dragon a lot more than this Geralt Professional, so here you go.
All right. Fire up the Lemons party. Here we go. Yeah, we're going to go dig deep.
There is an option to discard, to banish different cards here. So there was a Neuromancy in the graveyard, as well as 1 copy of Nature's Rebuke. And Payable decided to banish the Nature's Rebuke first, which I think is super smart, because now he can banish the Oneiromancy as well. If he didn't banish the Nature's Rebuke, the Force Protector plus a Leader Ping would have killed Xavier. And then, you know, the Force Protector getting that Nature's Rebuke would have gotten another 7 points from it.
Yeah, so adios, Oneiromancy, hello Dragon.
And now Grand Mazorca has lost round 1 on even cards, and that's after using the Gourd as well. Payable in a dominating position now in this matchup.
Gourd is gone. The Forest Protector gone.
Oniromancy gone.
Oniromancy gone. Also, your, I believe we've already seen Geralt Pro gone.
Yeah. So pretty much all of the big cards, other than like maybe Heatwave, has been played from Grand Mazorca. The Shiru's not going to do too much for you. And to add insult into injury, the game makes Grand Mazorca top deck 2 of his bricks with those both Brocklon Sentinels.
I mean, is this just a situation where you just throw out, you say, thank you very much for coming, Shiru. We had an idea. It didn't work out.
Yeah. Yes.
Goodbye. I mean, a 9 provision, pay the troll toll into round 3. That's the way you got to do it, I suppose. You got to throw something. It's going to be the least effective card, frankly.
And now Payable has a double last say in a mirror match where reactivity and last say is key. This is going to be his game to lose. This is going to be really, really tough. If Grand Mazorca can pull out a win from this, it will be a miracle.
All right, so at what point does Payable toss more bodies back into the deck? Because basically you want to play as uninteractive as possible. I don't think you present him any... You don't want to present Grand Mazorca anything here.
I mean, yeah, look at this. Look at this hand. Like, Grand Mazorca has 8 points on his side of the board. Everything else is removing points from his opponent's side of the board.
Oh.
Maybe the Ice and Rooms Council can get you another, like, 6 points from the dwarf. And here we go.
That's 3.
That's 3. It's 4. 5.
Hold on
Making
a second.
Bomb. Oh.
Goodbye. That's 5.
Goodbye.
All right,
6. I mean,
the over.
How much money do you owe me, Flake?
I owe you. You know what? Next time I see you, buddy.
I want to. Payable, click the Shiru, please. Payable, click the Shiru. Yes.
Fireworks. Love it.
No, it's actually the right play. Taking the Shiru, like playing the Iceman's Council, gets you a bigger gourd, but you don't want the Shiru on the board so that there is no chance of opponent being able to death blow with his leader ability to get those Brocklon Sentinels out.
We're at 7 for those keeping track, buddy. That's a big fat 7. Let it ride, Grand Mazorca. Now, the tough part here is, I mean, at what point do you just pack it in? I mean, it's tough here because what is that council getting? All right, we found out. It's going to be a pyrotechnician. It's going to hold hands with the dragon. I mean, now we got stuff to do here. Making a bomb is going to be worth 2 points, but everything else, that's it. You're here at the party.
Grand Mazorca heat waving his own dwarf, knowing that it's over. The writing is on the wall. And Payable.
It's also less of a body for your leader ability to kill, right? So by heat waving your own pyrotech, there's nothing for your opponent to interact with their leader ability. So it's just going to be a fat gourd with a saber-toothed tiger chaser, and that's about it, baby.
Yeah, I mean, it's like a 19 points at the last 2 turns of Payables. There's no way without Gourd that Grand Mazorca can ever get 19 points by the time he finishes the round.
Well, he threw his Gourd out in round 1, so screw it. 6 points is all I need, and it didn't quite work out, unfortunately. I mean, it's a valiant effort. It's definitely a very, very cavalier way of playing that matchup, and there's really the book on that mirror match is not well written in terms of how many times it's occurred, and in this setting it's a lot different. I mean, it's tough to digest in terms of how to play that matchup, and we saw 7 discards just crushing the over in terms of what we had predicted. But in a matchup where both players need something to play with on the opponent's side, giving them nothing is always better than giving them something.
Yeah, and I don't know. I don't know what the big difference was between this mirror match and the one that we saw at the beginning of yesterday, between Big Cuckoo and Grand Mazorca. But I feel like Grand Mazorca played that one way better from Blue Coin, and somehow something happened in this game where he felt forced to throw the gourd away in round 1, in the middle of round 1.
It's I don't want to say questionable. I mean, it's tough. I figured that he knew it was going to die ultimately to anything if he didn't have last say in hand. But I think, frankly, I mean, you can give up the gourd, sure, if you still have points that you can generate later on down the road. But losing on even was basically the nail in the coffin. We saw that right away. And not to mention, going into round 3, having to go first, down a card, and your first move is to toss away some resources just to throw it down the pipe, right? Like that's a tough thing. I mean, Payable really had a 3-card advantage in that last round because his opponent did nothing, just tossed the card away.
Yeah. All right. Well, we're moving on. Game number 3. This is the finals of Gwent Open 3 between Payable and Grand Mazorca. Grand Mazorca is playing the Nilfgaard Assimilate list on red coin. Payable, 3 chances to win this tournament and punch his ticket to World Masters Season 3 if he can find a win with Syndicate line pockets.
Man, where have we heard this before? Where it's like, all right, you're up 2-0 and you've got Syndicate as your last faction. Things must be looking good, but we've seen how that can backfire. The Caster's Curse is still running rampant when it comes to calling these matchups. I don't want to say anything about it. I'm giving both players a pretty good chance. As you see, Grand Mazorca's kind of just talking to himself here, saying, "Okay, I got a little bit of a hill to climb, but if I'm gonna do it on the backs of Nilfgaard, in this case on red, I'm feeling quite comfortable." So I just don't think that he's gonna be thinking too much ahead here. He's not thinking about game 4. He's just thinking about making sure that he does not give up this advantage that he has right here.
Yeah, he does have a bit of an advantage of being able to choose his coins against this Syndicate list. And deciding to go with Nilfgaard on red, maybe thinking that this is his best chance to at least get some money under his belt from the finals match stake.
So first card out is Helvete. And I mean, this is quite the statement right away. It's a good target to go hit with a Founded Turncoat. Drop a little spying on there. Start loading the arsenal for Arto.
Exactly. I mean, this is a great target. It's minimum 10 points. It's also a spender. So Terra Nova is already 15 points minimum now. So like Payable kind of making Grand Mazorca's life easy here by giving him such a juicy target straight off the bat.
Right away, the Bloody Good Friends come out as well. Giving an option, if necessary, for that Novigradian Justice that's not easy to get rid of. 6 points of body if you want to go down that route. But Payable does have a nice lead here. Does have an engine, still has that gem in that front row, that stratagem giving you 5 coins where necessary. So I think this is going to be a situation perhaps where Payable might pair up the gem with a Professor perhaps to kill something if necessary. Using the bleed on that unit seems a little odd though if that were the case, but I think it might just be a dip in the Pontar.
Yeah, trying to set up as a dip in the Pontar to kill the engine. Wow, okay. Joachim? Blind Joachim straight off the bat into an Arturius. Not bad. Can potentially copy... Oh, doesn't get the Informant though, so takes the Emissary instead to protect the engine. I like it.
I think that's perfectly fair. I mean, I don't know if you really want to drop a lower value target to go ahead and copy something else, because these copy targets are not ideal. It's not like you're copying a Bloody Good Friends and then you're choosing to take that over Arto, over the Helvete, right? So yeah, I think that the only time that you would do that is, let's say, Professor's on the board, or another big target like Horse and Junior's on the board, and you really want to load up Arto with that option as well. Maybe that's when you play one of the Torturer or the Turncoat to get it. But in this case, if your option is to go ahead and drop Spying on a Bloody Good Friends, that's never going to be chosen above a Helvete.
Yeah, and I think with the Joachim being committed so early, might mean that Grand Mazorca is going to try to stay ahead on red coin, and Payable, sensing that, is going to commit something like the Professor right away with the coin stratagem, gets the boat out, and now that's a 10-point lead. Not too shabby. But
not too shabby, but I'd feel more comfortable. 10 points is not that much, let's be fair, but I feel more comfortable for Payable here because he's got 9 coins in the bank and 2 options for spenders.
Yeah, and that Echo card immediately just gets 13-point play. That's why it's so good for Grand Mazorca to see these high-value targets come out so early. You can coup the Grand Inquisitor Helvete, you can Arto Terra Nova it now, you can potentially invo a Professor, or even it's going to go to the graveyard and play it later with Location Cantarella.
No, certainly. Absolutely. And to your point, I mean, like when you're talking about blindly tossing out a Joaquin in that case, you're evaluating your hand and what your options are. And I think that the worst thing that you could possibly pull this early in the game would have been that Artaud or that Vincent, because you're not necessarily getting as much value off of those two, you know, random, you know, if one of those came out of the Joaquin, that could be problematic because your Artaud would have been overcommitment and your Vincent wouldn't have killed anything of terrible value. So the fact that those were both in hand makes that blind Joaquin so much safer, because you did get a home run there with the Vigo, but a Vigo's a card that is fairly expendable in an early round to be competitive. Same thing with the Brothans. So those big pieces like Vincent and Artaud being secured in hand means that tossing out of Joaquin just what did you say? Nilly-willy is perfectly okay.
Yeah, I think you're totally on the dot about that. This is a calculated risk by Grand Mazorca, and it paid off very well. Here we go. Mano into the amnesty, I think. Yes, onto the boat. Great play. 10 very high tempo play, actually. 10 tempo on that play, and as well as getting the carryover, taking that carryover away from Payable, and potentially even giving himself, Grand Mazorca, a chance to get that flying Radiant out, should he be able to somehow get to 9 coins in the future.
Well, the other game, we got to 8. It almost happened. So it's completely possible here. Grand Mazorca's in a commanding position on red. Payable forced here to spend some coins where necessary. Here comes a full bank again, if you know, to go ahead and just fuel some of these points. What needs to be understood here is that there is still a Yennefer's Invocation online, so it could be a situation where Grand Mazorca uses that card on something like the Sea Jackal if necessary, if that gets too tall, but I think Payable knows that that is always a threat, and opting rather to use those coins on the opponent's side of the board, where you know, a card like Yennefer's Invocation is not going to get incredible amounts of value.
Yeah, so Payable not spending more on the Sea Jackal, very aware of the tall punishes out there. Not only an Invocation, but potentially like a 2-turn setup with the Torture putting a status on the Jackal, and then Vincent threatening to remove the tall unit.
And I like how he left the Arturia's Vigo super tall there, because there's a potential here where Payable drops the Fist Tech on it, threatening poison, though he doesn't have the completion of that poison. He is just kind of baiting that hook there and leaving it tall, and Grand Mazorca saying, all right, okay, once he sees that first poison, and he did not touch the Arturia's Vigo, rather opting for the bleed instead, Grand Mazorca is going to think that that second poison is around the corner.
Yeah, that's the mind games, like playing as if he had the second poison completion. Very, very good mind games by Payable. Grand Mazorca, no sign of slowing down though. Brothan's getting committed now, copying the Bloody Good Friends, putting bleeding on a couple of their spenders, trying to force all the spending to go onto the Sea Jackal. That is interesting.
That's great pressure. That's a smart move. You know, go ahead. Eggs, meat basket. You know, I don't want you to spend these. I don't want you to give you options to spend this. So dump it all in that Sea Jackal so that it's going to be a nice target potentially. Maybe I drop Spying on it. Maybe my Vincent eats it. Who knows? I can save my Yen's Invocation for later. So we're going to see how this goes. I think that once those 2 spenders get used, you're going to see the Mage Torturer come through and drop Spying on that Sea Jackal, which is going to perhaps scare Payable off a bit.
Yes, exactly. It can't. The Torturer can't come through this turn unless you're willing to commit another leader charge, because the 3 bleeding on Grand Mazorca's side means that he needs actually a 7-point play to get ahead.
What's the move here, you think? I mean, you're absolutely right. The 5 points is gonna not be enough to put you ahead. The bleeding that Payable inflicted on Grand Mazorca's board is gonna give him that pass.
I like the Torturer to put Spying on the Jackal and then lock the Siggy Reuven who has Intimidate.
That's a good move. Yep. That gets you ahead, puts the pressure on, especially if your objective here, again, those locks sound good, they look good, they feel good, but if you're gonna go ahead and use a lock now, how do you deal with the other units like the Drill, the Freak Show, etc.? Well, the answer to that is you just bleed them out.
Yeah.
Good call on that one, Shin. Way to go.
Yeah. Grand Mazorca ends up taking that exact line. I like it a lot. Stays ahead in tempo. Sets up the removal from the Vincent onto the only remaining spender on Payable's side of the board. So Payable's got to be worried. If he wants to spend, he's going to have to commit something like Cleaver. He can't even use Justice right now because all of his Crown Splitters have been removed.
The clown splitters.
The Clown Splitters. That's catching on.
New faction, baby. The Clown Splitters. Yeah, you're right about that. There's a quick dip in the Pontar like that. I mean, low committal puts you ahead. If you're trading that for a bigger card, make you feel good, even though you're in a bad spot. There's the Vincent. Oh boy, it's getting ugly. And I like how Grand Mazurka has basically hung on to that one Mage Torturer, essentially saying, I know you got some more big stuff coming through. I know I'm going to need this for something else. I'm just curious to see what he might use it on. What do you think is another great target for that Mage Torturer? Is it the Clown Show, perhaps? Is it maybe something like, is Payable running Witchfinder in this?
No Witchfinder, but you could use it on Junior, for example. I think Junior is probably the best remaining gold to copy left. You could take the Freak Show or the Tunnel Drill, but with Grand Inquisitor Helvide already as an option as a high value spender, I don't think you really need the Freak Show or the Tunnel Drill unless you're really desperate for some removal.
All right, there's that second poison.
Yeah, Grand Mazurka won round number 1 on even cards. So now he has the round control as well. He has potentially card advantage if he wants it. But how scared is he of going to a long round 3? Even with the card advantage, even with double last say?
I think you cannot risk it. I think with big cards that you have, like Arto, as well as a Yenid's Invocation, if you need to get rid of something problematic, the way that you're going to deal with these threats is by bleeding them. It doesn't matter to Grand Mazurka how far back he falls in this round. If you lose by 1 or you lose by 1,000, as long as you get to round 3, you feel good about it because you're getting pieces out. He's gonna have to evaluate what's worthwhile. Now, the thing here is that, okay, you've got your fur cart. It's gonna draw you another card if necessary, but it's just a matter of keeping this in range.
Immediately gets the Cleaver for the trade. Very, very good trade on the first turn. Obviously 10 points behind now. Probably unlikely that you're ever going to get that extra card advantage for round 3, but you don't really need it. You can go into round 3 with even cards. You still have last say, and you're just getting good trades. But Payable, we can see that in Payable's hand, he's got a lot of bronzes that potentially he can, just play in this round without giving Grand Mazurka too much bleed value.
All right, digging into that graveyard. Remedy's going to find something. I don't think are you cloning, perhaps, one of those muscles? I don't think so, but I think the objective here is not necessarily to get the best card, but to also potentially break up a pocket. You do also have that Cantarella that also breaks up a pocket. No drill in the hand of Payable, no way to access drill, but Grand Mazurka doesn't know that.
I really didn't like the boost on the fur card. I feel like you should have boosted the Veiled unit to play around Poison, to play around... I guess there's no Witchfinder, but at least it plays around Poison.
Yeah, that's a good point right there.
I feel like you've already gotten strong enough spying targets that you don't really care if this fur card lives or dies.
So, I believe, are both Bloody Good Friends out of the deck now?
I can check for you. There's 1 Bloody Good Friends left in the deck. There's also Furco. So Novigradian Justice is the card that Payable is going to try to preserve in this round 2 bleed and not play that to hopefully get a Furco to chain into that Novigradian Justice and Bloody Good Friends as a power play in round 3 that will also give him Crown Splitter bodies and pockets for the Tunnel.
I wonder if this is a time where you just go ahead and YOLO the Cantarella and see what you pick up. If you pick up by some form of weird sorcery, you grab that horse, and that is going to be a major blow to the side. He's going for it. Roll the dice.
Gets a Bloody Good Fun, not good, and just thins the deck for Payable a little bit. Payable's got to be chuckling to him about that, but luckily for Payable, it didn't get a gold. Or didn't get that last Crown Splitter.
I mean, if that picked up, the worst case would have been Furco, obviously, but if it picked up that last Bloody Good Friends, it really, really creates a scenario where that Novigradian Justice is an immense risk.
Yeah.
Hey, you can
does Grand Mazurka go for it again?
Baby!
This is the second copy of Coup de Grace, though. But without Cantarella, you don't have, you don't have an option of getting Joachim back. So He's just gonna go for it again, see if he can grab something more useful. And it's the Junior!
Oh my goodness, here comes Junior, ladies and gentlemen, and just looks at Cantarella, says, you do not have the makings of a varsity athlete. Goodbye. I think you just even spend the coins here. Maybe not, maybe you do, who knows? I mean, this is fairly close. There's a lot of coins here and a way to spend them, though.
Yeah, I mean, Payable doesn't want this Justice to get bled out. This is kind of his last win condition, last chance of actually having enough points in round 3 to contest. So he's trying to use enough coins to deter Grand Mazorca from playing a low-value bronze card that would force out this Justice. Because he doesn't know that it's Terra Nova in Mazorca's hand, right? So he's trying to do some math here. What are some possibilities that Grand Mazorca could have that I don't want him to play that could potentially force out this Justice? Well, besides to use all of his coins.
Bloody Good gets you, Arto gets you Bloody Good Friends, and now you could spend your 5 coins.
Or Helvide.
Helvide as well.
Even better. So that's 19, 22 points. I think Grand Mazorca has about 22, 23 points of reach, which would put him to 36. That wouldn't be enough to 2-0 in this case, but it's also at the same time it's like what kind of card does Grand Mazorca put Payable on? He's gonna play it. Let's see how all in he goes, if he even uses the imprisonment. This is an expensive card to play when you were already down like 9.
We did it! Shinmiri, we did it! The boat's here!
We got the boat out, and it does force out this Justice. Okay, but Terra Nova for Justice is kind of an expensive trade as well. But now there's going to be like almost no Crown Splitters left for Payable. Almost no win conditions left at all for Payable in round 3.
He's going to be drawing into, there's a smuggle. That's garbage. There's a big one though. That's going to be helpful. I mean, take a look at Grand Mazorca. Grand Mazorca knows that off that Yen's Invocation, he's got a Cleaver coming down the pipe. And what's happening after that? Well, if you notice, Shinmiri, he did not spend all those coins, which means that Cleaver is going to be able to click twice and click decently. The problem is that he just mulliganed into some garbage, unfortunately, as that Tourney Joust is not going to get the job done against the Clown Show.
It is not, but Payable, as we can see, Payable doesn't have a proactive spender. He didn't draw into the bank or the Sea Jackal, so he needs to...
Eternal Fire Disciple. Hold on a second. Well, because maybe Grand Mazorca is forgetting that the fact that the card that he plays off of, he is not line pockets, so he's not going to get 4 coins off of the card that he's not getting 4 coins off of from Cleaver. He's getting 3 coins from Cleaver, so he's only going to be able to click that button once. Ooh, but this could be enough.
I mean, this is going to take all of the points off of Grand Mazorca's board, but Payable's only going to have 7 on his.
That's what we're saying. I mean, he's thinking that, okay, well, I got Cleaver with 4 coins. That's 2 clicks. But no, my friend. You are not line pockets. Yeah. You are Nilfgaard. I wonder if he remembered.
It's only 1 click, but it is enough here. Yeah, I agree with you. I think he should not have spent on that bronze Firesworn unit. I think he should have saved the coins for an extra click on the last save of Cleaver, but in this game, it ends up not mattering. Payable just not finding enough proactive points in the short round as Syndicate, which is a problem that we've seen before. Like, this is one of the weaknesses of the deck. It is so removal focused that it doesn't have that many proactive options.
At the end of the day, again, that bleed was great. Saving the coins was fine and worked out. You know, you're committing something like the Arto and the hangout to the coins ultimately did pay off because you were able to go ahead and click the button on the Cleaver, and that's what that happened. I mean, Nilfgaard uses your cards to beat you, and that's basically what happened in this case. But ultimately, tail of the tape here, Shinmiri, is the fact that if he did not YOLO that Cantarella the second time, then there would have been a situation where he would have drawn into that Horson Jr. And it would have been something like Horson Jr., Clown, and Prophet. So there would have been options there for you, and I wonder if that would have changed things. But again, if you have nothing to interact with on your side, on the opponent's side of the board, a lot of those cards like Horson and Clown Show are relatively punchless.
Yeah, I think if Grand Mazurka had played it perfectly, saved his extra coins for the cleaver in last day, I don't think even Junior would have saved Payable in that situation. It's just it's only adding 4 more points onto Payable's side of the board, and that wouldn't have been enough. But yeah.
Most noteworthy out of that match, they got the boat out. That's what we were hoping for. That's what happened.
Nilfgaard got the Flying Redanian out with the 9 coins. Well played by Grand Mazurka. He's got to be feeling a little bit of momentum swing his way now after losing the first 2 games and getting a very dominating game number 3.
Yeah, different story now. He's going to be on blue coin, and he doesn't have a deck like Nilfgaard to, bail him out where necessary. So he's going to have to come up against that line pockets list again, this time on blue coin, and it's going to be a mirror. So we're going to see Payable on red coin, Grand Mazurka on blue coin. The line pockets mirror is here. Now there are some significant differences to these lists. Grand Mazurka's playing with the Witchfinder and Scoundrel package, Payable with the Grand Inquisitor Helvide. So there are some differences here. You do have Siggy to refill the bank. I believe that's where most of the discrepancies between the 2 lists lie, but they can be immensely significant.
Yeah, and the other difference is Payable's running an extra bronze Crown Splitter spender in the Coerced Blacksmith. And I think that's pretty much it. Yeah, I think you've covered everything else. But in this mirror, I think, Payable looks really stressed. Because he drew into the Flying Redanian on his last mulligan. That is the risk that you knowingly take when you do that with a deck that has bricks like this. So Payable is going to have a tougher time fighting for round 1 now with the Flying Redanian in his hand. Just decides to play it out.
Well, might as well. If your objective here now is given the fact that you're valuing your hand, you're like, I don't think I'm going to play in this anyways. Might as well get rid of it. There's no reason to have it in your hand. It's not like it's going to come through later to save you. So just toss it out there, see how your opponent reacts. If they slow play it, maybe you take advantage. You jump ahead of them. It's completely possible. It's a card that you're going to see out of the graveyard anyways. But yeah, after having the Flying Redanian stolen from you and then appear against you in the previous round, here it is trying to make up for it, and shows up. It's like, I'm here. It's like, not now, damn it.
Exactly. So with this opening play by Payable, playing the Flying Redanian from hand, it's a message. It's a signal to Grand Mazurka that Payable will not really be fighting for this round.
Yep, you're telegraphing it free and clear. I mean, you've basically thrown the worst card in your deck that could potentially be one of the better cards in your deck. It's just adios, goodbye. And the repercussions of that card coming into your hand right that way is that's one less card, obviously, that you're going to be able to play, but it's also one less thinning, so there's going to be a little bit less reliability in terms of what you're getting. It's just such a multi-layered kick in the teeth when that happens, because you're thinking about it. It's like, if this card was just anything else, I'd feel so much better.
Yeah, and Grand Mazurka clicking the Lamp Gin there might be thinking about being the first to pass, but instead, no, he's going to get to 9 coins first, gets his boat out as well, with a comfortable 14-point lead. Probably doesn't need to be worried, but I mean, we've seen weirder things. We
have indeed seen weirder things. I've seen a push-up contest between Tailbot and Demorkis in Warsaw at like 2 in the morning. That was I wouldn't say that was weird, but it was quite fascinating, to say the least. Again, Payable's not giving this one up. The lead has been kind of squirreled away a little bit over here. It's only 8 points, 7 if you count the bleed. So we're getting there.
Yeah, we are getting there. I still don't know if there's a great way for Payable to overcome if Grand Mazurka does decide to pass here, because there are a lot of gold cards that Payable would like to save for a more decisive round. His only bronze card is a Bloody Good Fun, and there's not really a tall enough target to get a lot of tempo with that Bloody Good Fun.
Well, that's the problem, is you're going to have to spend somewhere, so that Bloody Good Fun. I mean, I feel like the Bloody Good Fun is probably hunting for one of those big spenders, maybe the Clown Show. But at the point here, it's an over profit. It's such a tough way to use that. Like, that's a card you want to see when you have like 1, maybe 2 coins in the bank, so you could not necessarily overspend on it. But see how this goes.
So you could get ahead with the Bloody Good Fun. You spend first on the Bloody Good Friends, and then you bloody good fun the 5, but instead Payable decides to get some more coin carryover, because if you do use bloody good fun, you're going to end up with 0 coins of carryover. Instead, using the Kurt gets you the maximum coin carryover. So it's using a gold over a bronze. It's a bigger commitment. You've lost a purifier or a bounty, but you do get the extra 4 coin carryover into round 2.
Ultimately, Payable won that first round after the most impressive play that you've ever seen at a Gwent Open, opening with boat from hand. Payable sending a message saying, I could do this and still win. And look at how gilded that hand is. It's a lot of big stuff in there. You've got all the pieces you pretty much want. Ooh, that's a tough draw, though.
Justice is not what you want to see, though, because you really like to chain that Furco into a Justice. Payable shaking his head, really feeling the tilt a little bit here, I think, on these last mulligans. So now, if he does try to play Furco into like a smuggle or a proactive crime, Grand Mazorca could use that opportunity to kill the Furco and just make life really awkward for Payable.
And if
it would force out something like a cleaver before the Justice.
If Payable wants to just skip this round and not necessarily go too far, but I mean, here it comes. It's like you said, that's basically telegraphing. It's like, okay, you got it. And Grand Mazorca is not necessarily off the hook. If he thinks that that card's in his hand, and maybe this looks like a slow play from Payable still at 7 cards, Grand Mazorca is still forced to answer it, because if he leaves that Furco on the board, it's opening up that Novigradian Justice. So it's this play, though it does feel slow, might actually force a response out of Grand Mazorca of something like the Clown Show.
Yeah,
Here it is.
You're totally right. Grand Mazorca didn't really have like a very simple way, like a dip in the Pontar to kill the Crown Splitter in Furco. He has to actually trade the Freak Show, which is a much bigger commitment. So Payable should be feeling a little less unhappy with how things turned out. Freak Show, right, is a great threat and a great answer to all the other spenders that Syndicate has.
Payable's just sort of sitting on it over here. He's just evaluating. Okay, that's one big thing out of the way. How do I do? Maybe do you commit your junior here? Maybe we shut that down. Committing junior here puts you at 9 coins, and your boat comes out as well. Hey, look at that, Orson Junior.
Very good call, Flake. And yeah, Payable deciding to actually push into this round.
I can say that I have completed the tutorial, Shinmiri. So.
Exactly, showing off your Gwent knowledge, Flake. And Grand Mazorca replies with the Furco into Justice, taunting Payable a little bit. Hey, you wish you had this, didn't you?
Yeah, well, you had it. It's just all the pieces are there. He's got to build it himself, like it's IKEA. Unfortunately, he doesn't get the free, the whole fabricated combo his own way. He's got to piece it together the tough way. Now, the tough part here also is that it's not going to be an easy go to answer that Bloody Good Friends. There's no Clown Show for Payable in hand right here. You do have the drill, you do have the cleaver, but those two are basically going to come together part and parcel. You do not want to split those two up. You either pair the drill with your Novigradian Justice play, or you pair it with your cleaver move, but ultimately that Novigradian Justice is not happening. So really, what plays do you have left? You could Helvide. I think that basically you might see Helvide and then a pass if he chooses to commit it. But other than that, I think everything else has to stick around. You have to use that in another round.
Exactly. The Justice relies on the cleaver, but so does the tunnel drill. So if you want to save any of these 3 cards to the next round, you have to save all of them.
There's the poison. That could be potentially a feint, though you do have the Vivaldi Bank if you want to go dig into the deck to find the completion of that poison. There's the pass. So Helvide is still online. Taken, I guess, you're up still. Keep the card advantage where necessary. But when it comes to this drill game, Shinmiri, typically, having to drill first, you'll get that first wave of a lot of damage. But then your drill's done, and then your opponent might come in with the drill, and then that becomes a problem.
Yeah, so exactly. So, I think you want to be the second person to drill, but I'm not really sure. This matchup is really complex. And both these players have committed different resources in the first 2 rounds. In the second round here, Payable played Junior and Furco, but Grand Mazorca played Freak Show and Justice with the Furco. So it's hard to say. It's hard to say who spent more resources so far.
It might be a situation. I mean, there's 2 adages here, Shinmiri. It's he who drills last drills best, or it's early drill gets the worm. Choose your poison, man.
They both make sense, Blake. They both make sense.
How is that possible?
Both true at the same time.
You make no sense, Shinmiri. Just gonna say. Hey, that's a big pickup. Like to see that right there. There's the Junior himself again. Grand Mazorca's got a lot of firepower on his side, and I do like the fact that they did hang on to that Bloody Good Friends. That is another way to spend a lot of your coins, and if your opponent follows through with their own drill, you can go ahead and kill their drill with that card. So there is a backup plan if necessary.
Yeah, that's true. You mean Bloody Good Fun, right?
I meant Bloody Good Friend. What did I say otherwise?
I think you said Bloody Good Friends. But anyways, the 2 cards are very, the names are super similar. One's a unit spender, one's a removal special card crime. But we see this cleaver didn't get answered right away, and now it's going to start growing with the Intimidate on every crime.
And it's not going to be easily taken care of either. I don't think there's a way to complete any type of poison package. It's going to be a situation where you're going to have to perhaps get a drill. Now, the next crime that comes through brings that cleaver to 9, and that's a nice clean play with the drill. The difference is that if you're going to be using all your clicks on that drill, the next click you might have to do is against the shield, and I don't know if that's good or not.
Yeah, exactly. There's not that many units to hit right now on either side of the opponent's board. Junior comes down to clean up the cleaver before it can get too tall, but those are, you got to be careful. You don't have that many answers remaining, right?
Yeah, well, you do have the... Justice is still an option here to go pull out another card, but I feel like if that comes through, the follow-up would likely be the Witchfinder slapping the... it'll slap the bounty on a 6-point target, which means that a follow-up drill will have a nice clean way to get some coins back.
Yeah, indeed. You got to think about how you're gonna answer your opponent's threats, what answers you have left, and what threats are you gonna assign those answers to. So for Grand Mazorca, he has a tunnel drill that can answer threats, and he has a bank into a professor that can answer some threats. We're going to see the dip in the Pontar come down on the cleaver, softening it up to a 4 now. Getting it
Professor range.
Getting it into Professor range. Payable still also has Professor as well as Freak Show in his deck remaining for that Vivaldi bank.
It's tough when you see Payable really focused in, kind of laboring through this game, thinking about it, you know, some tough draws here and there, but he's managed to get to round 3 relatively unscathed, and Grand Mazorca taking his time, really thinking this through. What's the next play to go through? I mean,
yeah, both players have slowed down a little bit here, slowed the pace. Okay, Witchfinder onto a shielded unit. Not the best, but does get the Witchfinder down first. I feel like spends a couple of these coins thinking about, no, not gonna click. Okay.
Fascinating.
Yeah, I'm surprised that he spends the coins or clicks the tokens. No reason to do that if you're not gonna get to 9 coins to get the boat out, right?
I don't think so. I mean, I feel like those on the board are not interactable at all. Payable has got no way to deal with those coins, so let them sit there. Let them gesture.
Yeah.
There's nothing wrong with it.
Yeah, I don't really like clicking the coins when unnecessary, because with the tokens, you actually, you know, inflating your purse limit to 12 instead of just 9. Once you click them, though, you don't have that excess available to you.
Is this a situation here where you do go for the Novigradian Justice? There it is. And the Bloody Good Friends. Now, interesting here, because had you waited for the Witchfinder, the bounty would have been on the 6, but now you got to wait an extra turn for it to hit the 6.
There was a chance, actually, for Grand Mazorca to play the Scoundrel on the previous turn with Tribute to get the last Novigradian Justice target out of the deck. I think Grand Mazorca missed an opportunity to do that.
No, I don't think you're wrong about that. That could have been really devastating. I mean, it's like, all right, well, I'll pull it out for you, So thank you for that, but you do not get the extra value off of that card that you may have wanted. See how this goes here. Again, the pocket is still online there for the drill, but the drill has so much shielded value that is just limiting the range that it has. Unfortunately, you don't want to spend 2 coins for nothing and just to crack a shield. And Payable is being very patient here. Again, it's going to be a matter of who's going to blink first with that drill, and that's when the fireworks start.
Well, you could play Scoundrel now, and then spend the coins to kill the bounty unit that Scoundrel pulls out, and Witchfinder will put the new bounty on the 6 instead of the shielded 5, which is kind of what you want, right? That would be an option. Instead, Grand Mazorca is just going to play the 4-point Jackal, not spend at all, and get up to 9 coins for the boat to come out.
Now, is this just an Insta-Professor if you can find it?
Onto the Sea Jackal?
It's possible. Gets you the most value.
It does. I mean,
it limits
either onto the Sea Jackal or maybe onto the Cleaver. Cleaver gives you fewer coins on the bounty, but you do stop the Intimidate. But I guess there's not really any crimes left in Grand Mazorca's hand. So a lot of options here. Payable decides to spend that coin and get up to 9 with the Siggy River and get his own boat out. And both players are kind of loading the chamber for that tunnel drill, getting max coins. He wants to be able to spend as many coins as possible on the turn that you play the tunnel drill at the 3-to-2 ratio. Grand Mazorca even has bounty set up as well.
A lot to keep in mind here. The difference is that Payable is leaning on 1 spender currently. Grand Mazorca's got 3 different ways to spend coins. One of them with that, with the Orson Jr. is not ideal, but we're going to click that Sea Jackal a couple of times, keep it nice and healthy. And really, I mean, I feel like... Okay, here we go. Bank into the Professor, and the Professor wasn't too far down into that deck, so there's going to be a lot of value coming through. That's just the 4 points of damage, but unfortunately, that Witchfinder is going to change where that goes, but he's not going to click the...
Witchfinder doesn't change where it goes, but he could have clicked the... Witchfinder only puts bounty if there's no bounty on the other side of the board already. So with bounty existing, it doesn't change, but... Grand Mazorca could have clicked the Horson Jr. to kill the spender and get the coins.
And go back up to 9.
Yeah.
There was no detriment there to do that.
And then he would have gotten a new bounty with the Witchfinder, which I don't understand why he didn't do it. I'm not sure what the downside was, but this is going to be a close game. Every decision is going to matter here. Payable decides this is the turn to play the tunnel drill and does kill the Witchfinder now and potentially can kill Horson Jr. as well.
You might as well. There's no other ways really to kill it. It's going to be a very inefficient spend on that, or rather inefficient. It's basically par for the course, 1 coin, 1 point when it comes to that drill. But I think the answer to that, which adage is more true, I believe early drill gets the worm in this case, Shinmiri, is it's basically gone ahead and laid waste to any pockets. As we see here, you're going to have to go full tilt here, and you're probably going to have to answer that drill. So you're going to click onto the Bloody Good.
After getting some pings on the drill so that you don't end up over profiting and then probably finishing the drill afterwards. But I do want to point out that Grand Mazorca's Witchfinder was not used very well. Her bounty, you basically got no bounty value off of her, right? Because she bountied a Cleaver's Muscle, which was not redeemed, and then Professor overwrote her bounty, and then she died before she bountied anything else. So I really think that, like, with different sequencing, Grand Mazorca might have been able to get more value from the Witchfinder and actually, taken advantage of her bounty. But still, Grand Mazorca with an 8-point lead here, a couple of extra coins, and still a decent finisher play with the Scoundrel, trying to hold the Scoundrel as long as possible. I guess to prevent bounty on the Scoundrel is maybe why he held it for so long. He didn't want, like, a Professor to put bounty on the Scoundrel and then the tunnel drill to collect it. So these are a lot of different lines that he can take here. Payable, interesting enough, sets up the bounty on the Professor, which is gonna bleed and die on this turn. No way for Grand Mazorca to actually prevent this Professor from dying, so he is gonna get the 6 coins. Payable gets up to 6 coins, and that is huge.
Does he get there? He gets there just by a couple points.
the difference maker, using bleed to harvest a bounty. Very niche interaction, really done well by Payable, and he wins the game, he wins the series, and he is your Gwent Open number 3 champion.
Wonderful play over there. Again, when it comes down to those mirror matches, oftentimes you're just wondering who's going to blink first when it comes to the drill, who's going to be the best at managing their coins. A little creative accounting goes a long way when you're playing in these mirrors, and dear goodness gracious me, at the end of the day, that's the way it went. Maybe a little mismanagement of the bounty here and there could have cost Grand Mazorca that matchup, but ultimately Payable really did come through big when it came to drawing that boat early on. You had some bad mulligans into some tough situations, but when it came down to it, push comes to shove, round 3 was all Payable in that case. Lots of patience, lots of well-executed plays, and calculated moves.
Yeah, very well played by Payable. I think maybe a couple missteps by Grand Mazorca. I really wonder, this game could have played out very differently if Grand Mazorca had played the Scoundrel earlier in the round to brick that Novigradian Justice. That would have been huge.
Yeah, there will be no corn name revolution here, friends. Unfortunately, maybe we're all going to change our names to Flake Bowl and Shinmiri Bowl and all kinds of other bowls here now, as Payable is the winner of Gwent Open number 3 here at Season 3. And frankly, I think for somebody like Grand Mazorca who came so close, this might be a series that he will want to review. This might haunt him a little bit, but ultimately there's going to be a lot more success down the road. For Grand Mazorca, friends, let's go kick it to Pavel Berja, who's speaking to our winner of Gwent Open number 3 here for Season 3, Payable.
I have to start with something in Polish. I would say dobry wariat. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful win. Well executed. I thought you were going for a 3-0, but it happened that it wasn't a 3-0. Payable, man, you're going to Masters once again. Are you coming in to win everything once again, or what's the plan?
Yeah, the plan is to win everything I can.
Nice.
Like I said at the beginning of the season, so yeah.
Nice. Congrats. What do you think about those matchups? Did you feel? I pretty much looking at you. You were pretty confident there.
Yeah, I felt like I had everything under control, apart from game 3 when Poison took a pretty interesting line. Didn't expect it. Worked well for him. I could have won that game still, but I didn't have a proactive spender for round 3, so he managed to take the win there.
He likes to play a little bit risky and kind of all in, but yeah, you had everything under control for sure. Congratulations once again. You are the winner of Gwent Open number 3. Congrats, man. Awesome stuff. You're very consistent, I have to say. So any shout outs that you want to give to anyone?
I want to give a shout out to, first of all, my entire team, because we are basically like a family, and I managed to meet a lot of people from our team in the summer, and I had a great time with them.
Well,
and
really
also
cool.
a big shout out to, in general, the entire community, because it's the most wholesome community I know.
Amen to that. And Flake is asking if he also will get a shout out. I just heard it in my ear.
Yes, shout out to Flake too for bringing Arcaspor to the Gwent scene.
Yes, he just called you dobry chłopczyk, which I think is good.
Flake is a dobry chłopczyk too.
Perfect. Payable, once again, congratulations. Thank you, man. And that will be it. We'll be going back to the casters.
Shinmiri Bowl, Flake Bowl, it's been quite one hell of a ride, if I may say, and I think this is probably one of the most fun experiences I've had. Again, deck variants maybe not has been as widespread and as broad as it may have been in previous tournaments, but ultimately the gameplay has been quite exciting.
High-level gameplay at its best, a lot of creative lines, a lot of creative strategies, and I really enjoyed casting and watching these games as well.
Yeah, and again, I got to give big ups to you, man, for putting up with my BS throughout this entire time. So I've popped in quite a number of pop culture references, sci-fi related all the way, wrestling, everything. And you held your own, and I'm always excited to cast with you, my man. Again, got to take this opportunity to say I love you, man. I got to. It's got to be done. So let's
love
take
you
a look
too, Blake. It's been an absolute pleasure.
It has. Let's go check out the brackets, friends, before this love fest ends. There it is, standing tall. Payable of Poland has made a short work of Grand Mazurka, but let's be fair, man. Grand Mazurka put up one hell of a fight.
Yeah, indeed. Payable, his road to victory was not an easy one. 3-2 versus Lord Triss, then 3-2 again versus, or maybe it was 3-1 versus Wangid.
I will say yes.
Yeah.
I would never doubt you.
but the tough opponents nonetheless, Wangid and then Poison, aka Grand Mazurka at the end there. So let's take a look at the final prize pool and standings. And see how much moolah everybody has walked home with.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of money on the line for this one, but I mean, a lot of this also, as we're going to take a quick check at the final tally, but in reality, Shinmiri, let's be fair here, that 5,220 is pure peanuts when it comes to what is awaiting Payable at Gwent Masters Season 3. There's going to be a much more robust prize pool. Payable knows all about it, and he has his sights set on the big prize down the road.
Yeah, indeed. And as he mentioned previously, and there we have it, the overall leaderboards with everybody's prize money and crown points earned. But as I was saying, as Payable mentioned in one of his interviews, the fact that he now punched his ticket to World Masters through an open win opens up another potential crown point slot for some contenders looking to qualify through ladder performance.
That's it. The more that guy wins, the more open the door is for others to come through with their ladder performances, their other tournament placements as well. So there is still spots left, friends. You can keep grinding. You can keep placing. Again, we saw some new faces in this tournament. So if you're out there wondering, hey, I'm really into this game, I'm playing really well, but what chance do I have? You have a chance. You absolutely have a chance. Not to say that the competition is going to take you lightly, but there are some big boys out there that still want to prove that they still got it, but there are some new faces as well that want to prove themselves, Shinmiri, as we saw here today. Lots of new names that have come through and made it through to the semifinals, but ultimately, Payable, man. Payable is just, he's Payable.
Yeah, the Gwent esports scene has been an awesome thing to participate and watch in all these years. And if you wish to support it, if you love the Gwent esports scene, you can also support it by purchasing the Great Oak Bundle in the store right now, which will boost the prize pool of World Masters Season 3 event scheduled for December 2021.
Yeah, and if you do get the Great Oak Bundle, you get the first look at Dagon. That's not actually true, don't believe me. But still, it's an awesome bundle. Get it. You're supporting the esports scene. And Shinmiri, ultimately, based off this weekend, the esports scene seems pretty damn awesome. Again, we had our bumps in the road, but if we look back on this tournament, great plays, some, very exciting unorthodox matchups, perhaps some very ballsy moves when it comes to pushing and YOLOing some cards, and ultimately, man, it has been a memorable tournament.
Yeah, thank you so much for being my caster in crime during this weekend, and as well as shout out to Lionheart and Thea, as well as everybody involved with production, the players. It was awesome to experience.
Yeah, but also we want to give you guys some love out there in Twitch land and Radio land, everybody who supports it. Honestly, we love you. Thank you so much. Continue to play the game and all that. Be kind to one another. And don't forget, if you're not losing, if you're learning, friends. So get out there, play the game. Let's go kick it off to Pavel Berja to send us away.
Oh man, what an exciting 2 days. We have the top 8 players come in, and we actually have in the bronze spot Trueski, so a player that came in as a fairly new face and actually made it. That is also a big achievement. In silver, we have the Grand Mazurka, and in gold, of course, Payable. Payable once again going over to World Masters, trying to take the gauntlet once again, but will he succeed? We shall find out soon. And you guys are probably wondering what's coming up next. So what's coming up next? Let's show it. We have Open number 4, which is coming on the 23rd and 24th of October, of course, starting at 4 p.m. CEST. Yeah, don't miss it. Thank you all for watching. Thank you for being part of the community. Thank you to everybody who has been working on this in terms of production. There was a bumpy Saturday that we had, but Sunday was fairly smooth, I have to say. And hopefully we can keep that going. Thank you to all the casters. Thank you to everyone working on the game behind the scenes, the whole development team. And a big thank you from me to the whole community team and the whole community that is playing Gwent, that is supporting us with buying packs, but also just, you know, communicating from day to day. That's really awesome. Thank you all. I will be signing off now with the classic bye.